Okay, everybody should say got it if they got a message.
All right, and Janet, we're live.
Good morning and welcome to Interweave's third annual virtual telethon. Some people say it's a webathon or a Zoomathon, but we are just happy you're here to with us this morning, and our theme is welcome wellness, a call to care. Welcome wellness, a call to care. And it has become, since this is our third annual telethon, sort of a tradition that Dilek, Ostaprak, and Sean Cardy, who are both Interweave trustees. Dilek is our president and Sean is our secretary. But they are also people who love the idea of hospitality, the art of hospitality, the gift that hospitality brings to us, how it makes us feel well, how it can open a doorway to that. And so they are very gifted in many ways, but this morning they are here to talk about the gift of hospitality and how that can bring wellness into our lives. And let me just say, good morning to Dilek and good morning to Sean. And we just finished a holiday. I believe it's Thanksgiving. And we have many holidays coming holidays of light that involve eating and food. And so I know I just went to a wonderful, what I call Turkish Thanksgiving or Muslim Thanksgiving with Dilek. And we had a wonderful event, and we'll let you tell them more about that in a few minutes. But first, I just want to let you both say something about your associations with food and hospitality and how this really actually is an important aspect of our wellness, which is our theme this morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sean. Thank you.
I'll just say my relationship with food includes eating several times a day, which is important. And
very important.
Where I am right now in the Mountain Time zone, it's still a little too early, so I'm not quite warmed up yet, but I know we will get there as time goes on. And you're right, Janet. Dilek and I both have considered through the years hospitality to be really important and have done a lot of work in that way. And I am reminded as we get together this morning that Dilek, your house has been a place of hospitality for many of us, with dinners during Ramadan and the iftar, breaking of the fast. And I have to tell you, I just recently was in the grocery store and I saw dates that were on the shelf, and I thought immediately of the breaking of the fast at your house for those dinners. So how are you this morning, Dilek? How are things there?
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm so pleased and I'm so happy to come third telethon. We say that, and it's so valuable, so important. I'm so full of joy when we get together, especially this is becoming the tradition talking hospitality and in terms of maybe sometimes the food, but this year in terms of the caring ourselves, right? So it is very important to eating healthy food is the first way of to take caring of ourselves and our family members, and for our kids and for everyone, to not just to be feel full, but to get nutrition, get everything. This is the first way of the take caring of ourselves. It's very important for everyone. And yeah, we finished the Thanksgiving again, and I'm so good, and I'm so delightful. Once more, we have a feel full with gratitude It is what we have all years, and then remind us again and again to be grateful to God for everything what we have in our on the table. We can eat food, we can have a chat with the friends, with loved ones, and our children. This is all. It's to be need a gratitude for all of us, right?
Mm.
So
Well, and you just were part of the Turkish Cultural Center hosting a Thanksgiving meal, which I didn't get to go to, but I know others did.
We're so sorry
saw
you
some-
weren't there with us. You're
Well, I saw some great pictures. There were some real fun happening there. But Dilek, why is that so important to the Turkish Cultural Center to host
yeah,
that meal?
yes, that become many years. There's a tradition to people bring together in the Thanksgiving. And then as Turkish Cultural Center and Peace Islands Institute, we organize every year early Thanksgiving dinners. This is why important. We can start from that. The Turkish Cultural Center works to integrate the growing Turkish population in the American society for many years, and especially in the last decades, the Turkish population become more and more in this American society. So the first is important to integrate the people to society, and the other hand, it also works to help people or community work where we located in New Jersey, and we try to help the people, the soup kitchen, and so many good things. Right now is Christmas is coming, and toy drive we organize, as many organizations do it. So it is important, and this Thanksgiving is very umbrella and bring to people together. We have a chance to get people in on around one table, different background, different faith, different culture. They can able to get together. This means offer the opportunity to discover our similarities in terms of human being, not differences, right? So when we get together, everybody talks. I think it's more than almost 200 people at the Turkish Cultural Center this year, which is very good, because before is the COVID last few years, we couldn't have a chance that makes a bigger and bigger. But this year, the turns out is was very good, and then we had to close, to RSVP.
That's always a good thing when you have an event, when you have
and we were shocked because many people wants to come, and then I think in these days we need to come together more, right? We need to talk, we need to get together, understand each other, no biases to each other. So this Thanksgiving, it is beyond many faith. This is very cultural as part of, right? So when we get together, we can celebrate Thanksgiving, and then we can give our gratitude to the God and the population and then society together. So it is very unique and then very nice event to coming together on the same table. So this year especially, the people were so enjoyed, and then so much talking, and some different faith of community. I think one rabbi, and then one father able to talk, and then the imam came, and then they pray together. So what we need these days, I think, come together and hug and then talk together. I think this is important, right?
Well, as I was saying earlier, we all have to eat, right? I mean, it's just a basic thing. And I was thinking about a conversation I had recently with someone who we wanted to chat, but she was very busy, and it was around lunchtime, and I said, well, why don't we just go get some lunch and then we can keep talking? And she said, well, yes, I guess I have to eat. And that's just the way life is. We have to eat. And if we can make those gatherings of eating around tables an occasion for building those relationships, which again, I think that's what you were describing with the Turkish Cultural Center and Peace Islands. And of course, that's what we do with Interweave, right? We try to build those relationships. And in particular for folks who are from a variety of backgrounds, that's part of hospitality, is that you're not just inviting the people you know best. You open your doors to those who are coming from different places and have different cultural things. In our world, it's so divided. I guess just that seems so important. And you and I have talked about that.
This really is key to what Peace Islands does. Maybe we could tell them a little bit about Peace Islands and the Turkish Cultural Center. It's almost really central to their mission to let different interfaith communities come together so that they can come to an understanding of who the Muslim community is and see them in a different light. My understanding, Dilek, correct me if I'm wrong, is that Peace Islands came into being at the time of 9/11 because they wanted people to understand and that you were neighbors and that we are all neighbors. So I think it's wonderful that the Thanksgiving celebration, what I call the Muslim Thanksgiving, is something that has become central because, just like Sean said, it is that hospitality. It is hospitality. I mean, that's what the first Thanksgiving was all about, different people coming together around the table. So, and as Sean said again, it's a time in the world that we need people to create tables where everyone is welcome. And we're just sorry Sean wasn't there this year.
Me too.
Sean,
although this year I got invited because I'm living in a place, working and living in a place that's not where my family lives, in other areas. I got invited to someone else's home this year, and it was really lovely. There was something about that gracious hospitality and having the chance to sit at a table and had wonderful conversations. That always happens whenever we sit down. And if we approach it with a sense of curiosity about who is this person that is maybe familiar to me, but maybe not, and what stories do they share? I think that's, to me at least, one of the bigger gifts of being hospitable, is that we open ourselves up to those conversations. And I think, with my work in other times and places of working at a retreat house and a family bed and breakfast, we were always curious about who would be coming and visiting, and you just never know. And we met some of the most delightful people in that way.
Yeah, this is very good point, because the food is the tool, right? The food is the tool to bring come together. So, and sincere, to be sincere, what you have in your table, not the exaggerated. It's more when we get together, it's the people use this tool and just eating very small recipes and small things, but the conversation is the richness. So the food become more delicious. I always observe that when the hospitality is sincere, and the food become more delicious. So I think this is something in this, right?
Well, and I remember we've talked about this before too, is that when we've been at your home for iftar dinners, Janet has mentioned this a couple of times, at, obviously not a place where alcohol is being served, but at the end of the gathering, there's a richness and a sort of, I don't know if I can use the word intoxicating sense of the joy around a table and the companionship, and also wonderful food, but there's almost
Absolutely,
like
it's
wine has been served.
intoxication.
Yeah,
It's intoxication. But in the Rumi Sufi sense,
right.
Rumi talks about I'm drunk with love, I'm drunk with a sense of
Yeah,
friendship. We
yeah.
definitely feel it. Sean, I know you felt it around
Mhm,
that iftar
mhm,
table.
mhm.
I don't think it's just that we haven't eaten for a very long time.
And this
Although
year,
that hunger of the stomach
It does
helps.
help. It does
Mm.
contribute.
maybe this year around Ramadan, maybe Sean's gonna come and around New Jersey, and we will be able to get together again. Why not? I will be
Maybe.
there. I will be so happy.
So, another thing about this art of food, I mean, it's really such a long, I mean, it's our human story. We come together around the table, and I know, Sean, your family actually has a history of in the art of hospitality, and I know, and I wondered if you could tell us about that.
Sure. Yeah. I think I shared a little bit of this last year too, but when I was in college, my family had a bed and breakfast inn, and we would welcome folks to come to the farm where I grew up. We had a couple of small guest houses, which were where my grandmothers had lived when I was younger, growing up. And so we created those as bed and breakfasts, and um, there was something, as I mentioned earlier, there was something fun about having guests come who, brought stories and travels with them that they shared, and they were there to discover for themselves the place that we lived in, an island north of Seattle. There were, I will admit, a few occasions when we had guests who were not particularly uh, good guests. I mean, they left the place a mess or something like that. But and that happens. That's simply part of hospitality. That not all guests are going to be in that sense of always being the best guests. But we always had a wonderful time welcoming people. And then later on, for me, that turned into um, actually managing a retreat center for a while. But I would also say, just in my work as a parish priest over the last 25 years, there's an aspect of congregational life which is about hospitality. When a new person comes to the door of the church to visit for a Sunday service or for some other occasion, that's an occasion for us as a community, a Christian community, to be hospitable to someone. And I'm reminded of that part of the rule of Saint Benedict, which is,
welcome the stranger. Is it welcome the stranger?
well, I think the wording is actually that all guests who present themselves at the monastery door are to be welcomed as Christ himself. So the idea is that any visitor who comes could potentially be Christ himself in a way. And some of this goes back into the stories from the Old Testament, particularly of Abraham and Sarah,
Story of Abraham
where
and Sarah, sure.
they didn't realize they were entertaining angels who had come to visit them, and yet they quickly made food and provided a gracious place for hospitality. It's interesting to me that within the Christian tradition, there's a wonderful icon of the Holy Trinity, which I'm sure is familiar to those who are listening today. It shows three figures, three people sitting around a table. And for many of us, it's a Russian Orthodox icon that was written many years ago. And it's an icon of the Trinity, and it's fairly obvious. You've got three figures in the Trinity. What many people don't know about that icon, however, is that if you look in the background of the icon, there's an oak tree, and that is the oak of Mamre, the oak tree where Abraham and Sarah were. And so that icon is in fact an Old Testament story, and yet it often gets interpreted as Trinitarian, which I think is an appropriate interpretation from my perspective. But it's hospitality, and one of the lovely things with that icon in particular is that as you look at it, the three figures are sitting at three sides of the table, but you as the person looking at the picture are invited into that fourth side of the table. And that's hospitality right there. It becomes, evident as you look at it. And it's just such a core value for all of our traditions, particularly those of us in the Abrahamic traditions, those of us who trace our ancestry back to that patriarch of our faith, Christian, Jewish, Muslim, all of us. So
Yeah.
it's just a lovely image. But I do go back to that often in my own work, and I'm aware, for example, in my experience as a parish priest, I often try to keep myself aware that for anybody to come through the door of a church, that's a big step for many people. For some, it's not. It may feel very comfortable, but to walk through the door of an unfamiliar place is a little daunting at times. I know from my own experience visiting other religious communities or houses of worship, first of all, which door do I go through? Do I have the right door? Is it unlocked? All of those things. But once you're in the door, am I in the right place? Is it okay for me to be in this spot? And what Dilek and I would underscore is that when someone comes through that door, our job as people of hospitality is to say, please be welcome, be comfortable, be at ease in this place, which is what I think that is the essence of hospitality. It's food and it's all those wonderful things, but it's also just acknowledging that when someone comes through the door, our job is to welcome them. And I think that's what you would say that too, Dilek, I would think, from your own experience of hospitality.
It helps people to understand this dynamic. I mean, it's such a beautiful story, the idea that we could be welcoming an angel, right? An angel unawares through our door at our table. And so I think we've all had that experience metaphorically in some way in our lives, either, I like your cup, Sean, either through hospitality.
I always make sure to have it when we have interweave meetings.
You're so good. From the point of view that someone comes to our table, or we have an encounter with someone that is holy. We have an encounter that's unexpected, and it can be over a dinner, over a cup of tea, but also not just from we open our doors, but also from the receiving end, where someone has made us feel so special. We feel that at Dilek's table after iftar, that she puts out the food in such a way, she opens her home in such a way, her children come and sing, the lights on her tree, everything tells you, we're so glad you're here, you matter. And I think we're living in a world where people feel often discounted or not seen or not cared about. So that's a pretty big gift, whether you're on the receiving end or the giving end, because when the encounter happens, it's really incredible.
Thank you so much. I'm so pleased when I have a friend like you, and it is very special moments for us as well. We always talking about. But before that, it's the Sean's talking reminds me two things. I would like to comment two things. The first one is Abrahamic tradition, how the hospitality becomes our faith and so on. It is the same. The Islamic tradition is the same. And Sean's experience with the bed and breakfast, this is the modern time of the history is the convent. In our tradition, we say dergah. The dergah, it is the who is on the door. No one asks to him or her, who are you? Where is coming from? No, they come into the convent because they are on the way. Even the time is the medieval times, and then there is nothing's right on the road. Just you walk, or you with the horse, or with the small wheels. So when you enter it, no people asking who are you. They just serve food. So, and then they become more relaxing, and then they will talk about who are you, and after that, this is very important. This is very common things. So it's remind me another things. It's remind me you mentioned about in the door on the church when they step, and then this is very important step, right? I have a very unique memory of me. I think Peace Islands Institute, before the Interfaith Dialogue Center 2004 I established, and then right now is the name is Peace Islands Institute. I think 2006 or 2008 around, and we had a program with Salesian College, the Catholic faith base, and we have one day learning each other from Virgin Mary. So the cultures, the Interfaith Dialogue Center, they organized together. And then we will talk about in our tradition, what is how important the Mary is, Virgin Mary, and then their tradition. But at the time, I never stepped into one church, and I was a little late because I prepared some food. Okay, so I took my food. I think it was the pastry something. And I was a little late. I didn't know which door I have to use, and the program maybe start. I was full of anxiety. And then I found this is the new place for me. Even you are a Muslim woman in the church. And then I came to the church. It is first experience. I never forget for this woman. And then I opened the door, and the program already started. And then I just looking around what I'm going to do, what I'm going to sit, what I'm going to do, what I'm going to first step. One lady come to me to just she was the behind this is the last line. What we say when we sit this is in the church,
the pews, the
pews.
Yeah.
She looked at me, and then she just looks like, come on, sit with me. Mm-hmm. That's enough for me to relaxing, and then I smiled. And then whole day we had a chance to talk with the lady, and I gave my life lesson from her, how she precious. This is another topic, but just I'm gonna say one thing. So why she is very precious. When I see her heart in the full faith, oh my God, it is all my things. How become a faithful person. Even she had many unique and then sad story in her life, because we were talking about if we have something is better in our life, how we take care of self after that, because this lady lost her son and her husband, the accident in front of their houses in the lake.
Wow.
One day she lost, just because they living in the South Jersey and then lake area. They have a house near the lake, and then the woman, they fishing together, husband and son. And somehow the son dropped the water, and then he tried to save him, and then both died.
Oh my
So
God.
yeah, this is whole day. My experience is the first time in the church how I met faithful person in another religion, in another faith. And she gave me many idea about faith to sharing the other Abrahamic religions. We share that. And this hospitality, come and sit with me. This is it. So your story reminds me that my very unique story, Sean. It's very interesting, very interesting. It's the same, right? It is when someone, just one person is enough. Sometimes in big crowded, just one person can accommodate you, right?
Exactly. Well, and there's in a way there's small things, right? Just a sort of a waving over, and here's a seat that you can sit in. Not a big gesture. It's not a big effort, but it makes a huge impact. I mean, how many years ago that was, but you still remember in great detail that experience of receiving hospitality from someone.
Unbelievable.
And that you know, we're
Because
talking about wellness today, all through the day. You were in
yeah,
a sense made whole in that experience. I think that's my understanding of wellness, is that it's about wholeness as well. And so here you were feeling anxious and not sure if you were in the right place, and could this be the, you know, and have I barged into something and I'm a little bit late and all of that. And then there you are. Please come sit. It's not a big deal. And, you know, and then became what sounds to be a very fruitful day of conversation and learning, and you know, being inspired by the faith of someone else who, even though holding different beliefs, is still a person of deep faith and can be inspiring to you as well. I think that's a wonderful story. Thank you for
It
sharing
is an
it.
incredible story. You know, in the Christian tradition, we have Eucharist, which is a holy encounter, and that involves the idea of bread. Christ is the living bread that feeds us. But it's not surprising that that symbol is such a human symbol. And yes, I am really wanting to talk about the symbolism of bread. There's something about the making of bread, the sharing of bread. For us as Christians, the breaking of bread and sharing. I mean, but that was Dilek. What a beautiful story. A holy encounter, a communion of sorts, a holy communion, a welcoming of, you know, that was angel, that encounter that you're talking about. That was an Abrahamic
remind me.
encounter.
She was
And
an angel.
I know
was angel.
Sean is a really wonderful and talented bread maker. Yes, I'm trying to make you tell us about bread making, because why is that so meaningful, Sean, that the symbol of bread and of bread making?
Oh, yeah, I could talk about bread all day long.
I know, but
I was
you
talking
have at
to
least 10 minutes to talk.
well, I was telling somebody recently, we were talking about gluten-free and things like that, and I don't know what I would do if I had to eat a gluten-free diet, because I
Oh
love
my
bread so
goodness.
much. And I was telling somebody, I said that you know, historians tell us that we humans have been making bread for something like 10,000 years. I mean, it predates all kinds of other things that you and I would consider basically human things. But for 10,000 years, and that's kept us alive. I think that's, you know, that's part of it, is that it's this wonderful food that keeps us alive. But there is something mysterious, to me at least, about about the idea of something that is dead. It's the seeds from wheat or whatever grain you might be using. I often will use oats in the baking that I do. It's dead, and then you add some yeast and it's alive, and then you bake it and it's dead again, but then you eat it and then you're alive. I mean, I think there's a sort of death and resurrection aspect of it that's, to me at least, very, very deeply rooted in the Christian tradition, but I know for others as well. But there is something kind of mysterious about it, and I think that's part of the fun of it. I remember as a child, you know,
what about the smells of the bread?
oh yes, of course.
Oh,
What is remind you?
Yeah, just it's home, right? It's the place that you know, of
Oh.
comfort and sustenance of food, and so yeah. And I remember as a child first times that I baked bread, that wonderful mystery of watching the yeast begin to sort of bubble up, and as you say, the smell of it, that sort of rich aroma that comes from it. And I was hooked right away as a kid. I remember I probably started baking bread when I was, I don't know, 10 or 11, as soon as my parents would let me, turn on the oven by myself and have control of the kitchen for a little while. But it has been for me. And in fact, I was just baking bread recently, a couple days ago, and as I was kneading it, and I had the texture and the dough and all of that and the smell, it was just like, oh, okay, this is why I love this, because I hadn't done that in a while. So it was really wonderful. And then the delight of it too is when you bake bread, and and I'm at the moment living by myself for this work that I'm doing in this place. If I make 24 rolls, I'm not going to eat all of them. So by definition, I need to find some other people to share them with. And that's in fact what I did. I took them to a church dinner that was happening that night, and people got to enjoy them. And there's just something delightful about, when you make something from the heart and then see other people enjoy it. That's a great experience. And it doesn't have to be fancy. It can be very simple food. Just that you're providing it to share with someone. For me, I will say, just we were going to talk. We need to squeeze in a recipe or two.
That's what I was
at
just
least
going to
today,
say. You're not getting
right?
out of here without telling me about what a favorite
Right.
holiday recipe that you do.
So I will share. Well, it's not so much a holiday recipe, but it's a recipe that we had for our bed and breakfast. We were known for blueberry muffins, and so we were, prided ourselves on baking them fresh in the morning. So it wasn't as though they'd been baked the day before and then just warmed up. So I, as a, college kid, was up at 5 o'clock in the morning making fresh blueberry muffins. And as a result, even it's been 30 something years now, I still have that recipe committed to memory. I can still just make them without having to look it up in the book of recipes that we have. So, a really simple recipe. It's, a couple cups of flour, half a cup of sugar, tablespoon of baking powder, a cup of milk, half a stick of butter, and an egg. And
Oh my goodness. Oh my
and
goodness.
all of that. And then I baked them so many times, I know kind of how much to mix them and not to mix them too much. And then the oven's at 425 for about 25 minutes. I can do it in my sleep almost. And again, that wonderful aroma that comes in the midst of things. So, oh, and I forgot the cup of blueberries. That was the other part, of course, blueberry
Can't
muffins.
forget the cup of blueberries for the blueberry
So,
muffins.
that was my recipe I wanted to share this morning. It's one
Oh
that
my goodness.
we
And
make.
what about you, Delect? Do you have a recipe
yeah.
that is a favorite of
You know,
yours?
Yeah, I decided this is very important recipe for us, for Turkish tradition, and I think all my guests like you, they love my this kind of soup. This is lentil soup, right?
Mm.
So, but I want to make sure. I just curious because my friend Tuba, she's always using sometimes asking what you are thinking, asking ChatGPT these days, and then I ask to ChatGPT this morning, what is the favorite Turkish dish for Americans?
And what
The
did it say? What was the response?
very interesting. I got shocked because I'm not so much kebab person. The result from ChatGPT this morning: chicken kebab with yogurt sauce.
Wait a minute. Kebabs? Blueberry muffins, I know, but kebabs and
Chicken
not
kebabs.
swans. Swans are out of this world good.
But I'm not giving that recipe.
Yogurt,
don't worry. But
wait a minute. Yogurt kebab.
I got shocked. I just asked the ChatGPT what is the best Turkish dish for Americans. This is the result, and then I said, please give me more simple recipe. And the result is lentil soup.
Yeah.
One of these days we're going to make good on we're going to have a cooking class for Interweave. And every year we say this. So this is the third year. Maybe 20 we can make a resolution. Is that the right word for the new year? That this will be the year that we'll offer a cooking class, and maybe the two of you. I've got this is recorded, so if you say yes, we're going to have to make it happen, right?
We're on the record.
We're on the record. Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm in. Count me in. Yeah.
All right, because we can do it.
But Dilek, tell us about lentil soup. What is that? How is that significant in Turkish culture?
Firstly, it is very interesting. Every woman, every Turkish woman make her own recipe. It is not a recipe. I'm so sorry. This similar recipe, almost same, but somehow everyone's lentil soups turns out is different way. I don't know how. It is there is no any recipe like that, very similar, but turns out differently. I think it is the way of how she is doing. But general recipe is very easy. You know, these days we are using so much instant pot, right? We use all the time at house. But in a back day, there was no instant pot. You can take a big pot. What you're gonna do, you just clean the red lentil, 1 cup red lentil. You have to rinse and clean very well first, and put to the pot, and you can chop 1 potato and 1 carrot chopped, and 1 onion. All of them can be a medium. Okay, for recipe: onion, lentil, red lentil, 1 cup, it is important. Medium potato, medium carrot. Put on the top the cup and put on the water. Some people likes add when they cooked well. After that, some people put some chicken broth or vegetable, whatever you like. If you are vegetarian like you, Sean, you can put vegetable juice, or I'm not doing any time, no vegetable or no chicken soup, chicken broth. I'm just make simple. So you have to make sure that's cooked well done. That's it. Cooked well done, all get together, because like our society becomes together and becomes a new taste. So for instant pot, you can put and then close 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
15 minutes all together. They got together into it, and then that's I think the key point has to be cooked well. So when you open your instant pot, you will see all the get together and mash. So some people I do, but some people like more thick. You don't have to put blender in it, but many people, they do the blender like me. So, and this is without any oil, right? When it's done, you can put stir butter and little olive oil, and then on the pot, small pot, and put on what you have, the paprika, mint, little cumin, and salt. You can you can add salt later or before, and you just stir a little bit with on the top is the stove, the oil with spice, and put your instant pot. The soup is ready. That's it.
Can I just say something, which is, you know, when you talk about your recipes, Sean, your recipe for blueberry muffins sounds kind of familiar. Dilek's recipe for lentil soup sounds kind of familiar. I mean, I do some cooking and baking myself, but something, so these kind of, they don't sound like, but there's something about when you bake, Sean, and something about when Delek makes soup that you have like a secret power or a special ingredient that goes into your food, your soup, your muffins, your bread. That I think we know the secret. And you have you put love into your cooking. That's your secret power, as it were. And I suspect that after COVID, when we were not around tables anymore, I hope that that people are so. I think that we're also grateful when we have the privilege of being around the table with hospitality givers like the two of you, or someone who can bake like you, Sean, or make soup like you do, Dilek, which is not your ordinary average soup there, and not your ordinary average muffins. We are transported by what is it? It's the nectar of the gods, right? It's the food of love. So I just I think you love to cook, right, Sean? I mean, I think you do too, Dilek. I think when you're not, it's not just a task. You put your whole self into your food.
You know, it is
Yeah.
because it is the food is, you can eat everything to fulfill your stomach, right? You can eat very fast because the fast food is coming from that, right? So, but it is the modern time, the fast to be something to fast, it is killing our sense, I believe so. So because of that, the Sean making bread to making bread is not easy. I did not do it because it is not easy process, taking time. You don't, if you hurry to make the bread, because many friends, I know how they make, I know very well, and then I don't trust myself, and you have to be patient. So we have to be patient to the people, to understand each other, you have to be patient to establish your friendship, taking time. You cannot just suddenly, and then the kids saying that you are my best friend, and other day I hate you. No, to be patient ourselves. So it is the good relationship among your family members. So in our house, the dinner is very important every night. The dinner table has to be come together, dad and my 3 daughters. If somebody is gonna come too late, some program, the dinner table has to be done before. Very simple, just one thing, one soup, one salad, and one dish. That's it. Or one spaghetti. If I'm not home, they love the making something different kind of tradition. They love it because they know mom is not home. Yeah, mom is not home, and then they do something is sometimes nasty, sometimes not, but sometimes what is that?
As long as they clean up afterward, that's the rule, right?
Yeah, sometimes we have issue. Yeah, sometimes we have issue, but generally my husband doing his good job. Yeah.
Oh, good.
So
Good.
so
Dilek,
has to be put together.
You're pointing out, I think, in another way that coming together around the table as a family in the modern day can be a spiritual practice that holds the family together. And so that is beautiful. Eating mindfully, cooking mindfully, serving mindfully, being together, gathering in a certain way. It's all wellness. Hospitality is a spiritual practice.
Wellness.
Absolutely. Sean, I want to give, you were going to say something, and we never want to lose an opportunity to hear Cardi wisdom, especially
geez.
about hospitality.
No, if I had a thought, it has flown
Oh,
away.
no,
So
no.
some other time. But yeah.
Because when we're around, I have had the privilege of eating Cardi cooking, Cardi soup. He's also a very good soup lady. Cardi muffins, Cardi bread. Um, and like Dilek, I think as again, this is what you have in common. You bring such love into that. And I want to thank you both for being here today, reminding people that hospitality can be a way to wellness. And I think you may see Sean again throughout the day, and you may see Dilek later in the day. They are our wonderful part of our wonderful Interweave trustee board of trustees, and I want to thank them for really helping Interweave to serve spiritual food to our members all through the year, through your love, through your volunteer time and giving of yourselves in so many ways. And with that, we're gonna so thank you both, and we'll see you later in the day in other ways. And we are going to take a break before our next hour, which is coming, and with a message from two of our Interweave Board of Trustees. Thanks for coming, Elaine.
Good to be with you.
Thanks for coming, Dilek and Sean.
Thank
And
you.
now we're going
Thank
to
you.
hear
Thank you.
from Elaine and Joe.
Well, welcome. Thank you, Janet. Welcome, Elaine. Nice to see you.
You too, Joe.
So that certainly had me thinking about all kinds of food items that have been important to my family and my experiences. My son was just here. I see him rarely. He lives, in New York, and we're trying to plan meals, and he said, I want you to make me a pizza, which is just like it's a thing that's my sister taught me, how, starting with flour and yeast and everything and making the pizza. And I'm like, it's a pleasure making it, and it's a pleasure knowing that it's appreciated.
So listening to Dilek and Sean, I was just so touched about so many things that they said. I could almost taste the lentil soup. I've made lentil soup, but I'm sure mine is not as good as Dilek's. Yeah. And that ingredient of love just came across so clearly in both of them as they described their cooking. And there's so much food for thought in the experiences, the experiences.
Interesting choice of words.
Yeah, I was determined not to think about, food as a major subject with this talk, but it came across anyway. I could smell the bread. I could feel the texture pulling apart the bread. But some of the other stories about Dilek walking into the church for the first time and that gesture of welcome, it just so touched my heart. And the fact that experience has stayed with her for so many years. And this is all part of what you get from Interweave, this type of sharing that we can relate to, and gives us an opportunity to identify spiritual moments in our life and growth that we experience through the sharing. It just touched me on so many different levels. And I benefited from attending the Turkish Thanksgiving, which is just an incredible opportunity to know different people and experience generosity. And I too tasted her cooking too. She's phenomenal.
Yeah, I have, since those events have happened, I've lived out of state. But before that, when I lived in New Jersey, Delec's organization, the Peace Islands Institute, every year at a local church in my town in Chatham, New Jersey, would host a dinner, an interfaith dinner, to which Christian and Jewish congregations in the area were brought, and the Turkish Peace Islands Institute made all the food, and it was a wonderful evening of getting together and of sharing. And her story about that and its formation after 9/11 was insightful for me. I did not know of its origin. So yeah, I thought Janet was, will put it well, that Interweave provides spiritual food, in the sense that they were talking about in terms of all of the things that food does to bring people together, to allow us to show love and to experience the receiving of it, to be welcomed. Yeah, I think that's part of our brand, is welcome.
And it's been participation in some of the programs from Interweave, such as Daughters of Abraham, has been such a wonderful opportunity for me to get to know some Muslim sisters who I wouldn't have normally met in my day-to-day life, and experience our commonalities, and just to learn more about each other's culture has been a fantastic opportunity. And there's so many other programs where you can get to know people who you would not have normally perhaps not met in your day-to-day life, and experience that commonality.
Yep. And on that, for people who are listening, I first of all encourage you to go to our website, interweave.org, in order to see what programs are available, and see what might be of interest to you. But also you can and I think there's a facility in the chat, I'm not sure. Yes, you can support us at a link that is in the chat. And I hope you will, we are a lean organization, but it requires funding to keep us going, and I hope that you find or will find value in these programs and want to support it, and that's our purpose today is to this is our major fall fundraiser that helps keep us going. There is a QR code on the screen where you can link to be directed to giving. And again, at any time, you can go to interweave.org as well. That's a very interesting heart-shaped.
Very vital.
Yeah. Just so everyone out there knows, it is our hope today that it is our expectation today that we will raise $15,000 from the people listening, and I hope people will be moved to help us reach that goal, so that we can continue the work we do and the ways in which we do bring spiritual food to our community, not only in northern New Jersey, but from afar, as we're able to for many of our programs log in from from any place we happen to be in the world.
And that's a terrific thing. I didn't meet you, Joe, until we were able to meet on Zoom. And there are so many people I've come to know from all different parts of the country, and it's a wonderful way to be in touch. There's so many programs like The Hearth, a monthly program that is nurturing. There's just so much I could say about Interweave that I'm enthused about, and I'd love to share. But please check out the website and do give to help us meet our goal.
That was such a wonderful conversation about the value of Interweave. Thank you both. Joe, did you tell them about the bag?
I didn't. We have a wonderful interweave shopping bag that Janet has just displayed. That anyone who donates $100 in the course of today's or more, of course, at least $100 or more, will be sent one of these wonderful interweave shopping bags that you could use to go buy food.
Yeah, and food. And there you see our catch. We really felt that this was a wonderful message. Weave love into everything you do. It's really what we're talking about all day, and it doesn't only bring love. It is insulated so that you can keep your food cold and from the supermarket. And my favorite bags, as we save the environment, are always the insulated ones. So thank you both for surrounding us with love today and bringing that wonderful message to our Interweave listeners. Lane and Joe will be back. Thank you.
Right. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. And now our next guest has arrived for the next hour. And our guest is the wonderful, wise, and charismatic Carrie Kabush. Carrie, how are you this morning?
I'm doing well, and I'm excited about the grocery bags because I just lost my insulated grocery bag. So even more incentive.
It's a tote. It's a grocery bag. It's whatever you want to put it in it. But it was just our way of saying thank you to those who are helping to support Interweave today. I'm going to. And Carrie is here this morning. Carrie, you are Carrie's part of our Member Mondays team, and every second Monday you can tune in and hear Carrie share how Century Prayer can bring us wellness, really. And I think just the last month, you did a wonderful hour on the breath and how our breath and breathing fully and really using the breath as a spiritual exercise. Everyone, including Elaine, who was just here, said, Carrie has to share that. That's so wonderful. And we've all been using the practices you shared with us. So we wondered and hoped that you would come this morning, and I know you're here, and share with us a little bit about how we can find wellness through the breath. And people are so full of anxiety. This is often I'll say, others will say, this is an age of anxiety, and so ways to get centered are so important. So, Carrie, how are you this morning? And is this something you use in your own spiritual journey?
That's a great question. I'm doing okay. I'm not a morning person, so I'm still adjusting a little bit.
Me neither.
So when we do some deep breathing towards the end, it might make me more sleepy. We'll see. But it's meant to relax, so it's not a bad thing. But yes, please drink your coffee. Breath work is something I try to use. I tend to forget it's there, which is a silly thing to say, but it's true. And so I try to remind myself about it as much as possible, because you carry it with you everywhere you go. We all have breath. There are no barriers to using it. And it really is one of the most accessible ways to change your mood, to change the rate of stress in your body. And so it's something that I try to use any moment I feel like I need a break. I don't have to leave the room to take a break. I can take a deep breath. I can focus my attention on my breath, and it can make all the difference. But I'm very much a do as I say, not as I do sort of person. I'm a person too. I have a hard time adapting some of these practices. And so I was so glad to bring it to Member Mondays, I think in November. and to have it resonate. And it reminded me how important it is too. So I've been using it more this month than usual, and I'm hoping I can continue that practice. But it's a journey. We all get distracted, things change, but breath work we can take with us anywhere we go. And that's my hope to remind us of this morning.
Well, before we go to that particular practice, Carrie is one of our board of trustee members. She's also part of our program team and our Member Monday team. Let me see if I've got your title straight at Calvary. Are you assistant
Associate now.
Associate
rector. Yeah.
Associate rector at Calvary Church in Summit. And we're just so blessed to have you as part of in the Interweave community. Carrie, I will, is also a social worker. Yes. And she's a social worker. She's a priest. She's I don't want to say you're a triple threat because that doesn't sound very.
No, it doesn't sound good.
It doesn't sound good, but it is good actually. What I love is that you bring this holistic approach to your ministry. I think that, and that so is what we want to do at Interweave. We're here at this telethon trying to raise awareness about what we do at Interweave and raise money for Interweave. But wellness is really important, and we've selected it as part of our theme for the year, really, because we know that you're going to hear me talking about this throughout the day, that the Surgeon General has said we need to pay attention to our wellness. We're in the middle of a mental health crisis in this country. We have a very good therapist coming later in the day who's going to speak more about that. I don't know if you know her. Dr. Kabush will be joining us in a couple of hours.
She happens to be my mom. I credit her.
Oh, I thought it was just a coincidence.
Wellness. No, it's a family affair.
It's a family affair. So I just wondered if you could just say a little bit about why sensory practices are really helpful to our wellness. And then we'll talk about going into the breath.
Yeah. And I want to start with a tangent for a moment that hopefully will make sense. As you were talking about wellness and the theme of the day, it reminded me that wellness has become a trendy term that's used, to buy certain drinks or exercise programs or whatever it might be. And it really at the core is about being well in who we are. It doesn't need to be buying external things. I think, Interweave offers so many tools that get to the core of what wellness is, which is looking within yourself and connecting to your community. And so even though kind of on the outside in social media, wellness has this buy this thing and it'll fix your life. Interweave's idea of wellness is the true idea of wellness, which is that we all carry that potential within ourselves. And it's about reconnecting to it by reconnecting to each other and to ourselves. And so sensory prayer, it's a term I use. I don't know that it's coined by anyone in particular, but it's about using your senses, your 5 senses. So sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, to bring yourself into the moment. So often when we are feeling anxious or depressed, and I don't use those terms lightly, we are fixated in a moment that is not the present. We are thinking about the past and ruminating on it, or we are worrying about the future and what is to come. But the reason we feel stuck in those 2 time zones is because we can't change anything about those time zones. The only moment we can change is the one that we're in. That's the only moment we have control over. And so these grounding practices, using the senses to remember where we are and to sense where God or your sense of the divine might be in that moment helps us reduce anxiety, reduce feelings of depression, and be able to make changes in the moment that we're in. And so that's why I think it's so powerful. So sensory prayer is really a melding of psychology and faith, which I think complement each other so well. They're both about how do we connect to ourselves and to something larger than ourselves in a way that gives us back a sense of control and a sense of peace. That's not easy to do, but the senses help us remember when and where we are.
It's extraordinary to think of one moment as being such a rich portal that you think, well, it's just a moment. But the way you talk about it, it's so much more. It really can, to think of it as this is all we have is now, is that's amazing.
Which is, it's funny when you say it that way, this is all we have is now. That can sound limiting or it can sound empowering, depending on how you look at it. And I think you and I have talked about this. So if I'm jumping ahead, my apologies, but it's just fresh in my mind. When I was working in mental health full-time as a therapist, it was during the very early days of COVID. And so stress was high for everybody. And one of my positions in particular, it was, you went from a client to a group, to a client to a group. It was very back to back. And we talked about the mental toll that would take. And we talked about something called doorknob mindfulness, where sometimes all you had was that moment between one client and the next where you opened the doorknob to release somebody and let somebody else in. And so many of us would put something on our doorknob, like a little bracelet or rubber band or a sticker, to remind ourselves to return to the moment, to let go of what had just happened so we could receive what was going to happen. And again, easier said than done, but so powerful and important, and still something I tried to practice, because transitions like that are hard, whether it's between clients or moving from work to home or from the car to meeting somebody. And so to have those little pockets where you can release what just happened so you can receive what will come can be so powerful and so important for us. And so I strive to remember that idea of doorknob mindfulness to bring myself back to this present moment.
I love the doorknob. I mean, like literally you're taking we're using doorway and portals throughout the day, and you're putting it, here's what sensory does, right? It puts it right. It makes it real. It's not in our heads. It's not an ethereal thing.
Yeah.
And that's what these sensory practices do. They bring it into our bodies and help us to a kind of embodied spirituality. And so much of Interweave is about body, mind, and soul work, holistic work that I say practices for life, for daily living, that you want spirituality not to be something that's out here, but it's in here, it's right here. That's why it was so wonderful that we began talking about food and hospitality. We literally welcome wellness. I started to think how welcome wellness could almost be a chant, a meditative. I welcome wellness. I welcome wellness. So thank you for that. I'm reminding me of that doorknob meditation. I'm going to be using it all day today for all 11 hours, thanks to you. So thank you for that.
My pleasure.
That was fabulous. So Carrie, has breath as a particular practice, has that always been, how did you start with breath work yourself?
It's a good question. I think it's a funny story that's not about breath work, and yet it is. In middle school, high school or so, my family's a musical family, and so I always played the flute or guitar, was in a choir. of some sort. And I decided, and I can't remember what age it was, but it was early teen years, that I wanted to improve my singing. I felt shy and uncomfortable, and not that I needed to get up on stage as a soloist, but I wanted to do the best I could with my instrument. And so my aunt, who is formally trained in singing and music, came over to my house a few times, and we did some music lessons, voice lessons together, which was a comedy of errors. Being taught by a family member is interesting.
I can imagine.
Well, so I remember in particular, there was one time she was having me sight read something, and she was playing on the piano, and she accidentally changed the key all of a sudden. And she's like, just keep going. I was like, but I don't know the song. So that was those were our voice lessons. But the breath piece was, she was like, you're not breathing deep enough. And I had thought for sure I was. I took flute. You need a lot of careful breath work to play the flute. You're breathing across a very thin opening, and you have to angle the breath correctly. But I wasn't breathing enough through my diaphragm. And my aunt realized it was because I was that self-conscious age. So I was holding my body in all the time to look thin, to look a certain way. And she's like, you have to let go of how you look when you breathe. You just have to breathe. And so she would have me lay on the floor and put a pillow or my hand on my stomach to make sure it rose and fell with my breath. And I remember at the time it felt very uncomfortable because I was used to trying to hold my stomach in as much as possible. But you can't breathe that way if you're denying the shape and the use of your body. And that was kind of my first introduction to, it was like the first deep breath I had taken that I was conscious of.
Wow.
And how it felt. And it was for singing. But it was like, it was a realization of, in order to really be in my body, I couldn't pretend it was something it wasn't. It had to be just my body as it was. And since then, I've looked at breath work in school for therapeutic purposes. I've sat in prayer circles and meditation circles and yoga classes where you practice deep breath work. But it all started with singing, oddly enough, which is kind of the beauty of the interweave space. I think of there's so many ways, so many avenues to undergo similar journeys and to be able to share with each other. And so that's where it really started for me, at least. And it's really grown and evolved since then.
It's interesting to think of that moment of you being conscious of the breath, right? So it's, we're breathing since that first moment that we arrive on the planet, but conscious breath, that's.
Well, and I think that's the importance and the power of it. We always have our breath with us and we forget it's there. And I think there's something so deeply spiritual about that. So many religious traditions, all three of the Abrahamic faiths, talk about life begins when God breathes, when God instills breath in human beings, when God speaks, which involves breath. So life comes from breath. And our connection to God, I think, comes from breath, this idea of the spirit and holy life coming from breath. And so there's something deeply spiritual that we forget to breathe. If you've ever been in a workout class, your instructor will tell you, breathe, don't hold your breath. We forget to breathe. We forget God is with us. And yet those two things are so tied together. And so I really do think focusing on the breath is a spiritual practice. It helps us focus on how we are made, who we are, and whose we are, whether we're consciously tying that to the divine or not. There's something deeply spiritual about taking that deep breath and returning to the breath, because it never, when I do breath meditations, I'll say, I'm not going to tell you to stop breathing. I'm going to ask you to turn your attention back to us, because you're not going to stop breathing. Unlike in yoga, you will stop the pose, right?
So what would you, so where do we want to go from here? Do we want to talk about some?
I wonder, should we talk a little bit just about the science behind it too, and why?
That would be, I think, because why, if we, are just breathing all the time, why would why is it important for us to do this mindful breathing? Yeah, I would love you to tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah. So breath is part of who we are. It's how we get oxygen to our body. It's how we get moving. But whenever I study the body or the mind, I'm continually amazed at how wonderfully we are created, and that the science is a gift from God. And so breath is tied to how we experience the world. So we have two nervous systems that can start with the breath or they're at least very closely tied to the breath. So you have the sympathetic nervous system, which is activated when you breathe in. And that is the nervous system that helps us respond to stress. So fight, flight, or freeze. It increases our heart rate so that blood can flow to our muscles and our limbs so we can run or climb or escape whatever the danger is. It pauses the digestion of our food so we can hold on to energy. It widens our pupils so we can see more things. So the sympathetic nervous system, when you breathe in, it responds to stress, and it prepares us for a fight of some sort. This is why oftentimes anxiety is tied to hyperventilating, where you're breathing in too much, more than you can possibly breathe out. It's not a malfunction, but it's a kind of extreme response. Especially nowadays, our stressors are not lions and tigers and bears most of the time. It might be an email or an anticipated phone call or a deadline. And without the physical exertion of being able to run or climb, our body still feels that stress and responds as if it was something physical that we could run or escape or fight from. And so oftentimes when we are breathing in more than we are breathing out, it activates or is a symbol that the sympathetic nervous system has been activated. The parasympathetic nervous system uses a lot of the same pathways, but it's activated when we breathe out. And so when we are relaxed, usually our breath out is going to be longer than our breath in. And what it does is it helps to slow our heart rate. It helps us to get sleepy. It helps us to digest food. It helps our eyesight focus back in. It really is the symbol of being able to relax and feeling like you are safe. It's the body's way of saying, I can be here, I can rest, and it is safe. And so when we do breath work, we're using these beautifully crafted systems that are already in our body to signal to ourselves that you are safe, that you can be at peace here, that you can be in control here. And so just something as simple as the breath. Now, if you're really truly in the midst of a panic attack, or if you're triggered by something, you might need more than just the breath. And there are tips and tricks for that. But most of the time, day to day, refocusing your breath can really switch from that sympathetic, kind of anxious nervous system to the parasympathetic, the relaxed nervous system, which is pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. And it's interesting to think of, that breath that is the panic breath in contrast to the deep breathing. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think too, part of, I'm cycling back to what that music lesson with my aunt, but when we keep our breath in our chest because we're trying to hold our body a certain way, it almost activates the breathing, because you can't breathe deeply enough. And so there are all sorts of ways that we intentionally or unintentionally stop ourselves from the deep breathing that can help us relax and be in the present. So, I always, I don't do it if I feel like I'm in a public space, but any time of day, you can put a hand on your chest and a hand on your stomach and just see what moves when you breathe. And you can focus it if you realize it's only your chest. And it's an important piece because your abdomen will extend to receive the breath and the air, because your diaphragm is pushing down so your lungs can fill. And that deep breath is so important to getting all the nutrients, being able to relax our bodies. But so often we've trained ourselves to not breathe that way. And so it's just a good reminder of focusing where the breath is coming from. Easier said than done, right?
By the way, I need this morning, right?
Well, you might need more coffee after we talk. We'll see. I might put you to sleep.
That's wonderful. Don't worry, I'll just start. If I go to sleep, I'll just start hyperventilating and I'll wake myself up.
No, I'll just shout. We'll shout, Janet.
Janet. No, that was great. Like I could feel that.
Yeah. And it's a reminder to slow down too, which I think I so often need. We kind of live in this culture that says the busier, the better. And, we don't always have a lot of time to slow ourselves down, but it can make all the difference. And so I'm thinking about, you all were talking about hospitality, and we just had one major holiday and celebration, and there are plenty more to come in December. And as wonderful as those can be, they can also be stressful for all sorts of different reasons. We joke with my mom, holidays are usually at her house, and she'll get kind of flustered. And so she'll say, can you get the thing with the thing and the thing? We say she loses her nouns, and she'll just kind of go, I'll just get it myself. It's like, I would have gotten it for you, but I didn't know what the thing was. So there's the prep stress, right? Is the house clean enough? Do I have enough food? Is the timing right? There's also the stress of sometimes meeting with family who might think or feel or believe differently than you do. And so I want to hold up breath work as an opportunity to take a pause. If someone says something hurtful, to take a pause to decide if you want to respond or not. If you feel like your to-do list is running away with you, to take a pause, to breathe, to remember that the things that need to get done will get done, and the things that don't need to get done can be delegated or let go of, right? That the breath is just this really powerful invitation to be in the moment. And you don't need anything else. You don't need a fidget tool. You don't need a rosary. You don't need a written prayer to remember the words. You just need what you already have, which is your breath and your body and your attention, which is sometimes the hardest one to wrangle.
So the other day, it's the season it is the season, I was talking about it's the age of anxiety when we first opened. Well, it's also, 'tis the season to be anxious, and maybe the season of giving, but it's also there's a lot of hustle bustle that isn't really aligned with the season of giving, and can throw us off of ourselves. So I'm at a checkout, I'm making return that Black Friday, whatever it is, the day after Thanksgiving, when I did not have a very good experience, and I felt my blood pressure going up, and I wanted to have a good exchange with this guy, but to get there, we finally got there. So are those kind of encounters, the person you don't like at the Thanksgiving table or the holiday table, the person who took the purchase that you were going to have and it was the last one. Can my breath help me to come back to a state of calm in those moments?
It can. The two key factors are how much you can focus on your breath. And so some of the breathing practices you and I will talk about involve more than just breath. They involve 2 or 3 things. For me, the take deep breaths is often not enough. And I say that because I'm so easily distracted and I am kind of anxiously wired. So I need to focus on my breath and to focus on something else too. So to pair those things, it strengthens it for me, right? The other piece too, and this is something I would talk about with my clients sometimes when we would do breath work, is the intention of it. So if I take a few deep breaths and then return to yelling at the person, or if I take a few deep breaths while I'm scrubbing the dishes really hard, it doesn't actually give me that break, right? So the question is, what will be different after I take these few deep breaths? After I take these few deep breaths, am I going to choose to let this go? Am I going to choose to confront the person who took the last of whatever it is that I need? So it's the pairing of how deeply can you focus on your breath and deciding within yourself what's going to be different after I take these few deep breaths. Doesn't need to be revolutionary or transformative. But if you go right back to the moment you were in before you took the deep breath, it's kind of like 1 step forward, 2 steps back. And so using that break to make a change rather than just to hit pause for a moment, if that makes sense.
Kind of like changing a channel.
Yeah.
Change the channel.
Yeah.
You know, I have this image of, I'm dating myself now, the LP records, you know, when you would have the record and you'd hit a scratch. Sometimes you'd wait to hope that the little needle would go to the next thing.
Mm-hmm.
Usually the best thing to do would be to lift up the needle and reset it. So this is sort of like, and the thing is, the more you are stuck in that place, the more it begins to aggravate you. So this is a way with the breath of picking it up and resetting. Yes.
I love that. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Wonderful.
Exactly what it is. And sometimes, you know, it's been a long time since I've used an LP record, but sometimes you have to move it 1 or 2 times. Like the first attempt, you need to kind of lift it again. And so with breath work, it's like, try again. If 3 breaths doesn't do it, try 6, you know, you'll learn. It's like any habit building, any practice, you'll learn what works for you. And the more you do it, the faster it'll be of help. And so what I mean by that is, you know, think about a smell that you love. The first time you smelled it, it probably didn't mean a whole lot to you, or maybe it was a gift from somebody and it did, but the more you smell it in that context. So my grandmother's cinnamon toast, you know, I've now experienced it so many times. The smell of cinnamon brings me back to that moment, whereas it wouldn't have necessarily at the beginning. And breath work can be the same. If you have a practice that you find that you use, what took you 15 deep breaths in a couple weeks might take you 10 because your body's used to it. And it's like, oh, this is what we do to relax. And it helps you get there faster.
Can you combine? I love that cinnamon toast thing. See if you have a smell, and can you combine cues, so to speak, with the breath?
Yeah.
So it's like if I have a candle that I light that is scented, or even just imagine that campfire that I so love, or incense. Can those things help us to be fully in the breath as well?
Absolutely. I love I love pairing things. So for a long time, I used to carry essential oils in my purse, like the little roll-ons. And if I needed some deep breaths, I would use one that was called Calm, and I don't remember what it had in it, but it smelled lovely. And I would just rub it on my hands and rub them together and put them right in front of my face and take some deep breaths. And after doing that a few times, I could just rub a little bit under my nose, and it reminded me to take those deep breaths. So absolutely you can, and I'm a big habit building, habit pairing person, because it's so hard to add something new into your routine. I struggle with routine. So if you have a candle that you love, and it's a signal to you to take a few deep breaths. For me, it's my cup of coffee in the morning. I love the smell of it, and I want to drink it so bad, but it has to cool down so I don't burn my mouth. And so I often notice, you know, when I can have my cup of coffee in the morning by myself, it lets me have those few deep breaths before I start my day. So pair it with something that you love, that already makes you want to pause, is a really effective way to kind of hack the breathing even more, to make it more effective for you. Oh, you're muted, Janet. We can't hear you.
I had some sound in the background, so I'm going, that's why I'm muting.
That's
and
okay.
No, I love this this idea of pairing. It's very helpful because if you're really outside of yourself, outside of your body, then that's another way of coming into your body. Sometimes you need extra. I need extra help because I'm so out of my body. I'm having not to come back in. So yeah, that's wonderful.
Well, and I'm thinking to myself too, it's funny, one of the ways to deal with, immense anxiety or panic is something called TIP, which is temperature, intensive exercise, paced breathing, and whenever there's a number, you always forget one. But one of the things is just cold to the face, with your head below your heart and taking deep breaths. And I describe it it sounds torturous to stick your head into a bucket of ice water, but it really resets. So think about if you've ever like dove into a pool or a body of water and you come up and you gasp. Sometimes you're so stressed, you can't quite fix your breath on your own. And so that shock of cold kind of helps reset. I've gone in before interviews and gone to the bathroom and splashed my face with cold water without even knowing. It's the same sort of thing.
I often use water or to put water on my hands just to and then on my face. It's not just to wake up, it's to wake up at that deeper level, right? So wow. So I'm feeling more in my body. Thank you already. And I hope what else would you like to tell us about the breath? Oh, breath guru. Carrie.
Oh gosh, I don't know if I can claim breath guru, but shall we try?
You can this morning. I can this morning.
Shall we try?
As this lives on YouTube.
As long as it is. So maybe we try some practices together.
Great. Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah. So a lot of times people will hear the counting, just what is it, the 5, 7, 8. So you breathe in for 5, you hold for 7, you breathe out for 8. I want to say 2 things about that because I'm going to suggest a different practice. One, which is if you've never done breath work before, or if you are somebody who has experienced trauma, or you tend to lean the more anxious side, breathing out longer than you breathe in can actually almost feel triggering at first. For someone who's not used to feeling safe, to have your body tell you it's safe can feel a little unsettling. And so I actually usually recommend starting by breathing in as long as you breathe out, by inhaling as long as you exhale. And then you can work up to a longer exhale, which is the full parasympathetic nervous system. I know that's counter to what a lot of breathwork people will teach, but I'm a trauma-informed therapist, and I have seen firsthand that diving into breath work, never having done it before for folks who have really experienced trauma, the body feeling safe all of a sudden can be jarring. And so to make it equal, breathing in, breathing out is helpful. And like I said, for me, sometimes the numbers themselves it's not enough. So I usually pair it with something I can feel or something I can see. So I really like box breathing. You can pick a number. We'll pick 4 for this morning. I'll explain it and then we'll do it together a few times. But you usually want to start low and work your way up. And so box breathing is just that you're drawing a box. So you breathe in for 4, you hold for 4, you breathe out for 4, you hold for 4. And so you can kind of draw in the air. I usually like to draw I don't know that I can really
so
show you.
Here's what I'm going to do, Carrie. I'm going to actually make myself a smaller box. I'll start here, and so that you can just demonstrate that again. And so that while you're demonstrating, you're a little, everybody, I just want to say, I usually do feel like Carrie's a little larger than I. She's a huge, energetic spirit, but we're going to actually demonstrate that in the Zoom. Thanks for having a sense of humor this morning.
What's life without a sense of humor?
Go ahead.
There we go.
Go ahead. Thank you.
So you can kind of draw in the air, but I actually like to draw someplace I can feel it. So some people like to use pen and paper and draw. I will often use the palm of my hand or use like my thigh if I'm sitting at a desk at a meeting and I don't want somebody to see what I'm doing. So I will lead us through some deep breaths. And I encourage you, if you're joining us this morning and would like to or are able to try tracing the square with us. And we'll do counts of 4. If you are really experienced in breath work, you can up that up to 5 or 6 or 7. But 4 is a good starting point that is intentional and slows down the breath, but doesn't overextend. So we'll join in together. So take a minute to settle yourself just in a comfortable position. You can be in an uncomfortable position, but why? And you'll breathe in for 4, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Breathe out, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Breathe in, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. We'll do it twice more. Breathe in, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. And I'll let you guide yourself for a moment if you'd like. And so you can continue to do the box breathing as we talk. What I like about it again is if I were just counting, I get focused on the counting. When I am feeling the motion on my body, I see it, I feel it, and I feel the breath. So it just amplifies the experience for me and really helps me to pause.
It kind of brings your attention back. I tell you, attention deficit disorder multiplied towards 100. So anything that helps me to be like, I'm breathing in, I'm holding, I'm breathing out.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's really helpful. I love this. I love the tracing. I'm going to ask a question.
Please.
Because if you just starting this as an exercise, I think people always, maybe people don't always want to know, am I breathing through my mouth or am I breathing through my nose?
I usually recommend doing whatever comes naturally to start again. And then as you go deeper, the recommendation is you breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth, just like they'll tell you for running.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Is that what they tell you for running? I had no idea.
Well, and it's, when I've worked with little kids, like kindergartners, we do visuals. So we say, pretend you're smelling a flower and then pretend you're blowing out a candle.
Also very helpful for the attention deficit disorder people.
Exactly. Well, and
I love that it draws on your little child, right? Because that's what our core self exists in that child place. That is wonderful.
Well, it's like, and you can go with it, right? So what flower are you smelling? What does it smell like? How many candles are you blowing out? You blew out 4 this time. Can you blow out 5 next time? It's whatever. I'm a big advocate. I love using, I love children's sermons. I love therapy exercises for children because we all have an inner child that could use a hug, and we grow up, but not that much. So the visual is helpful sometimes too.
Yeah, because that's usually our best selves are there in our inner child. All right.
Do you want me to show you one more that's also
Do you have
tactile?
another? Absolutely. Okay,
figured
I'm gonna do it again. Let's do that again. I'm gonna get small.
All right.
And Carrie's gonna get big. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Here you go.
All right, we're here. So this one also is tactile and tracing, but I actually like it better than the one we just did because I'm not big into counting. It for whatever reason it deters me sometimes. And so this one, it's either finger breathing or starfish breathing. I don't know why it's starfish, but when I worked with teens, that's what they like. So you pick a hand, and what you do is you're tracing it. So you breathe in as you go up a finger, and you breathe out as you go down a finger. And you breathe in as you go up a finger and breathe out as you go down a finger. And so this one I will show you kind of what it looks like to completion, but I won't guide us through because you dictate how fast or slow it goes. And usually what I find is when I start, I'm going really fast. And by the time I'm done, it's like crawling because my finger doesn't feel long enough to be able to get out the breath that I need to get out. And that's usually a good sign that you're paying attention to what your body needs. Whereas counting kind of, you can change the pace at which you count, but it's harder. And so this really lets you respond. And there's something about the tracing that feels really relaxing. So I invite you to take just a minute. I always recommend starting with like 30 seconds to a minute of tracing your hand. So breathe in as you trace up a finger, breathe out as you trace down a finger. If you switch it and do it the opposite, no harm's done. Whatever works for you, but try it out, see what happens. You'll watch me do it, but I'm going to stay silent for it. So yours can take as long or as short as you want. You can pause between the fingers or at the top of the finger. I like that one a lot. So I always like to offer it.
I love it. So this is like, people today are like, do the 1 minute meditation. This could be a 1 minute meditation, right?
Yeah. And that's the best way to build a habit. I remember I tried to do centering prayer in seminary and I set a 20-minute timer. I was like, oh gosh, I'm never going to be able, like 20 minutes of silence, just focusing on one word. It's too much for me. And I talked to my spiritual director. She was like, why would you start with the end goal? Just like work your way up. Right. And so, the 1 minute meditation, some folks will say it's not long enough, but if it gets you to do it, it's plenty long. So it's better to do something for a short amount of time that allows you to really focus and rest and reset than to set some astronomical goal that feels too big.
Well, thank you so much. That was amazing. And trust me, so we're here in the middle of our 11 hours of meaningful conversations today in Interweave. And Carrie, you have added so much in this second hour, and we thank you for what you did today and for the way you always give yourself as a trustee, as a teacher, as part of our sharing community here at Interweave. Thank you so much, Carrie Kavush.
My honor. Thank you for having me.
All right, and now thank you, Carrie. We're saying thank you and goodbye, waving goodbye to Carrie. And we're going to go now to a message from our trustees. Elaine and Joe are going to be back.
Well, hello, everybody. Are you Elaine?
That took my breath away.
Yeah. Yeah. I participated in the Member Monday when she went over many of those same things. And I find it, I love that you can take it wherever you go, and that no matter where you are, you can take a break without having to leave.
I was there as well. And a lot of those practices have stayed with me. And because it's a sensory practice, and as Carrie described it, you can pair techniques. So you're concentrating on your breathing, but you may be doing something else which reinforces it. I just learned so much. As you say, you can take it with you.
Yep. Yeah. And that there, she gave so many choices, different things to try. If you don't like this one, try this one.
One of my favorite ones that she introduced was breathe in, and on your out breath, think of something you're grateful for. And I don't remember how long we did it for, but my mind was blown with how many things I was grateful for. So much more to learn.
Yeah. Just we're grateful to be to have this organization that provides that kind of programming, and we have a donor who has an anonymous donor who has made a pledge to match up to $1,000 of pledge money that comes in during the next couple of hours, and so I'd encourage people who are watching, who find what Carrie has to say or what anything that you've heard from our earlier speakers or anything that Interweave has done for you, to consider helping to give us financial support to keep us going, and know that your gift will be matched if made in the next couple of hours.
Joe, do you want to remind the folks that are listening how they can do that?
Yeah. Well, first of all, and I think we might have to repeat it because it doesn't. I'm gonna add a link into the chat. I think I can't do that. I can't copy. I unfortunately cannot copy this. Perhaps Chris Whitaker could add the link again, because if you've joined the webinar late, then you don't see the link. We're also you can at any time go to our website interweave.org, where you not only can see all the different programming options that are available for us, in the current semester, but also there's a link there, for making a donation. Either way, it may be that we get a hold on to that copy. I think I can post this. Oh, it only goes to the host and panelists. I'm sure the link will be coming, will be coming again soon. And again, if not, you can always go to interweave.org in order to make a donation, and again to join Interweave as a member, and then you get opportunities to attend different programs without charge or at reduced charges.
And one of the special programs that I really love is Member Monday.
Yeah.
And it includes once monthly with Carrie and sensory prayer, and Janet leads Mystic of the Month. And Joe, how would you describe the lesson that you lead?
It's called Spiritual Morning Joe, but it's a reflection on it's once a month, but it's the reflection on one particular Sunday's gospel reading that those of us in the Christian tradition hear as part of the lectionary that the Roman Catholic, Episcopal, and other churches follow. And you don't have to be Christian in order to appreciate it. It's just that we're using the gospel as a starting point for discussion about, application of certain lessons in our daily lives.
And I find, regardless of which Monday it is, the takeaway is always so amazing. We come in to have a discussion, but somehow the magic happens and we are connected and we touch that spiritual side of ourselves. I don't know how it happens. It's just a wonderful way to start your week on a Monday morning. And I'm so grateful to Interweave for that opportunity to be touched. Yep. Remember, Monday is a particular favorite of mine, but there sure are a lot of others.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I'll note that the link to the website where you can make a donation is now been posted, and our screen now shows the QR code that you can use your phone to scan in order to make a donation. I have to move my.
One of my favorite things that Carrie talked about is breathing like a child. Breathing in like you're smelling a flower and breathing out like you're blowing out a candle. Doesn't that bring you back?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I think we need a little bit of that every day.
Yeah, one of the other Member Monday programs that Janet leads is Spirituality of the Ordinary, which focuses on that sort of thing, little simple practices that can put us in touch with what's out there that can feed our souls. And here is Janet again.
I am right here. I'm trying to find my way back to the world of our wonderful morning. Joe, I have a question.
Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot
about the bag.
I keep on forgetting. We have this wonderful Interweave grocery bag, shopping tote.
It's a tote bag. It's a grocery bag, whatever you'd like it to be.
Yeah, and it's got the Interweave logo and a new slogan. Weave love into everything you do. And that bag will be sent to everyone who makes a gift today of $100 or more.
And it's insulated.
Absolutely.
Yes, it brings love, but also insulation. Our way of saying thank you. That is, and thank you for those beautiful messages about Interweave to both of you. Joe and Elaine are part of our board of trustees, and a more loving board you will not find, I believe, on the face of the earth. So thank you both.
Thank you.
They believe in the work. So you'll get to hear more insights from Joe and Elaine in the next hour. Thank you, Joe and Elaine. And we are now going to welcome Todd, who Todd Stockdale is our next guest. And Todd is going to welcome Todd. I'm so glad to see you. I'm just trying to, where's your light? Where's my lighting person this morning, Todd? Really? Seriously.
Hey, Jen, I love the background there. I think you should be offering those also to people who pledge. That is a wonderful little backdrop you have back there.
Thank you. Courtesy from our Interweave family. It was a gift from one of our partners.
I love that.
And Todd is, speaking of partners, Todd is a wonderful friend of Interweaves and a wonderful partner. Todd is a professor at Seton Hall. He is also a regular with us, longtime Interweave member, and we're very blessed that Todd has been teaching many of our deacon preparation classes. Todd really has a love for the diaconate and has studied it. And he is what I like to call him, my practical theologian. And Todd is going to be authoring a course on ethics, and it's not just for deacons, it's for anybody who is interested in taking it. And boy, Todd, if ever we needed a course on ethical behavior, it seems like a timely course right now. And take a drink, and I'm going to be doing a lot of this during the course of the day to keep going.
It's a marathon for you, isn't
it? Todd, we were talking earlier, we have a traditional conversation about food at our third annual virtual telethon, Zoomathon, webinar, whatever. So you should call it something different. I don't know. I have this association with the Jerry Lewis telethon, and this is kind of my version of it. We're talking for 11 hours about important things. I love talking to you about philosophy and the practical theology and ethics. And I'm really serious about, wow, what an age we are living in. We started talking about the age of anxiety philosophy. I often think, Todd knows, and many of you know, I live with a philosopher. Mm-hmm. So I am well versed by virtue of that and living with a philosopher for many, many decades. I think of philosophy and I think of practical theology too, as this is a conversation about where's the meaning of life? Where does truth reside? This is what the question the philosophers and theologians ask over the ages. Where does truth reside? And it seems, well, in an age where we're talking about, what do they call that? That truth seems to be like a movable feast. Mm-hmm. That we're unsettled, we're undone, we don't have a sense of our core easily right now. We're redoing the map of the world in a narrative sense. So I am excited to ask you, my goodness, can somehow philosophy and theology take us, shed light on how to be in this troubled time we're in?
I mean, I think it can, Janet. I mean, this is history has a way of repeating itself, and oftentimes we find ourselves in very similar situations to where philosophers of the past would have been. You think about what was going on in Athens at this kind of golden age of philosophy with Plato and Socrates and Aristotle, and they were on the heels of the Peloponnesian Wars and the Persian Wars, and so these experiences that kind of go on around us and seem like they threaten us and threaten our health, our well-being. They invite us into these deep questions, and so I think there's lots of reasons why the philosophy of Plato, in particular, but his teacher Socrates, and then of course Aristotle, who carries it on, flourishes during this time. And one of the reasons is kind of there's this enormous amount of cultural exchange that's taking place through the Peloponnesian Wars, and people trying to ask, well, what is, as you said, what is good, and what is just, and questions around those types of topics. So it's I think very timely.
Well, and we're talking about wellness is our theme today. welcome wellness. And
Yeah.
I think of, when I think of the theme of that, I think of philosophy and theology. I do think of Aristotle, who,
Of course you do.
his concept of the good life, for goodness sake. So,
Yes. Yeah. I mean, Aristotle's a great. I'm so glad you brought him up, Janet, because Aristotle is a great end to this conversation, a great way into this conversation. I mean, he kind of is teleological in his philosophy. In other words, he always seems to want to have some sort of end in mind, and he thinks that things are ordered towards an end, towards a telos. And he goes so far, he has actually ultimately kind of a very positive view of humanity and our world. And he says that all things seem to be ordered towards a good, that there's this good to which all things seem to be ordered. And we do things to achieve a good. And so he kind of then looks at like, okay, so well, we do certain things because they are good and that they get us to something beyond that is also good. And so there's a greater good. And then those are the goods that are desired for the sake of some other good. And then he says there probably has to be, because this can't go on infinitely, some sort of self-sufficient good, some sort of good that's kind of just required or not required, sought to be acquired for its own sake. I mean, so just to put it really, really simply, we can look at the food that we eat. You mentioned food, earlier. And we kind of go around labeling some foods as being good foods and some being bad foods. What we mean by that is really their goodness or their badness is relation to some sort of higher good or greater good, which is health, right? So the good foods we eat, they're good because they take us or they lead us towards this higher goodness of health. Likewise, the foods we call bad, I love those foods when I'm eating them, right? There's bad foods that seems to be so good. There seems to be nothing wrong with that. But we call them bad foods because they lead us away from health. They lead us away from that higher good that we're seeking. So he has this order of goods. Here's what's important for
he also is very much talking about habits, which we just had Carrie Kabush talking about the breath.
Yes.
And habits, right? And so good habits and bad habits, right? I mean, all the way back to the big three guys, there it is.
It is, Jane. I was listening in. I got to join you for Carrie's session on the webinar, and I was listening in, and that those practices that she was talking about, and even she was talking about being a flute player, and Aristotle draws upon flute playing as a way to kind of illustrate kind of how we can develop virtue. But yeah, he has this oriented towards some good, and this is really for our conversation today, and for the theme of the webinar. He kind of begins to ask the question: well, what is that self-sufficient good? What is that good that is desired for its own sake, not for the sake of something else? And he said, you look around, and these are easy answers that people can oftentimes give. Maybe it's health and beauty. Maybe it's honor and what we might call recognition or associate that with power as well. Maybe it's wealth. And he says those all seem to be goods, but they all seem to be orientated towards something higher. And he thinks that's happiness. He calls it happiness. And if you can just think about this, I think he's right that these goods are ordered towards happiness, and happiness is a self-sufficient good. Happiness is desired for its own sake. It would be strange. It would be natural to hear someone say, I want to be wealthy so I can be happy. Right? That's a natural thing to hear someone say. We would know what they meant by those words anyway. It's quite something different to hear someone say, I want to be happy so I can be wealthy. That doesn't make sense. That really doesn't, as a sentence put together, we can understand what the words mean, but it doesn't make sense to us because no one in our minds would want to be happy so they can be wealthy. They want to be wealthy so they can be happy. So happiness is this self-sufficient good. It's a weird word, Janet. This is where I think it can connect to our conversation today. It's eudaimonia in Greek. Sometimes in English it's translated as flourishing. Other times it's translated as well-being, wellness. So there is this sense in which I think Aristotle's idea of happiness it is and can be expressed as well-being and wellness, and that is this good, this self-sufficient good that we're all seeking. So you ask this question like, well, how do we get that? how do we arrive?
Right. How do we get that?
How do we get that?
In especially in a world that seems to have so many conflicting goods,
Yes.
conflicting truth.
Yes.
There is not, I love the idea that these three people, Socrates, Plato, and then Aristotle, have this relationship where they are seeking truth, and they are using the Socratic method to learn, to listen. They're in dialogue. This seems something, I don't know, sorely lacking in today's society, where people are more talking at each other or sometimes screaming at each other. And there isn't a lot of learning going on, or what I would call healthy discourse. I mean, I don't know. You and I have talked about this. That I don't know that Socrates necessarily, he's using that as a tool to get to dialogue, but it doesn't feel like we're doing that right now. How can let philosophy and theology, how can we encourage people to see how valuable deep thinking is about things, and not just staying on, I mean, what would Socrates say about those people living on the surface? My God, the disdain he would have today if he were to, I think in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, they bring him back in a time machine, and I don't think he's very happy with what's going on. But
yeah, Janet. I mean, and it's going to cost him his life, right? I mean, he's going to be executed for his search for what is true, for what is good, for what is beautiful. The examine life, as he calls it, right? Socrates loves to go around, and he loves to examine. He loves to examine himself and his ideas and his thoughts. He loves to examine others, particularly, Socrates particularly has it in for those people who think that they are, extremely wise and have a strong grasp on some sort of subject matter or some sort of virtue, and starts to question and say, well, what do you mean by that, and help me understand that. So I think that it's not necessarily something that is it's not destructive. It doesn't have to be destructive, or it doesn't have to be deconstructive, but there is something about kind of starting to question some of our assumptions, some of our responses, and when people start to do that, I think that they begin to see perhaps not only gaps in their own understanding, but also value in what others see and say, right? That they can begin to see, oh, I can see how someone would see it differently than myself, right? So that begins with that examination of oneself.
We used to, the thing is that philosophy and even more so theology, they take a long time to have. I mean, I don't know that people realize that the conversations of these great minds, not just in their time, but over centuries, right? We're still reading Plato's Republic. We're still reading we're still probing into the minds of the great philosophers. But science is leaping ahead. And we have this thing called AI. Things are happening, and I think this is part of the angst of our society, that we really don't understand where they're taking us, and we're not necessarily being reflective about our choices. It's like the cart is going ahead of the horse. If the horse is the part of us, our collective consciousness, that is making conscious decisions, there's a whole lot of stuff that seems to be outstretching that.
Mm-hmm. You're right, Janet. And when you mentioned kind of the influence that ancient Greek philosophy in particular, and you mentioned Plato's Republic, there's a 20th century philosopher, Alfred Whitehead, and he makes this comment, and maybe it's hyperbolic, but it certainly it's good for us to put out there to kind of recognize. He says all of Western philosophy is but a footnote to Plato. And so in other words, what we've been doing in the past 2,500 years in Western philosophy is in some ways picking up on the seeds that were planted by Plato, perhaps responding to, challenging, trying to overcome, trying to develop what was already present in Plato. And so you're exactly right. The thought that we've been doing, and particularly in this context in the West, for the past 2,500 years is really this long process of kind of teasing out all those ideas that Plato was introducing us to. And even a student, Aristotle, who develops Plato in some ways and who tries to nuance and contrast Plato in other ways, is dealing with his teacher. So it's interesting. You mentioned AI, Janet, and I've actually just been thinking about this. I don't have a well-formulated thesis, but we're in some ways uncomfortable with this new technology, right? I mean, I'm very uncomfortable with it. I'm like, what am I dealing with here? This is seeming very much like a human being, but I know it's not. And what it can produce and the way it can interact and engage, it's just kind of really unsettling. Well, the unsettling, that's the unsettling technology of our day. The unsettling technology of Plato's day and Socrates' day was writing. That writing as a technology was being introduced. And this really kind of scared him. I mean, in the dialogues, Socrates is very critical of writing. He thinks writing it's seen in the myths as a gift from the god. He thinks it's a curse. He's very suspicious of writing. Plato is also suspicious of writing. And so what he does is actually when he writes in these dialogues, he actually, rather than, by the time you get to Aristotle's just writing what, we get what he thinks in his argument in some sort of more of a presentation. Plato's still dealing with dialogues. He doesn't actually ever just say what his ideas are. And so when you work with Plato, he puts these dialogical figures into conversation with each other. And it's really sometimes hard to figure out, is Socrates in his dialogue being ironic? Is he being serious? Is he meant to be taken serious? Whose idea is Plato favoring? And I think because Plato was really nervous about writing and what was happening when he was writing his philosophy down, he chose to do that. So there is something too for us, and maybe that's a bit of humility / caution as we engage these new technologies.
Well, I guess I sort of appreciate that Plato, it's almost like feels like a parable, that it's left open for us to decipher the meaning. So it's interesting that there is a thing in society that wants to land.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We don't want to ruminate. We want to land. But philosophy and theology open us up to rumination, to the questions.
Beautifully said. And I'm mindful of Carrie and her presentation on kind of the way breathing, and I really so appreciated that. Helps us to stop the ruminations, helps us to be present in the moment, not to be trying to enter into the past or the future, which we, as she brilliantly said, can't control. And so there is that beautiful balance of what she was talking about. And then here you just mentioned, this philosophy kind of invites us to ruminate, invites us to enter that world of interiority and that world of the mind, and actually think about these things. And perhaps there's a way to balance that. I think of our brothers and sisters in the East. In the first few centuries BCE, you see, of course, from 500 on, but you see the emergence of two streams in Chinese thought. You see Confucianism and you see Taoism, right? And Confucianism was very much about kind of the rectification of names, naming things, understanding things, these filial duties that one has to their parents or to an older brother, a husband, wife. There's the rites and the rituals that you had to give this great attention to. So it was a very attentive tradition. and had these really clear prescriptions on the sage king and how the king or emperor should rule, and government officials were required to pass the exams, the civil service exams. And Janet, that meant you memorized Confucius and the Analects backwards to forwards. Like you would have the Analects truly memorized backwards to forwards. So they were steeped in Confucianism and Confucian ideas as far as how they administered the government. But then you also have this stream of Taoism that comes in around the same time. And the Taoists were kind of the go with the flow, the emphasis on the way. And they had this philosophy they called it Wu Wei, which is actionless effort, or effortless action. I'm sorry, effortless action, right? It's this just going with the flow, just almost being in the zone, acting without thinking, acting without ruminating, acting without kind of this deep contemplation and consideration, just basically being with the flow, in the zone, etc. And these seem like competing systems, right? They seem like competing systems. It was often said that your average Chinese administrator or official would have been a Confucian by day and a Taoist by night, right?
Wow.
That they kind of found a way to synthesize, and we see this in the Han Dynasty, especially with some writers. But they found some way to synthesize these two traditions. So maybe there's room, I guess, to follow up on what you're saying with the rumination that we're invited into, perhaps through philosophy and examination, and the well-being that can come through not doing that and breathing.
It's so interesting that that it's the Eastern philosophies, not the Western philosophies, that seem to bring in these practices that invite us more into these processes. I don't expect you to have an answer for that. Why is that? But we certainly, the West has met East in, we seem hungry for that.
Very much so. It's interesting. I think we're particularly in traditions where you see that intersection of East and West most clearly is in monasticism, right? So whether they're a Buddhist monk, a Christian monk, so maybe someone from the Sufi tradition, it's kind of around that monastic life that you see that kind of, and that's where again I'm thinking about Carrie's presentation. It's a lot of times in the Eastern Church where you see these breathing exercises being brought into with whether it be the Jesus prayer or other practices. It's oftentimes monastic communities, and these particular ones were Eastern Christian and had maybe closer association to the East geographically. But I can't not say something else about Aristotle, though, because you mentioned it.
Okay, all right, let's go there.
Because this idea of wellness, this idea if he thinks happiness is this final good that we're aiming towards, as you mentioned earlier, it's like, well, how do we attain that? How do we attain that happiness? And I mentioned that some people would say, well, it's wealth, or it's honor, or it's health, it's beauty. Aristotle thinks that if we want to know what's going to make us happy, we have to look at kind of what our function is as human beings. And kind of, again, he's teleological, so he's looking at the end, and he's thinking what we are for and to be is fully human, right? That is where we achieve wellness, is being fully human, and being excellent at being human. That's what the word virtue means, is being excellent at being human. And so he thinks we will be happy. We will find our well-being. We will find our flourishing when we are functioning excellently as human beings. And so his idea of excellence is rooted in the virtues, and the virtuous life and the life of excellence. And that's where he introduces this idea of practice and habit. And it's really interesting because he uses the example of someone who plays the flute. And I know Carrie was talking about playing the flute and guitar in the last one. And basically the function of someone who plays the flute is to become an excellent flute player. And so how does one become an excellent flute player? Well, one practices. One begins to do the things not well that one hopes to do well in the future, right? And so when you first start, as Carrie was mentioning, when you first start playing the flute, you're not doing it right, you're not doing it well. You're sometimes doing it poorly, but you got to keep doing that through habit, through practice. You keep doing that, and you will become that excellent flute player. And that's the same way with he thinks being human. Like, to be human, and to be good at being human, to be excellent at being human, is you just have to start doing those things of excellence. And he has things in mind like courage and justice and temperance and wisdom. You have to just start doing them, and you're going to do them poorly at first. That's the interesting thing with, Aristotle. Just like when you pick up a flute for the first time, you're going to play really, really bad. But you want to develop good habits, good practice to play it good. And if you actually start doing bad things and continue to develop bad habits, you'll move further and further away from being an excellent flute player. But if you can start developing good habits and good practice around flute playing, you'll become an excellent flute player. Same thing with being human, that he thinks, Janet. He thinks that
that Webster just named the word of the year, and the word of the year is authentic. Authentic. So, and Webster's still pretty smart. I think that they know that this is although we don't know how to get there, this is what we're all hungry for, in a really in a deep way. And these conversations, I remember reading some Aristotle and reading about the good habits, the bad habits, and being so struck. And I was going to say, if Carl is in the chat, he can correct me if I'm wrong about this. That then Aquinas picks up on this, and the idea that, I could sort of almost taste it in my own life, that, if beyond the flute, if I keep making damaging choices, I am kind of diminishing my humanness. Yes. And if as I move into making more and more positive choices, more and more, I become in a way more human, more truly human. There is this, he does paint this picture of, there are two roads. You can go further down this road, or you can go further down this road. And it's kind of, it's amazing that over the centuries, it is just ever so. And we've all known people in our lives. It's very sad that you see their potential, you see them, you want to, and that the more they make the wrong decision, the more they can descend, as it were, into a place where they have less and less freedom. I think the thing that is troublesome to all of us is that we're kind of feeling this way as a society right now. We're kind of feeling less and less free, kind of like we're less, it's ironic. Somebody just got thrown out of Congress for what? Not being authentic. It's kind of the age that it's as if we're living in the age of inauthenticity. So, and so many of the conversations that we're having can be potentially fed by the ability to not decide what truth is, but rather to engage in the conversation about, well, what is true?
Yes. Yes. When you're talking there, Janet, I'm mindful of two things. When we have those questions of what is true, or what are conversations and debates upon what is good and what is true, and what is just. And these types of debates. Plato is aware of this. We can all agree that yes, justice is good. We just disagree on what is just, right? that everybody sees courage as a goodness, but what is courageous, right? These are the questions that they debate. And I'm mindful of the Republic that you mentioned earlier from Plato, and this famous part of the Republic. It was the Allegory of the Cave, that Plato gives to us, and it kind of really has actually something to say to the subject of authenticity as well. because the cave experience is in many ways an inauthentic experience. It's a not real experience. And Plato wants us to enter into and live in the world of the real and the authentic, and not in the world of shadows. So I'm hopefully going to get there to the cave. But something else you said I thought was just so important, Janet. It was a sense in the choices that we make. And if Aristotle has this idea of, ethics and what our function is to be good at being human, and then the habits we develop that move us towards this excellence. The converse or the reverse is, you mentioned, if you start doing the bad habits, one of the bad habits, you move further and further away. It actually is in some ways dehumanizing, right? Because we're not in our function. And we think about this. I mean, I even just if we recognize the language we use. So I'm thinking about some of the horrific things that have been taking place in our world. And we could be, specific to the Middle East, or we could be specific to Russia and Ukraine. And we can pick up instances. But when the atrocities of these conflicts and these wars begin to make their way to the surface in the news, and we hear what people have done to other people, right? We hear the just sheer lack of regard for one another's humanity and someone else. And we find out who the perpetrators were of that. Oftentimes we call them monsters. We say the people who did this were monsters. If you listen to that language, we actually call them monsters because it's like they themselves are dehumanized, right? That they've done something that is so far from what it is to be an excellent human being. We don't oftentimes give them the label of human. We call them monsters. So I just thought that was so interesting how you said that, and then I was reflecting on the language we use. But if it's okay, Jane, I'd love to talk about this idea of authenticity and
Sure. And I want to come back to the.
Let's go now.
It's just that let's go on to authenticity, and we'll come back to that.
Okay. So you're talking about this word of the year is authentic, and Plato in his Republic, he's doing all kinds of things, but in the midst of kind of trying to argue for a particular arrangement of society, he introduces this allegory, this story. And it's a famous allegory, the cave. Many of us who are probably here on this webcast and webinar will probably be familiar with the story, but just I'll give the basic sketch of it so that we can make sure that we're kind of all on the same page. But Plato tells this story, and it's an allegory meant to kind of represent something else, of these prisoners who are chained into a cave. They've been chained there their entire lives. They don't know anything different. They're facing the back wall of the cave, and so all they can see and all they can know is the back wall of the cave. Behind them in the cave is a fire, which is basically casting shadows up on that back wall. And there's people that are passing statues, figurines, puppets, whatever you want to think of them of animals and other things like monkeys and giraffes, bears, lions, tigers, and they're projecting those shadows up on the wall. And that's the cave. And so what our prisoners see then on the wall are shadows, are distortions of what is real. It's a distortion of what's authentic. And it's not just, and Plato's very clear about this, it's not just that they see shadows of these statues that are distorted and inauthentic. They also see shadows of themselves. That they see themselves up there, and they think that's who I am. And they see the person next to them up there in their shadows, and they think that's who they are. And so there's this distorted, inauthentic view of the self, even in the allegory of the cave. That basically these shadows distort what is real. These shadows give us a false, inauthentic view into reality. But the prisoners don't know that. The prisoners think that is what is real. And to kind of give the story away, a prisoner's released, turned around, shown kind of, and it's a big painful process of the prisoner having to kind of really come to grips with what she thought was real or what he thought was real is no longer what is real. There's something else that's truer, more authentic. And there's an eventual, it's painful, it's confusing, it's frightening. There's an eventual ascent out of the cave into the real world where the real things are seen, where what is true and what is good and what is beautiful is encountered. And the sun, of course, is the very idea of the good that gives meaning and purpose to everything. So that's the allegory up to a point. The interpretation of it, though, is that Plato thinks that the world we live in right now is in the cave, Janet, right? So you and I are in the cave right now. What we're experiencing and seeing is some sort of distortion of what is true, some sort of distortion of what is real, particularly in these things like what is justice, what is curse. So, you and I are going to argue when we look at a shadow on the wall. If it's a shadow of ourselves, we're going to argue about what does it mean to be human? What does it mean to be good at being human? And we're doing so not even actually knowing what a true human being should look like, because all we see is a distorted shadow of a true human being. Likewise, if these figurines, these animals that pass behind are representative of justice or goodness or whatever they're being projected on the wall, we're arguing about what is that just and is that good? And so we're having the arguments of the things we see in our world of what is just or what is good. But we actually haven't seen the real thing. We actually haven't seen real justice or real goodness. We haven't seen an authentic human being. And so it's the prisoner who's released from the cave, who goes into that outer world and explores the true world, sees the true animals, sees the true trees, sees the true, Plato has him seeing his reflection in the water, but sees the reflection in the water, right? The true nature of a human being. It's that person who goes back into the cave, goes back into our world, having spent that time ruminating about what is true, what is good, what is beautiful, and can then spot and can then see what is true justice or what is true goodness. But it's a debate, and that person who comes back in, this is really clever with what Plato does. The person who comes back in, because they're entering into a dark cave from the outside world, their eyes aren't well adjusted, right? Their eyes aren't well adjusted to the darkness of the cave, so they're having trouble seeing the shadows on the walls the way the other prisoners used to be able to see them. And because they now know what is true, what is truly true, what is truly authentic in the outside world, they're having a hard time explaining how the shadow is a distortion of that to people who've only seen shadows. So it's a ripe piece of philosophical literature for our day to day. When you ask that question, how do we know what is true? How do we know what is real? And Socrates, through Plato, is going to say it's really, really hard. It's difficult. It's challenging. It's confusing. It takes time. It basically is something that he mentioned, even looking at the sun. It hurts our eyes to look at the sun. So it's hard to actually even look at the good and understand the good, much less be able to convince others of it. So.
It's an amazing, what a powerful metaphor it is, and how timely it is right now. I mean, I feel like we are living in a world of shadow,
Yes.
and distortion. And that's why I said, when you said, let's talk more about that, I was like, well, this goes right back to it. And this is, again, it is the hubris, if you will, that people have, that they somehow have truth.
Yes.
And I have truth, you don't have truth. What you see is distorted, what I see is real. That is creating such discord in our, or certainly part of what is creating such discord in the world. I don't know that we're all running for the opening in the cave where to the sunlight to see where the real trees are, to get ourselves oriented. And it's interesting, that whole idea of coming back to the cave is like an added level. And I had never heard it quite like I heard it this morning when you were talking about it so beautifully. Because, there was a lot of chaos back in that cave.
Yes.
There is a generosity in spirit for the person who goes back to say, let me tell you what I saw. Let me tell you that there is more to this than there appears to be. There's such love of, talk about authentic. You can just keep going and goodbye. So long, suckers.
Janet, no.
God.
You have tapped into something that is so true, and it's clear in the allegory and the interpretation of it that we get in the Republic. But Socrates, who tells the story, is in the Republic is quite clear that person who's out of the cave, it's a he for the narrative, but he or she, they're Janet, they're loving life. Like they it says they would pity, they would feel sorry for, they'd have compassion for those who left in the cave, and that's what kind of compels them to go back down into the cave. So there is this sense in which they have to be compelled by this compassion to go back into the cave to hopefully explain to those who are stuck in that cave, arguing about things that are inauthentic, to help what we might call enlighten them. But you're right, very few people are eager to get out of the cave. As a matter of fact, in the allegory, the prisoners threaten anybody who would try to release them with death. And this is, Jen, I love what you mentioned, this humility as well, this epistemic humility, just kind of not being overly confident in what it is that we think we know. And this particularly helps me with world events, because certainly I know that I'm witnessing what takes place in our world almost as a prisoner's witness reality on the cave. I'm getting a distortion of whatever's happening in our world. I'm getting a distortion. It's filtered through the lens of media presentations. It's filtered through the lens of selective presentation, right? So I know that when I'm looking at world events and I'm trying to make judgments on world events, I'm looking at world events and those things that really are upsetting us. And I have to realize it's a shadow. It's a distortion of what is real. It's not what's really real. And so there's some humility that comes with that, knowing that that's kind of what I'm getting. And Socrates was, in fact, famous. You mentioned kind of the Socratic method, but he was famous for saying, "I know that I don't know," and that's what he thought wisdom was. He thought he was wiser than everybody else, not because he knew more than everybody else, but because he knew he didn't know. And that humility to say, I know that I don't know, it then propels us or compels us to continue that life of examination. If I think I have all the answers, then I stop asking questions. If I think I have all the answers, then I stop seeking for what is true, for what is real, for what is authentic. If I think I've arrived, but if I have this posture of like, I'm looking at a distortion of what is true, or I'm looking at something that's inauthentic, it should hopefully compel us into a deeper search for what is true, what is authentic, what is real.
When you say that, I can't but help but think of that scripture. I think it is from Philippians, and where you see how much the Greeks have influenced us. Whatever is true, whatever is good, whatever is noble, whatever is beautiful, follow these things.
Yes.
And this of course is everything we're not doing. This is why little places of refuge that are dedicated to it are so important. It's why Interweave is important. It's why whatever the places are that are encouraging you and helping you to step back and take a breath and ruminate and maybe not judge. I said, you mentioned characterizing people as evil and monsters, and that what that led to. I mean, let's talk about oh my goodness, I can't believe we haven't talked about him, and I'm having a brain freeze. But our wonderful philosopher, theologian who wrote so much during the Holocaust about suffering. Help me out.
It's Viktor Frankl.
Viktor Frankl, thank you. Give this man you're going to get a bag. We're going to show for just for doing that. Viktor Frankl, someone who, man, there's no hubris there.
No.
Talk about authenticity.
Yeah.
In the face of suffering.
Yeah. This is a great way to bring Frankl into part of this conversation, because the violence can be dehumanizing for the perpetrator. It is, and a lot of peace studies folks talk about it this way. This grotesque violence is actually dehumanizing for the perpetrator. But certainly we can see how it dehumanizes the victim, right? We can certainly see how it dehumanizes the victim. And that was, of course, Viktor Frankl's experience in the Holocaust. And he goes to great lengths to talk about just how dehumanizing it was from the beginning entrance into a concentration camp. Everything that would make you, everything that you could say is kind of who I am, is removed from you, right? Your clothes that could identify you, your things like spectacle, your hair, your hair is shaved off. I mean, so you have no body hair, you have no clothes, you have nothing. He called it, this bare nakedness, almost like going back to women. Your name's taken away from you. You're not working with your name. You're given a number. And so everything that would make you a human being is taken away from you. And so he basically says he strips us all down in the narrative of someone who experienced the Holocaust. He strips us all down to that bare naked humanity, that bare nakedness, right? That there's all these things we center around us that we think are what makes us are taken from him: his job, his career, his family, his clothes, his hair, his name. And then he says, how do you then make meaning out of what's left, right? How do you make meaning of what's left? And what's really interesting, Janet, is obviously he can take us through the horrifying, physical trauma that he and others experienced. And it is horrifying. But what was interesting is when he became indignant, it was oftentimes because he was being treated as something that was subhuman. He talked about how what really upset him when he was treated like a dog, right? That he kind of had one of the capos call him over there like he was calling a dog, and that really set him off, right? That you're not even treating me like a human being, you're treating me like a dog, like you call a puppy. And so in kind of trying to build back this understanding of what it means to be human and trying to do so from the bare nakedness of nothing, he basically says something really interesting, and I think it's maybe apropos to our conversation today and the idea of wellness. He says they can take everything from you except for one thing, and that is your ability to choose. How you choose to respond, that is still yours. That is still your ability to choose how you're going to respond, how you're going to act. So he really says this capacity to choose. He couldn't. All the things I listed, whether or not he had hair, whether or not he had clothes, whether or not he had a name, whether or not where he was with his family, all those things had been taken away from him. He couldn't choose those, but he could choose how he responded to this, and he still said, "I had that choice." And so that ability to as human beings to still choose how we respond to the world around us, to the things that are seemingly happening outside of our control, which it very much feels that way these days. We still have the capacity to choose how we respond. And this is logotherapy in a lot of ways. Is kind of how rather than diving back into the past and trying to understand the reasons that we have from our past for shaping us into who we are and how we feel and how we encounter our world and perceive our world. He's more like, let's look to your future and what are you going to do to today to make meaning of your life in the future. So it's really interesting. But you're so right. He's so appropriate for this conversation we're having.
So appropriate. And the humility of when you talked about everything being stripped away to find out who we really are. And I just, throughout the day, I know our conversation is, there's so much more I wanted to talk to you about, which is why you're going to have to come back next year and we'll continue this conversation. I think that that's what's at risk in this world is our humanness. And we throughout the day, I'm going to be hoping that we're making a call, as we make a call to wellness, a call to step back and know that we don't know things, so that we can listen and learn and ruminate and discourse and find the truth together before we jump to judgment about what is right and what is wrong and where the moral high ground is. Let's all be doing our own work like Victor was. I mean, what a role model, boy. Todd, thank you so much.
Janet, lovely as always. Lovely as always.
Love these conversations. They're so rich.
Well, I love them too, and I thank you so much for you and Interweave for allowing me the opportunity to be a part of this and to be a part of the Interweave community and do just what you said, to be able to have this community where I come and I listen and I challenge to think and consider and continue to investigate.
We need practical theologians staying on the planet. We love you, Todd. Thank you again. So we say goodbye to thank Todd and say goodbye to him and say hello once again to board members Elaine and board member Joe, who will bring us a message from our trustees.
Well, thank you. Yeah, so that was fascinating to listen to. I love the way the two of them can just go on and add to each other's conversations.
What a breadth of material and interconnectedness of all these ideas. I just thought it was totally fascinating. So many subjects to think about and ponder, and even where the conversation ended up with Viktor Frankl and man's search for meaning and the fact that we have choice. Something so important to come away with.
Absolutely. So yeah, it's wonderful that Todd is a regular contributor to our programming. That's a real gift. It's a real gift. So here we are. We're almost 3 hours into our 11-hour telethon, and last I looked, we were, I think, $1,350 of our $15,000 goal. We have. I think that's good progress, and I do hope that people who are watching will consider adding adding further support. It's on display now. The link, if you want to give, is in the chat, and it's also, you can at any time go to interweave.org, where you can join Interweave or make a donation, as well as see the programming that's available.
We have a matching offer, don't we, at present, Joe?
We do. We had previously had a $1,000 match. We have achieved that, and we now have a further matching, a further matching challenge, for another $2,000. If we can achieve, $2,000 of donations, that'll be matched by another $2,000 to help us. To help us move, towards our $15,000 goal for today.
Do you have that handsome tote bag?
I don't have one because I'm out here in Michigan. I haven't received mine yet, but there is a wonderful Interweave tote bag, insulated, which could be used for groceries or anything you want to bring, or to bring food, or to a function that you can share. And that is for anyone who makes a donation of $100 or more. And that will be sent to you, after the program.
I'm just amazed at the diverse speakers we've had so far this morning. I'm touched on so many levels, from hospitality and nurturing with food, and sensory prayer, and now the intellect, philosophy.
Yep.
What a rich gift is available from Interweave.
Absolutely.
So much diversity in offerings, but yet the commonality is growth and wellness and connection. There are just so many programs to take advantage. One of my favorites is the Hearth. I have to mention it because I first began attending during the pandemic when we were all shut in, going back to the cave, right? It felt like we were in our own lonely caves, and suddenly there was a fire, but it was a fire of connection and warmth with friends I hadn't yet met and friends I had met. You're in Michigan, who was in Texas, who was further west, and even folks not that far in New Jersey who we couldn't see and touch, but we could touch through the Hearth. And that's a monthly program that I think it's Thursday nights. I can't keep track sometimes. 7 o'clock once a month on a Thursday, and you'll be touched if you join it.
Absolutely. And it is. It really it's a place to go for, for comfort and feeling of security that I'm now home. I can rest. I can just wallow in this sense of others being with me, even though we're in our various different places.
And one of my favorite hearts, we talked about St. Patrick's Day. So we can be so lighthearted and recollect our childhood and what are our memories, touching on things that were important to us in our life that perhaps we forgot, but we were able to share. I remember one time we were speaking about glug. I don't know if it was a New Year's, we were talking about celebrating New Year's, and I mentioned that my neighbors were Swedish, and on New Year's we drank glug. And I thought no one ever heard of glug. And then you mentioned.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I certainly do. Yes, I had I had my fill of it at one particular when I was visiting someone's home, and fell asleep on the floor.
Oh, sorry about that, Joe.
Yeah. No, it is, and there's yes, there's a variety of things that you can not only learn and benefit from, but you can participate in. That we offer, whether it is expressing yourself in poetry or in in movement. So yeah, it really is a gift. All of the programming that Interweave brings us all year long, some of which you experience in person and some of which we can experience from afar, no matter where you happen to be. And there's the QR code that you can use to bring to a donation page. And again, anytime you can also go to interweave.org. And we're in the midst of a challenge grant right now, hoping to raise $2,000 to match $2,000. And I guess that's that. And here's Janet. And maybe Janet can show us the tote bag that we referred to.
I know. I just was going to say, Joe, did you tell them about?
We did tell them about it. We told them we couldn't show it because we don't have one to show.
We have to show the goods, Janet. Show the goods.
Tote bag. Here's our tote bag, our Interweave tote bag, and I think it's beautiful. I'm going to be very happy to take it with me to do some Christmas shopping this year in environmentally friendly, you bring your own bag, New Jersey. And weave love into everything you do is our theme as a way of bringing wellness into the world. And this bag is yours as our way of saying thank you to anyone who gives $100 or more today. So thank you all. And also thank you to Joe and Elaine for your wonderful messaging about the good work we do. I thank you, and love to my wonderful board members. And so we're going to wave goodbye to Elaine and Joe, who will be back to share their wisdom. And in the meantime, we will be saying, be welcoming our friend, here she is, Dr. Diane Kabush, who is a therapist working in Morristown. Am I getting it right? For over 32 years of sharing her wisdom, companioning people on their personal journeys to seek freedom and wellness in their own lives. And Diane, I'm so grateful that you are joining us this morning. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
So we've been talking about a lot of, I don't know if you've been listening in, but we've been having a lot of wonderful conversations. We've chosen wellness as not just a theme for our virtual telethon, but also it's kind of the theme for our year, from the point of view of knowing that mental health is really a challenge in these times of what I'm calling this age of anxiety that we're living in. And we know that the Surgeon General has said, yes, we are in a mental health crisis, and we are in a loneliness crisis.
Yes.
And we need, so I thank you for coming to share your wisdom with us, and to be with us to really turn that over. It feels to me, I mean, mental health is very important to me in my life, in my family's life. And you know, there used to be a commercial, Diane, that a cartoon that I loved. I'm sure you've seen it. Every therapist has seen the cartoon, which is the functional family convention. And then you look, and there was nobody seated in the audience. So yes, I come from a dysfunctional family. My ancestors were dysfunctional. So all my life, since childbirth, I have been thinking and struggling with this thing called wellness, and yes, in particular in the area of mental health, because it is challenging. So I'm just wondering, Diane, are you finding that in your practice? Are you finding that people are more stressed these days?
Well, I think stress has been with us since the beginning of time, but since the pandemic, I think the stress levels have increased pretty significantly for many people. The isolation of the pandemic increased the sense of loneliness and disconnection, and we got out of the habit of being together, and I think that has been problematic for many as well. So I think it's been there always, but there's a heightened sense of that now.
I mean, there is, I mean, I'll say honestly, during the pandemic, particularly during the time that we were starting with the time that we were quarantined, I absolutely had a heightened sense of anxiety. I mean, it's Thanksgiving and Christmas now. I actually was thinking, as we were moving into Christmas, about a Christmas that I wasn't able to be with my family, that I wasn't able to see children, grandchild, then children. And so there was a sense that whatever the container is that makes you feel like, okay, this is my life, I'm okay, that just exploded in that time period.
Yes.
And is it your sense that that's been restored? Because I feel like I'm just starting to put the pieces back together.
Well, I think for many people, they're beginning to reconnect with family, get together in ways that they had before. Probably started last year. It kind of started when we started to have vaccines, and we were a little bit less afraid of contamination and the disease itself, COVID itself. But I think one of the things that I'm observing is, for many people, while it's better, it's not where it was before. That people are not as connected as they were before. They're still a little bit afraid of being in large public gatherings. They're still a little bit afraid of being indoors with larger groups of people. And it's kind of like, how do we navigate the new normal? That's really the question that we have right now. How do we take the best of what we've experienced over the course of our lives and live into this new reality of who we are?
I mean, we were just having this conversation about being human, being authentic, and then talking about food and gatherings. What does that do to our sense of humanness that we have can't take for granted anymore? Things. I mean, I'd love to think that it leads us to greater senses of gratitude, but it also can go the other way.
Sure, but I think one of the gifts that the pandemic gave us potentially is the recognition that we really don't have control and that all we really can count on is today. Right. That's always been true, but we haven't always been aware of that. So it gives us the opportunity to ground deeply into this day, to be present in this day and celebrate it for what it is, because none of us can be guaranteed of tomorrow. That doesn't have to be a morbid thing. That can be a joyful thing that frees us of a lot of anxiety. Oftentimes with anxiety, we try to live the rest of our lives in 10 minutes rather than live today. And that's the opportunity that we have now.
That's amazing. If it can open us up to that, then that's extraordinary. How can we like you said, it can be, I mean, there were days that scares me. On a good day, I can lean into my spiritual practices to say, okay, we can do this. We can, carpe diem, right?
Yes. Well, I think here's the opportunity. The way I think about it is that every experience has things that can derail us or make us stronger and help us grow, right? So there's no shame in being scared. There's no shame in being anxious, but it's kind of like the opportunity for us is to recognize when we're going into those places, take a deep breath, and remind ourselves that of what we're grateful for, what's good in our lives, what blessings we have. Sometimes just going outside grounds us with that. Being in nature, we can see something that sort of takes our minds off whatever is causing us to be anxious or depressed or sad. Or it's not magic, but it goes a long way to kind of restoring our sense of self in a world that's pretty chaotic and out of order in that regard.
Just earlier, I don't know if you know this, we had a very talented minister and psychotherapist with a very similar name to yours who taught us about a little bit about taking a breath and in this moment.
I happen to know her quite well.
I'm a big admirer of everyone in with that last name, actually. So thank you both for being here. So if you were to say, I mean, in the narrative of our lives, like you say, there is a new normal. The narrative has changed. How do you help your people you're companioning do we have trouble with being vulnerable in the way that you're talking about it? If I had built up this whole idea that my life was this, and now that's not so certain, or if I've been a little dislodged from my core self, how do you help people to say that's okay? It's okay that maybe who you thought was your best self is a little shaky today. because I have a lot of shaky days now, Diane. I do.
I think we all do. Okay. I think the reality of is part of the problem is we often compare our inside to somebody else's outside.
Oh, I love that.
So it
I don't
loses,
love doing it, but I love that
yes,
insight.
right. Because what we're observing is the public self that person is letting us see or revealing to us. We don't know what's going on inside of them. We don't know what kinds of fears and anxieties grip them or disable them. And so it's not a fair comparison or a fair guess. So I think so I'm just going to skip around a little bit, but one of the things that I love about the scriptures in particular is that they don't whitewash a blessed thing. They expose the foibles and vulnerabilities of people. So Hebrews 11 is sometimes called God's Hall of Fame, the heroes of our faith. And one of the things that I love about it, I mean, if you just read the words, it says Abraham and Sarah believed God and it was counted to them as righteousness. But if you look at their story, what a screwy story. What a screwy way they believed God. They lied about what their relationship was. They did all kinds of screwy things. And what I love about that is they believed about the same way I do, really screwy. And on a good day, I can hold on to the truth of who I am and who God calls me to be for about 8 minutes at a time. The reality is it's pretty normal for us to be disrupted in our sense of self. But the beauty of it, what we're called to, what we're invited into, is to be reminded of who we are, that God says nothing can ever separate us from the love of God, not principalities, not powers, not things present nor things to come. And that we are loved as we are. There's nothing we could do to make God love us anymore, and there's nothing we could do to make God love us any less. We are already loved. And when we can let that seep deep into the fibers of our being, it starts to transform how we see ourselves and therefore how we see others. We don't do it perfectly. We lose sight of that all the time. But the invitation is for us to think about that differently. So here's the other thing I love about it. Every time an angel or a prophet shows up, they say, "Fear not." Now, most people hear that as a command. I hear that as an invitation, a recognition that they're scary dudes, and you don't have to be afraid, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm all right. Don't be afraid. We're here.
Okay.
Right?
I love that. It makes me think that not that Abraham and Sarah are doing situational ethics, but they're getting through as best they can. I love that.
Yes.
And that's kind of what we're all trying to do.
Yeah.
Is just get through as best we can. And I love your imperative call to we have to know that we're loved at our core somehow. I know that you welcome everyone to your table. So do you find that regardless of what faith someone is from, or if they're agnostic, that this sense of being loved is so important to holding together in this time that we're living in?
Oh, absolutely. And that when we are, well, let me reflect back on a favorite memory of mine. When Carrie was 3.5, I had completely lost sight of time. I was involved in something, and it was an hour and a half beyond her bedtime. And I went downstairs like frantic, said, "You have to go to bed." And she started kicking and biting me because she was way, way, way overtired. And while it made absolutely no sense, I was starting to get mad. So I put her in timeout so that I could calm down. And then when I was calmed down, I went back into her room and she started trying to hit me again. And I wrapped my arms around her and I kind of whispered in her ear and I said, "Honey, when you kick me and bite me, it hurts my feelings." And she said, "I know, Mom. When you said I couldn't watch All Dogs Go to Heaven 2 anymore, I forgot you loved me and I made a bad decision." And what I mean, it's like out of the mouths of babes,
Wow.
because it's like we make bad decisions when we forget that we're loved. When we don't remember that we're loved, we try to take care of ourselves, often in pretty screwy ways. So the idea about that is that whenever we recognize that we are starting to go off in sort of not helpful ways, to sort of ground ourselves in being loved. I think that's universal human characteristic in being. I think all religious faiths talk about love as being essential, love being the core of who we are, and that this is one of the ways that we get disordered when we forget we're loved, or we don't know we're loved, or we never knew we were loved, and we don't have any, we're always trying to gain somebody else's approval or gain their love by our actions, which then we're sort of way out of whack in that regard.
You mentioned the word disordered. I'm very fond of this word. I really am, and aware of it in myself, that whether it's because, like Carrie, and we're just going to cut this segment off. This will be we're just going to. It's a beautiful story. No wonder she grew up to be such an amazing human being. That I love what you said about judgment, because when I become disordered in my self or my feelings, or there is kind of like a I don't want to call it like a hypervigilance, and as if the FBI were there examining my failings. And so how can we kind of like soften that light, that hypercritical light that we all seem to, I don't think I'm the only person who suffers.
Absolutely not. So one way of thinking about that is, when we are judging ourselves so harshly, when we are experiencing ourselves as if somebody's looking at us under a microscope and looking hypervigilant, looking at everything we've done wrong, we are telling ourselves a story. And one of the ways that we correct that is tell ourselves a different story. Okay. For example, that's how I feel right now, but that's not necessarily true. Here are people who experience me differently. Here are other times when I have done something different. I'm feeling scared right now. How can I respond to this? How can I acknowledge being afraid, but not let my fear drive the bus? Because when you let fear drive the bus, you end up in the ditch. So it's like, it's okay. It's helpful to acknowledge the fear, but also to not make it, what we feel is important, but not the truest part of ourselves, if that makes sense.
Right? It's interesting when we were doing the meditation piece with Carrie, we were talking about, we kept kind of going into inner child stuff. So it's interesting to me that child, the child who can get disordered and is not so certain, and who can get scared and be fearful, is also the same person who can lead me back.
Yes. Exactly. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. It's just kind of like an aha as we're talking. I don't have a so I guess I'm wondering maybe we need you or someone like you to put their arms around us and tell us exactly what you told Carrie, and then maybe our best selves, as Carrie's best self emerged, maybe that person we come back to ourselves. Is that it?
Well, yes. I mean, again, so let's come back. Think about it in terms of when you got a little kid, they're running on the driveway and they fall and they scrape their knee, right? What do? We scoop them up and we say, "You're okay. I love you. You're going to be all right." We don't say, "Look at that. Oh no, we got to rush to the hospital. They might have to cut off your leg. Oh no."
Well, some of of us might have had a little of that.
Exactly. But when that's the way we talk to ourselves can either escalate what we're feeling or calm what we're feeling. And when we go to the catastrophic catastrophizing of what's happening, we up our anxiety, we can't think, we sort of start spinning out of control. But if we can sort of take a deep breath, do something highly aerobic for a very, very brief period of time, meaning do like jumping jacks for 20 seconds or run in place or go for a brisk walk or run up and down a flight of stairs, we get rid of the adrenaline rush that we have. When we get anxious like that, adrenaline is released and we are best prepared to run for our lives or fight for our lives. And if somebody's trying to attack us, that adrenaline boost is really useful. But for most of the things that activate the adrenaline for us, we don't need to run for our lives or fight for our lives. So we need to do something physical to release the after effect of the adrenaline so we can think again, so we can breathe.
So are we, that's great, because what I'm thinking as you're talking is if we've all been in sort of this collective, and we have, that our anxiety got released or adrenaline, and we're sort of in panic and flight or fight mode.
Right.
Can we ask ourselves in that moment, is this really an emergency? Because I mean, I don't know. Do you find that, like, I as you're talking, I'm like, sometimes we hear the sirens after the emergency is over.
Correct. So it's like we talk to ourselves the same way we would to that child. You're okay. You're okay. Breathe. We're going to figure it out. No need to worry. Take your time. You're okay. You are loved.
Can you come home with me after the telethon? That sounds pretty wonderful. That's exactly what we all need to do.
Yeah.
Be our own, I don't know, 100 years ago, there was a book, Be Your Own Best Friend. We have to be our own, we have to reparent ourselves, be our own best friend.
In a way, be kinder to ourselves. Be kinder to ourselves. Be kind. Oftentimes we are kinder to our friends than we are to ourselves. You did the best you could. You got scared. You're going to be okay. It's not the end of the world.
Not the end of the world. I love that one. Not the end of the world. Well, we are, well, I'm just, we did this thing the other day where we did, we took a little page from positive psychology, basking, ruminating, luxuriating, doing things to make ourselves, to say, it's okay to take some time and to float.
Absolutely.
Might we need to do a little bit of more intentional self-care during this time of anxiety? Not, I had kind of that upbringing where, you're like, it's not only that you're nicer, it was, you should be nicer to other people. And so that self-love, and that, can be like, what? You're gonna take 10 minutes to take care of yourself instead of, going and doing that, whatever you thought you should have done for somebody else.
Well, it's interesting, Janet, because when you take an airplane ride, right, part of every introductory piece is they show you the air masks that come down, and they always say, put yours on first before you help somebody else who may not be able to do it for themselves. And the reason being is, if you pass out, you're not going to be able to help them, right? So if you're not caring for yourself, you're going to be running on empty. You're really not going to be able to care for anybody else. So the self-care is also a way to care for somebody else, but it's taking a minute so that you're in a better place, you're feeling okay, that you're refilling your own resources, your own reserves, so then you can reach out. You're not depleting yourself further and reaching out for somebody else, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I true confessions. um, when I give from that empty well,
Mm.
that's when
Mhm.
I start to sound a little cranky. And even with my own family members, it's like, it's sort of like water with like silt in it. It's
Yeah,
not, it's why would anybody want that?
correct.
I should stop
Yeah.
and take that time to be
Mm.
kind to myself.
Mhm.
We all should.
Because if we don't, it breeds resentment,
And people
crankiness.
and people
Yeah.
know you're like, you don't even really want to be talking to me right now. Do you? They're not stupid. They can feel the
Mhm.
kind of passive aggressiveness that can come across when we're not really in a place to give. We should maybe shut the door, take a nap,
Yes. Yes. Go for a walk, go
for
outside.
a walk, go for a walk. And going along with that, it is I wanted to not remember to take advantage of your wisdom about the fact that we are coming together with family and friends at a time where it can, we've been talking already about how going with this age of anxiety thing, there is discord in the world. It's not, it doesn't sound, we may be entering a season that celebrates harmony, but the world doesn't really feel like a harmonious place. We may be
Right.
singing peace on earth, but peace on earth is far from to and difficult to find.
Yes.
So
It's
when we
fragile.
go around the table and or run into people who don't agree with us or see things in a different way,
Mhm.
and then can disturb
Mhm.
our holiday or holy days and our peace at any time. I mean, it's just this sort of accentuated during this because we think what I call the hallmark syndrome
Mhm.
of every or the Roman, what is it, Norman Rockwell picture of the perfect family, the perfect everything, the beautiful picture. Well, everything doesn't feel beautiful, and so then the contrast of that seems to even more frustrating to all of us.
Mhm.
So what do we do about people who can be what we used to call vexations to the spirit? They can vex us. They can really push our buttons and get under our skin. How do we, we talked about how we can protect from ourselves, but how do we protect from those individuals that disturb us?
Okay. Very good question. And there's no one right way, right? So the first one would be to have a realistic expectation about what the holidays are going to be. That is going to be mixed. There are going to be wonderful elements to it, hopefully, but they're also going to be tricky or painful or difficult elements. So that if you're not, the Norman Rockwell celebration and the Hallmark celebration are not real. They're fantasies made for TV, made for, what we may all wish for. So that's the first thing, to be more realistic in our expectations. So if we have an uncle who is always trying to push everybody's buttons or is difficult or is very loud or an aunt very loud in their opinions and we can do a couple of different things. We can try to change the subject. We can say, boy, that's interesting, and change the subject. We can say, we can, if it really gets to be bothersome for us, we have a plan B, which is go to the bathroom and take some time to, sort of come back into yourself and not get your buttons triggered, to recognize that as much as it feels like it's personal, it's not. This is how they treat everybody. And that if you can help think about it, that, what's pushing this from within them, what is it that's causing them to be so cantankerous or push your buttons all the time, or what's their own insecurity? It can help to diminish their sense of power over you, if that makes sense. You follow? Right? I can't hear you, Janet.
Said I thought of excusing myself to go to the restroom as a way to wellness. But now I will not forget that tip, which is so wonderful. And can we somehow is there a secret to knowing, you can feel it coming up, the trigger, the anger, the blood pressure, before those words come out of my mouth that I can't take back? Is there a way of preparing ourselves so that we can instead go to the restroom before we've said too much?
Sure. That's a really good question. So first of all would be to pay attention, to give some thought to where in your body do you start to feel that irritation or that blood boiling or that triggering? Do you feel it in your gut? Do you feel it in your shoulders? Do you feel it? Do you start getting a headache? And so to pay attention to what the physiological symptoms are that tell you things are beginning to boil helps you then stop, take a breath, choose a different action, take a pause button so that you can bring your blood pressure down, your respirations down, whatever, physiological response is happening. Sometimes our body knows before we do that we're not feeling that something is going on.
Right.
So tuning into your body, knowing what that's about is an important piece. Doing some do a lot of breathing. Make sure you're breathing. When we get anxious or upset or angry, we tend to hold our breath, right? So that one of the pieces that happens is if we can breathe deeply, if we can sort of remind ourselves that this is just how they are and how they operate, and again, find a pause, be able to disengage so that you can come back to the situation more centered within yourself rather than reactive, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. So the answer to that is pay attention, actually.
Yeah.
And try to learn what the pattern is, because there probably is a pattern.
Correct.
I mean, maybe some people get sweaty palms,
right,
or their breath starts to change, or your heart. Pay attention to your body. I shared this with you because and I think I actually shared it with Carrie earlier. The story about how I went to make an exchange on Black Friday, the day after Thanksgiving, which is when, I don't know, there are a lot of exchanges that day and a lot of exchanges the day after Christmas. And so there was a line, and the Christmas music is playing, and I unconsciously have this expectation that I'm going to have this really good experience. I get to the counter, and I'm at literally a counter that says customer service with bells. So I have an expectation that this person is going to be kind, human, even holiday cheer like. Instead, they are surly and give me absolutely no eye contact. This I did start to feel changes in my temperature, so to speak. And I would characterize it as I sort of acted out a little bit. I mean, nobody was going to arrest me, but I know that I was dysregulated in my behavior, in as much as I really wanted his attention. I was like, what? I literally said aloud, why are you not looking at me? Will you not give me eye contact? And I say aloud, am I at the wrong place? Is this not customer service? I was so frustrated. Finally, I get through to this gentleman. And it's funny, I use my mother voice. And it must be something like encoded in all of us, because I know he heard that
Mhm.
and he was like, okay. And I was like, this is what I need from you right now. And you need, and people need you for this, and you need to do this. And he then came, we met.
Mhm.
But it could have very much gone the other way.
Mhm.
And I went home and I thought, and you and I talked about this, what is it
Mhm.
in me,
Mhm.
not in him,
Mhm.
because it was, what was the expectation? What did he bring up in me that I was so mad
Mhm.
that that he didn't give me eye contact? What need is it that I have within myself
Mhm.
to be seen? Do I get angry when I feel invisible? Why is this a trigger for me?
Mhm.
This is still a question that I will be meditating on, journaling about, talking to good friends who take the journey with.
Mhm.
But in order to be this, and I shared this with Todd, I don't know if you heard that the word of the year is, but according to Webster, is authentic. What is it that is breaking down in me in that moment that I was sort of losing my humanness. But it's very hard to live this intentionally all the time.
Of course.
What guidance would you give to the people you're walking with about how to do that?
Well, first of all, what I would like to say, Janet, is there, first of all, we could look at that whole incident a little bit differently, because what you did really well was to ask for what you needed. You asked him to look at you, and you asked him to acknowledge you. So, and you did it in your mother voice, but you weren't screaming at him, you weren't yelling at him. So actually, you did that part really well. The part that tells us that there's something more to this is that the level of aggravation or annoyance about this was out of proportion to the situation. So when our feelings are out of proportion to the insult well, you were being insulted, but the level of insult didn't really call for that level of response, right?
Right.
So that's an invitation to be able to think about, when did I feel this different? Also, other times, what triggered this in me other times? What is this saying about why am I responding the way I did, right? And so part of that, in understanding, it's like the trigger for you, you're saying, is if it being invisible or not seen. Okay. So then the next step for that is, okay, I can't rely on everybody seeing me. How can I make sure that I'm being seen in other areas of my life, so my well is filled in that regard, and I'm not needing customer service representatives to make sure that I'm
bad, isn't it?
right? So, I mean, I'm teasing you, but I would also say, I think your first expectation is unrealistic. Instead of customer service, it should say complaints. And that, to have a customer service representative on Black Friday be kind and gracious and attentive may be an unrealistic expectation.
Maybe an unrealistic expectation. So we could ask ourselves, am I having a realistic expectation?
Yes.
Um,
And the other way of disengaging is remembering that you don't know anything about this gentleman. He may have had, really horrible day. He may have had complaints all morning. He may have been avoiding eye contact because he had felt attacked. There's any number of different things. He may just not usually make eye contact. So there could be, but it's not personal. It feels personal, but it's not personal. And that's a way of disengaging.
but this is so important what you're saying to us, because we know that it isn't just that people are just, there's a rise in violence, there's a rise in kind of angry encounters that people are having one another. So it's almost like it's a need for us to protect ourselves, so, and as well as the others, so that these encounters will stay okay. I mean, when they I'm never judgmental about road rage because I know that something about getting behind the wheel of a car can make you forget that there are human beings on the road.
Correct.
And human beings crossing, and human beings are going and being taking care of self and others is not just a theoretical thing. We need to kind of watch we need to watch ourselves. It's not, but it is, again, it seems like it's a daily practice, really. It's an hour by hour, literally an hour by hour.
Absolutely. Practice. And the good news is we get a chance to start again any minute we choose. We may have had a bad reaction or we may have had an overreaction, but we can catch our breath. We can take a step back. We can re-engage. We can do it differently. We're not doomed to keep going in that direction.
We're not doomed. So, let me ask you about this, if I can, the loneliness thing. That this is the other thing that the Surgeon General is telling us, that there's a loneliness crisis. And how, I feel like I'm asking you, what is the meaning of life questions, but how can we help ourselves and one another through this really existential crisis we're having, where people feel lonely, and I mean, I'm assuming it started that it didn't was exasperated by the pandemic. Yes. It was accentuated but was that already here?
Absolutely, yes. So I think, again, we could come up with all kinds of different ways of thinking as to why that might be. Okay, I think loneliness is part of the human experience. But I think that over the course of the last few decades, we've stopped knowing our neighbors, we've stopped being parts of larger groups, we've stopped really interacting with people in our neighborhoods and in our workplaces and those kinds of things, so that we are on screens. We have all kinds of different ways of entertaining ourselves, so that we are having less and less actual human contact, physical contact, conversations. And again, I think loneliness is part of the human condition. Nobody else can be inside of our brain and inside of our thinking patterns. But it's a simple and very complicated solution to loneliness, which is reach out to other people, right? So when it's like when you're lonely, it feels like you can't bridge the gap, that you need somebody else to invite you. But if you wait for somebody to invite you, they don't know you're lonely. You don't have the opportunity to be able to do something. So it's a very simple, it's pretty interesting. The research suggests that when you talk to another human being, even if it's something that is, not a meaningful conversation, but you go to the coffee shop and you talk to the barista, you come out of that experience feeling better and less isolated than you went in. So reaching out, talking to the person at the bank, talking to the checkout person at the grocery store, helps you feel more part of the human body, human race, helps you feel less lonely. So being a part of a group, reaching out to somebody else, thinking about somebody else's loneliness, helps you also feel less lonely in the process.
Can you, again, I'm asking questions that are that sometimes have no answer, or sometimes are questions we all ask, or we know the answer to in some way already. But taking advantage of your considerable wisdom, we know you can be you can be lonely in the middle of a crowded room.
Right.
That you could have family all around you. You could be right in the middle of a sumptuous dinner party or a wonderful Thanksgiving event, and you can still feel somehow isolated.
Mhm.
I don't know what you would call that, but
Very much, very real. Okay.
yeah, part of
And
the
again, there's no magic to it, right? But again, it is usually when we are feeling isolated in the middle of the crowd, it feels like we don't have anything in common, that nobody else knows what our pain is, that we have to pretend that we are happy and that we are successful or something along those lines. And usually what's contributing to our isolation is a feeling that we failed, or things are not going the way we think they should, or that we have to pretend to be more together than we feel. And the reality of it is that, first of all, you can't just reveal your vulnerability to anybody. People have, according to Brene Brown, she says, people have to earn the right to your vulnerability. But oftentimes, when we start with saying, oh, I'm having a really bad day, people around us respond to us like, oh man, me too. I just can't get out of my own way. And we suddenly feel less lonely because we have a shared experience about something that's real to us.
So we're back to what you said to me originally about we are judging people by their outsides and not, and we don't really know what's
Correct.
going on their insides
Correct.
until we ask.
Correct. Now, that's not to say that there aren't experiences where we share our vulnerability and it's used against us. There aren't, and that we feel alienated or lonely in the middle of a particular group because we don't find that particularly group welcoming or embracing or engaging. And we may have to be there because it's a work event, or we may have to be there because it's a family event. But the way, there's no perfect answer, but to make sure that we have contact with our people, the people that we can connect with, that we can be ourselves with, that we can be vulnerable with before or after that kind of an event, that helps us hold on to ourselves. Does that make sense?
We're back to holding on to ourselves. We have to hold on to ourselves. And to whatever extent we can, then to one another. If I were to ask you what is your go-to practice to get through and to keep yourself feeling whole and loved, and hey, I can do this. Do you have a go-to practice, Diane, that you would?
I have a number of them. How's that? So
I kind of suspected that you might.
So one of them for me is to get outside and moving in my body. So I walk pretty much every day. So there's something about being outside. I could walk inside, but it's not the same. Being outside, I encounter awe, whether it be the clouds, or there's a bird in a bush, or there's a stubborn flower that's still there at a time when it shouldn't be, or the sky is looking particularly interesting. And there's something about being outside, moving my body, and being embraced by awe that helps me get back into myself. Okay, that's one. Another is breathing, just remembering to breathe, stretching, those kinds of things. Another is, touching base with somebody who loves me, right? Just, especially if I'm having a rough day or I had a rough session. I've on occasion called my husband and said, I just need to talk to somebody who loves me. And he laughs and he said, well, that would be me. And then we hang up and I'm in a better place, right? Getting a hug from somebody who loves me is another way of sort of reconnecting, keep getting back into my centered self. Sometimes when there's nobody around, it's something, it's engaging other senses. So it could be wearing something soft and snuggly because it feels good. It could be listening to music that just takes me away and lifts my spirits. It could be, a smell that says I'm home, or I'm safe, or I'm good. It could be a taste that is centering. It could be some, a particular flavor, a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, that it helps to regulate again something that's been dysregulated. It can be reading something that reminds me of what's true and something that's bigger than myself. It could be prayer or meditation. It could be reaching out, to encourage somebody who I know is going through a hard time, which then helps me, sort of reminds me of who I am and what's important or valuable to me. There's probably as many different ways of reconnecting to yourself as there are for you. One way, I mean, I can't do this all the time, but kayaking is a place where I get really centered. Mm-hmm.
Well, I want to thank you for sharing those. I'm glad I asked that question. Sometimes wellness is just a phone call away, or look up at the sky away, or a prayer away. And if you're lucky and you're an adventurous spirit like Diane Kabush, it's a kayak away.
That's right.
Thank you so much for sharing your really gentle and wise soul with us. Thank you, Diane.
Well, thank you, Janet. Thank you for inviting me. It's been a privilege. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And we say goodbye to Diane, and we say hello again to our friends, Elaine and Joe. There you are. And I turn it, the spotlight over to you, my friends.
All right. Hello. Wow. That was amazing. What wisdom, what grace with which it was presented. And it was so interesting to me because I know Carrie, to see her mother and to see, where a lot of Carrie comes from. that was an absolute delight.
And just listening to her voice is she has a very comforting voice.
Oh, yeah.
And I love those practices that you can do if you're feeling a little off. Be connected to yourself again. That cup of tea, it just strikes the right note, or the walk, for that, I forget the term she used, for that resistant flower that refuses to die even though it's winter all around us. I like to pet my dog sometimes.
Hey, you guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
I want to jump in and say one of the things that I do, that was quite a list she gave. And one of the things that I can depend on is interweave. Whether it's finding time to meditate, not just by myself, but with others. Whether it's being introduced to a creative practice, which being a creative person, that's my go-to. Whether it's learning something new or revisiting something familiar, interweave is a constant source of both the introspection that she spoke of and of the touching to community. That notion of, I reach out to someone I love, I can find that in this, reach out to someone who loves me. I can find that in this community. And this is not something that just happens by magic. It happens by support from our community. And we often we are in an age when we think, what can I do? I feel helpless. I feel I have no power. I feel the world's problems are larger than I can even comprehend. And yet we have this organization that's right here, right at home, a sense of that home sense of belonging even though we are reaching out beyond our borders of town, that sense of belonging is exactly what we can do. And we can do that through our support. And, we have goals of sustainability. We have goals of this continuing on. This is an unusual organization with a bright and wonderful history, and we are building its future. So I've been listening to you two, Elaine and Joe, all morning, and I just had to jump in.
Oh, no, thank you.
To do the ask. We are asking that anyone who has joined into this event today, made an amazing feat of endurance, that our organization have that amazing feat of endurance through financial support. What do you think of that idea, Joe?
Well, no, that's I'm glad you jumped in. That was very insightful for you. And yes, we are hoping to make some progress towards our $15,000 goal today, so that we can continue to offer the programming that enables us to reconnect with ourselves and with others. Chris has posted the link to the donation site in the chat. And you can always also go to interweave.org to make a donation. And we still are operating with at this point a challenge grant of $2,000 in addition to the first $1,000 that was already met. And so your donations will be matched up to a total of $3,000 at this point. And so please feel please be moved to go to the link, make your donation, help us continue to offer this programming in the years to come. And the QR code is now on display for that.
Elaine, you are like me. You're one of those creatives. Tell us what it means for you.
Oh, so many things. I attended the fairy tale workshop the other day, Tales of Transformation, and I was just blown away at the impact of experiencing Hansel and Gretel through Interweave and the messages that were unlocked through Tales of Transformation. We expressed ourselves through collage, and it was just a fabulous experience. And I'm a big fan of meditation. There are so many programs that Interweave offers that have so many benefits to the community in all of our senses. I just can't say enough. Joe, the tote bags. We don't have
yes.
Oh no.
And Janet is here so she can, I guess, display it. Yes, we have
I can. Did you tell them about?
Yeah. I did not yet. Not in this 10-minute slot.
Not in this 10 minutes. Well, anyone who we'd like to send you a thank you gift to, we thank all of you for anything you can give today. But for anyone who gives $100 or more today, we have our wonderful Interweave tote with this wonderful message that we think really does bring wellness into our lives. Weave love into everything you do. And we believe that in Interweave, that if we do that, the world will be just a little bit better. And I want to thank Joe and Elaine for those beautiful messages about Interweave. And of course, Moya, who will be joining us now for the next hour. And Joe and Elaine, we'll get to see. I think Joe, is this your last hour?
It is. This is it for me.
This is it for Joe for now, but maybe we'll see you at the wrap up tonight.
Maybe.
I'm just going to be hopeful.
Okay.
And thank you, Joe, for being with us. And Elaine will be back in the next hour. Joe, we have the best board of trustees in the world. Bar none. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. And
Hello,
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 dear
hello.
friend.
Dear friend, here we are. And it's a pleasure to she got so excited she just hopped in to the call. You are our next guest. And Moya is an Interweave trustee, and Moya is also an interfaith minister. She has been done hospice work for many years, correct?
Correct.
And chaplaincy work for many years, and she is a grief counselor as well, and has an important it's important work. You have a grief practice, and so Moya, as someone who has done work with has done interfaith ministry and hospice work, and now grief work even more intentionally. There's a lot of loss in the world right now.
Yes, and I just am so excited and stimulated by all the conversations this morning, because I felt like, yeah, and that's part of grief work too. I was inspired by the statement that philosophy is about becoming fully human, and that is exactly what grief work is. It is that dive into this thing that we all share, and that is the experience of touching into grief, and it's part of our humanness, and it has so much to do with both the inner journey of knowing self and of the necessity to be with and to be touched by other people's story of grief. And Janet, you and I have had this conversation that there is and many of your guests have spoken about it, there is an underlying sense of a previous amazing guest spoke of an underlying sense of stress. And you brought out the underlying sense of, the Surgeon General identifying loneliness. And I want to add to that conversation and say that there is an underlying sense of grief and loss. And in a strange way, it's an opportunity to feel into that this is communal. This is in our families, this is in our towns, this is in our nation, this is in our world. We have an unusual sense of global, the tears of the world.
Right.
And as I say that, I want to suggest that I am not talking about depression. I'm not talking about loss of hope. I'm not talking about being so depleted that we can't move, because in fact, it is the process of grief that brings us back to life in so many ways that have been described this morning. So this is a subject that I love. When people say, oh, if I say, oh, I do grief work, they go, oh, that must be sad.
Right.
And my response to that is, it is very rewarding.
Right.
Because I find again and again, people move through their grief and teach me. Every person I sit with teaches me, and I am forever grateful for that.
Well, it's interesting what you said about the collective, because since the pandemic, since life has taken a radical turn, and life, quote unquote, as we know it, like you said, we've been talking about this, and the narrative has changed. There's a sense in the world that we had we had a way of being in the world that's, just exploded. It's gone. And how, is that showing up for you with your
Oh, yes,
clients?
yes, it is. And and here's the opportunity in that, is that many of us have an untended grief, a grief that we were told somehow by our culture and perhaps by the medical paradigm that grief was something that you got over, almost like the flu.
Right.
Something happened, and then you took care of yourself, and then the grief was gone. And in fact, that is not our experience of grief. So untended grief has a way of turning into cement in your very soul and becoming stuck and deadening to life. And so in a way, this incredible experience that we are experiencing is an opportunity to attend to perhaps an untended grief, because yes, it is showing up everywhere.
Because I know, so if we're having a kind of a collective grief event, and we've unresolved grief in our past, how is that landing?
Well, there's a saying in grief lingo that all grief is connected. That when we have something happen, even if it's watching images on the news that land in someplace in your heart, that it does connect us to our humanness, back to the idea of being human. That I see that's happening on the screen, and it's touching me because I'm human and I'm watching a human being that's suffering. And so it connects us to perhaps to anything that was untended in our grief history, and as an opportunity to then turn and face something, to pivot toward grief, not as a fascination with sorrow, but with a fascination of our humanness that we just have been exploring all morning, right?
Right. And because I always say to one of my kids says to me, "You go to an awful lot of funerals, Mom." And I say, well, the longer you live, the more funerals you go to. And I'm not being funny. I'm being truthful. This is true. Death is a part of life, and you get more, I don't want to say at ease with it, but you do get certainly more familiar with it. It's a shock, and it isn't a shock.
Right.
So
So it's this idea that, in fact, our loss, our grief, our relationship to the people we have lost, can become a companion. So that notion of closure doesn't make sense, because in fact, what people tell me in the grieving groups I lead, or the people I sit with, is that the relationship they had with the person that they've lost is not over. And there is not a sense of closure. There's a sense of evolving and tending and self-care and acknowledgement of growth. Now, I don't want to sound like I'm romanticizing. So there are times when grief can be overwhelmingly sorrowful, and all of the techniques that we've been talking about beginning with Carrie and her breath. She was our star this morning. We all can keep returning to it. I use that in grief work over and over again, because there are times when you're at the grocery store. It's such a minefield. I don't know why, but you're in the grocery store and you're tending to, I need milk and bread and eggs. And then the song comes over. And next thing you know, you are weeping over the milk counter, sobbing. and that is a reality. I'm not suggesting that there isn't things that we have to move through in this process. Absolutely. And so all of these tools, and many of them are spiritual practice tools, are for attending to a nervous system that is raw and a whole body that is being rearranged through an experience of loss. There are many realities here. So let's take this opportunity, Jenna, to talk about the holidays.
Yeah, let's, because when you've had a loss and the holidays come, it goes to what I was saying to Dr. Kabush, that I want that Hallmark card where everything is beautiful and perfect. And I'm in the middle of deep grief work. Doesn't that make it so much more painful that my inner life is not matching that picture of the Hallmark card?
Yes. And I love in the earlier session when you brought up Norman Rockwell, who I love, I love. And there's that image of the table, the Thanksgiving table, that and I have heard over and over again in with people I sit with in grief, the question comes up, but who will carve the turkey? But who will carve the turkey?
And tell me more about what does that really mean?
And it seems like such a, like, what? Who will carve the turkey? And yet it is the heart of that Norman Rockwell picture, the person in the center who will perform that ritual, that moment of yay, the dinner is out of the oven, and dad will carve the turkey. And the first time that, and which by the way, that might mean that he takes a jackhammer to it and it's, or it might be that he artfully carves the turkey and it's all on the platter and goes around the table.
So it's not about that it was this way or that way. It's just about what was.
Right. And it's a marker on the road that perhaps in our everyday life, we didn't know it was such an important marker. But when it's gone, when it's changed, it becomes powerful. And then, who steps up to do that job? Again, it's a conversation to have. It's a conversation to have before you get to that turkey, so that you can.
But that is sometimes what happens, right? I'm assuming, I know in my own life that I'm not always ready for it, right? That it's we talk about the wave that comes in and knocks you down.
Right. So it takes this planning, especially during the holidays, planning for those moments, getting ready. Here it comes, and having the conversation, literally, who's going to carve the turkey, and acknowledging it, and bringing presence and intention to it, and both the sweetness and the loss of that moment. Who will carve the turkey? So it takes a tremendous amount of intention and moving slowly and coming to those moments. You know, I recently read because I'm that person that reads every article that comes up about grief. If you want to know, I read it because this is my topic. And there was a Washington Post article that I thought it's recent. If you guys want to look it up, it wouldn't be hard to find Washington Post on the subject of grief. And the person described what we're talking about, I thought, in a good way, a way that is understandable. And that is, we have mapped in our life, and I love the image of a map, all of these things, especially during the holidays when we have rituals, that there's a map. Who will carve the turkey? When are we going to do the Christmas cards? When are we going to, we're coming up next week is the first lighting of the candle of Hanukkah, which is so beautiful, especially in this time of darkness. And all of these markers on the road are a map. And that if you're going through a new loss, or even if you're still negotiating these rituals with any loss, it is the process of laying down a new map. And that takes intention and being aware and sensing into what parts of the map are most important, what parts of the map might not need to be laid down again, and walking through it.
You know, as you're talking about that, the remapping process, which I'm a big Scott Peck, I don't know if you remember that book, The
Right.
Road Less Traveled, disciple almost. It's remapping's an important skill. And so in this idea that we've had this tremendous collective loss, not and some of us, I mean, I did actually lost people. Like, so it is like a double loss, the loss of the narrative of the way life was. Life has changed dramatically since COVID. And then on top of that, having lost people in that. And it does feel to me like we could all use a little help doing that remapping work, like, because it's almost like I don't know, Christopher Columbus and that old map, we're going to fall off the face of the earth and there'll be dragons, and I don't know, the Loch Ness monster might be. It doesn't feel like pleasant remapping work right now. Well,
Right.
how should we approach the work of remapping?
I'm going to add to your story. I'm speaking with someone close to me who lives in Hoboken, and she was saying, I went down to the pizza part. What's the center of the community? The pizza parlor, where everybody goes and to get the best pizza in town. And I remembered that the owner, who knew me, who I knew in that kind of community, Fred Rogers, hi, how are you sense, you want your usual, had died during the pandemic. And it's just a simple example of what you're talking about, that our community, there has been a rupture in our communities, in our sense of where we belong, who we're going to see when we leave our doors and step out into the community. So yes, it's a remapping. And the first I would say is that it is not this is not solo work. We we're not meant to do grief work alone.
Well, no, especially when we're not sure what is north, where, like we've kind of lost our North Star. So we need each other to kind of, I guess, figure it out.
Right. So your description of, hey, Mom, you go to a lot of funerals. Well, maybe that makes sense because it is a long time old ritual of gathering together, of saying things that have been said over and over again, sacred text, words, poetry, symbolic action, lighting a candle, flowers, which represent that sense of impermanence. These flowers are beautiful for this moment, and then they're gone. So all of that seems like the right thing to do, to gather together. So and that's our human history. That's our humanness. Being more human is to gather together.
It's funny as you're saying that I'm thinking, like when we come home from a funeral, not because we do go to good funerals more, we do say things like that was a good funeral. It's a good funeral, good send off. I mean, we just had that beautiful send off for Rosalind Carter, and that was a send off. If you were like there's, so I'm thinking as you're talking about that, we know how to do this. There's something about when we talk about redoing the map for everything and making ourselves well and better as a society and dealing with these tremendous losses, blows that we've had, that maybe you're right, bringing each other flowers, baking a pie and bringing it over to your house.
Well, the Rosalind Carter is a perfect example, and that was a communal grief. And I was so touched by the remembering.
Right.
The photos of them as youngsters, and then remembering how all of us went through similar, if you're a certain age, you can remembering is part of this. So it's an opportunity to slow down, to pause, and to reweave the stories of the past, and to be fortified by that, to be strengthened by that. So yeah, and I think this notion of slowing down is countercultural. But yeah, I mean, we all kind of took a pause.
We all took a pause
to remember Rosalind Carter.
Right.
And slowing down is especially in our world today. And I'm not one to wag my finger at, this social media and it's the worst thing, but we are just living so fast. And in grief work, in resetting mapping, it's a time of slowing down, really, really slowing down. It's finding, the previous Diane, what was our previous?
Dr. Kabush.
Dr. Kabush, talking about going outside, sensing into awe. I would say that it's sensing into earth time, not our cultural time.
Right.
Can be a wonderful way to create spaciousness for holding what we're talking about.
So you're bringing up a really important point, as you always do. Our society wants to rush past grief and loss. It doesn't. Our culture doesn't necessarily give a lot of space. It's like, well, you've had 3 days.
Oh,
took off 2 weeks. It's a month. It's a year. TikTok. When are you going to get over that? So how do giving time, the gift of time. I mean, the title of this hour is the doorway, that grief can open a doorway to wellness. How do we give loss its due, so to speak?
Yeah, we have done such disservice to this very human. Janet, the grief has been taken out of the DSM. It's no longer considered a malady, a neuroses, something that you're doing wrong that needs to be fixed. It is acknowledged as a very human, very real, very normal process. And we've done a great disservice to the people who are doing the tending to their own grief, and in so doing also tending to our communal grief, our grief tenders. We do such a disservice when we put a linear timetable to that process, because it feels like a failure when someone says to me, I don't understand, why am I still sad? And yeah, so it's a distortion of what we think this process should be like and what people actually experience.
So how do we I mean, is that part of the whole we don't want to be vulnerable thing in our culture, that we don't give ourselves time to or others time to lick their wounds? What is our inability to do that? Why is that so why is it, why do we expect people to just, get right back up on the horse?
Right. So this goes back to this our notion of that we are all heroes on a hero quest. And I love that work, but this is an opportunity in grief tending to realize that we are not alone in our grief stories, that it is, as I said, you look on the television and you realize that image from around the world is someone else grieving, and that this is part of our human story. And so slowing down and sensing and feeling into your grief, and then perhaps reaching out to someone else and sharing your story can be a way of soothing that sense of, what am I doing wrong? Why aren't I finished with this process? Why is this still so alive in me? And then coming to realize that this is that in fact this is part of your aliveness. That grief and the ability to feel all that we feel is connected to our grief story. Again, it takes time. It takes time. Yeah. The last time we spoke about this, Janet, I said to you, remember the Wizard of Oz, when Dorothy is in Kansas and everything is black and white, and then she drops down into Oz and everything is in color. A person who's experienced a loss, particularly if it's a new loss, can feel like they're in Kansas, and the world has lost its color. The songs are piped over, the happy songs piped over everywhere we go is contrary to the fact that this is the darkest time of year, that the simplest things, I don't see color, I don't taste, I don't feel, I'm feeling numb in the moment. And that goes back to speaking with others and finding out, oh, I'm not alone. this is what's happening. And then slowly in small doses, the color begins to come back into the world. And but our poor fragile nervous systems can't take it all at once. It has to be a slow and gentle and kind process, being very kind to yourself in that process.
So what happens to our nervous systems? Because we've talked a little bit about the nervous system, anxiety, the nervous system, how we react to anxiety, how we react to meditation. What happens to our nervous systems in the middle of grief?
Well, many of us are familiar with Kubler-Ross's stages of grief that she mapped out, and she was a pioneer in this subject of grief and loss and gave us so much. And the first one on her list is denial. And the first time I read that, I thought, well, that doesn't make sense. Of course, intellectually, anybody who's experiencing loss understands that what has happened. And yet, when someone says to me, I can't believe it, it's not just an expression. You get the sense that they really can't believe it. And here are the ways that comes up. I wake up in the morning and I expect my loved one to be there. I pick up the phone and start to dial their phone number. And this is that remapping process we were talking about. The birthday, all of those things happen, and it's an affront. Like, I can't believe it that this has happened. So this denial, we think of denial as such a negative word. Oh, that's bad. But in fact, it's a coping strategy.
It's a protection.
It's a protection.
It's too much.
That we have to take this slow. I keep using the word slowly, carefully, with attention and with compassion and with care, and to be with that moment that you pick up the phone, and then to go back to that breathing, and so that feeling that's in your body doesn't cause such a contraction that you become frozen, that you can tend to what's happening, even if it means that it brings up tears or
Well, we're back to it's all right to be can we be vulnerable? Is it all right for us, as I've told everybody today, I am really taken with this information that Webster's Dictionary has decided that authentic is the word of the year. And authentic is not necessarily I'm okay, I don't have any pain.
Right.
I may have pain.
So yeah, but that also brings up, not everyone expresses their vulnerability in the same way. It used to be thought that there were people who grieved correctly, and that there were, maybe that wasn't the word they used, but you hear my
I hear it.
my bias here, and that there were people who were avoiding, I think it was the word they used. And an example of someone who was avoiding might be, and I've seen this, cleaned out the garage, cleaned out the attic, cleaned out every closet, cleaned out and then said, and now I'm going back to work, I have to get busy. And it used to be thought that this person was avoiding and not tending to their grief. And now they've come to understand that that person that's cleaning out the garage is grieving. And that's their style. That's how they're doing it. And so
there's no one size fits all.
No. Yeah. So opening up the possibility that everybody is going to do this tending in their own way, in their own time, in small doses, and do the work. Yeah. So, and the other piece that I'd like to bring out about this, so we've talked about slowing down. It's not easy to do. It's easy to say, and we've talked about so many pieces of, and I get that maybe the person cleaning out the closets aren't so good at slowing down, but it's a practice, slowing down and feeling what you feel, as our previous discussion talked about. Where in your body do you feel it? Acknowledging all of that, tending to it with compassion and care. And then one of the ways that we metabolize grief, that we keep it moving, keep it soft, and not let it harden and become solid, is through ritual. And I'm referring now to the work of Francis Weller, who wrote a book, The Wild Edge of Sorrow.
Oh, wonderful.
Who, by the way, was just interviewed by Cooper. What is his name? Anderson Cooper.
Anderson Cooper.
On his podcast about grief, which is very good, by the way.
Wow.
And he says that ritual is like we were talking about, the getting together for a funeral. Ritual is it's not our rational brain. It's our soul world, and it's a way to be in relationship to our grieving process. And those rituals can be simply lighting a candle, putting flowers on your table, taking a moment to be with and breathe, all of those little things. Journaling. I know you're going to have a session on journaling coming up. I'm very excited about that. Journaling can be a way to be in conversation with what's happening. And then when those moments arise of like like a volcano of emotion, and you think, okay, this is it. I've lost my mind. It's official. They need to come and take me away. That you can remember that you are okay. Everything is okay. And then I loved that previous reach out and call somebody that loves you. That feels very connected to what we're talking about here. Yeah.
When my dad died, we moved to Puerto Rico, which was unsettling at the time, literally unsettling. But my mom wanted to be close to her family, which, listening to what you're saying and what Dr. Kabush had to say this morning, I'm like, that makes sense. And in Puerto Rico at the time, the tradition was that my mother would wear black for one whole year. And there would be no music and there would be no dancing. My mother looked great in black. So no, like seriously, she was drop dead gorgeous, and that just added to the compliments, to the echando flores. People would throw compliments to her as she'd go down the street. But the no music and the no dancing was hard. But I felt like at least it did send out, it was a gift to her to let people know that she wasn't okay.
Yeah, I think that there's exactly that we can culturally take care of each other.
Yeah.
I agree completely that, and men would wear a black armband.
Yeah.
And it gave an outward sign that I'm grieving. And yeah, I think we've lost something when we gave that up. Because there it is so it is, you're being transformed. And I often say to people I work with, it's as though every cell in your body is being rearranged. And I remember the first time I said that, the person said, yeah, that's it. Everything is being rearranged. And that's why they call it work. It's what you're doing in your waking hours. It's what you're doing in your dream world. It is full body, full psyche, full soul. It is yeah, it's something to, and when we can pivot and move toward it, it can be, as you said in the title, a portal to being prepared for what is coming, being in the moment for sure, because it forces you to be in the moment, and then and a re-examine of life. So it brings up that giant question. Well, if this is true, that ultimately our stories will end in this way, then what?
As you're talking so eloquently about this process, and we're talking about the wisdom that, so in this hour of, when you talked about everything is rearranged in our bodies, that this is literally, I think, what we're all feeling, like the world, the shape of our world changed. We had these tremendous losses. We actually lost many people. We were affected. And so grief work tells us something about, it gives us some clues, maybe. Your grief work wisdom is very applicable to everything we're all going through today.
Yeah. And I think one of the things it points to, and I think this came up in our, very much so in our discussion about philosophy earlier today, is that this is a time to call upon our ancestors, to call upon the wisdom that comes through us from those who came before, from those who lived through a pandemic, from our ancestors that lived through conflict and that we think of our DNA as the thing that gets passed on from generation to generation, but when we take it in kind of another sense, that it's also wisdom that gets passed on from generation to generation. So we can call upon your mother's wisdom of returning to home, a sense of, this is where I belong, this is my place. That's one of the things Americans, well, I shouldn't say all Americans, but many Americans don't have a connection to place as a way of being comforted and grounded. This place, this river, this ocean, this land is my home, and I can feel grounded here. This is where I belong, which is becomes part of the complications of grief work, is longing for that sense of belonging, and that brings us back to community.
It is interesting when we when we were talking about what you were saying about Rosalind Carter, that we were all watching that together. I have this very, and talking now about my mom, this very strong memory. It's the same time period of the JFK funeral, which was such, the whole world was having this experience of grief together. And I hadn't been allowed to go to the funeral, my father's, to the graveside. And then soon after, JFK dies, and of course my father was a vet, and it was a military funeral. So through that experience, I felt like I was at my father's funeral because they had the guns and everyone was, it was strange, but it was like a gift to me. And I always remember what you said earlier about, how one grief can open up another grief. And that even can be sort of a gift if you have something unfinished business. Is that right? Well, if you have unfinished,
Yeah,
when that comes up, can you use that as an opportunity to engage what you haven't finished?
Well, I think what you've suggested is a good place to start. What did your family teach you about grief? What have our families taught us about grief? And it wasn't healthy.
It wasn't all good. It was not,
or was it
or was it
a little more
stinking
complicated
thinking, as they say.
So that's a but yes, yeah, I think that and that goes back to the idea that our relationships with those who have passed is not over when they die.
Right.
That you can have healing happen, real honest to goodness healing happen with someone that you may have had a difficult relationship, in time, in the process, that it's constantly in the opportunity for re-knitting, reweaving our stories is possible in this grieving process. And I in my story, I lost my mother and when I was around 30 years old. I was having children myself and losing my mother to breast cancer in the 80s when there was an epidemic of breast cancer in this country, left me with a gaping hole that I continued to knit that tear in my life to this day. And I say that with a smile because it's now become a sweet task of remembering and keeping her in my life. And I often think that I ended up in hospice work because every time I got to take care of, my mother died at a young age, but every time I got to take care of a little old lady in hospice, I was doing what I never got to do for my mother, care for her in her old age. So yes, I would say that healing happens in many, many ways continually, and that's good news, right?
Absolutely, it is good news, and the idea that there can be opportunities. these bittersweet, maybe. There's but there's an opportunity to go back, and I feel like again when we're talking about this, that there's the wisdom of how to manage grief. I don't know that I like that word manage. Do we manage our grief, meet our grief, encounter our grief? What is the right? I don't even know what the right word.
Well, I think we can pivot and move towards our grief, which seems counter-cultural. Why aren't I running away from this? But to pivot and move toward it is a brave act of being alive. But not trying to do it alone. Can be very hard to ask for what you need. Let's go back to the holidays. Do you need to tell stories and remember. Let's go around the table and tell stories and remember the way we did, look at photos. Is that what you need? Or, identifying what it is you need right now and asking for it is a challenge. But it most likely what you need is exactly what everybody else needs too. And
well, I love that's a great place to rest for now. This because we will continue to need to talk about this because, as you said, it isn't over in a day or a week or a year. We have to keep going towards it and let it open up a place of
So here's the thing. I'll end with: we don't become made small through grief. We don't become diminished. We don't become so hurt that we shrink. That it is, in fact, an opportunity to have your heart expanded. And back to that breath work.
Right.
That in attending to our own grief, we can have the empathy and compassion to grieve with others.
Wonderful. And when our hearts are expanding, like Dorothy, I'll go back to Dorothy, they can, and the little straw man, they can, and the tin man and the lion. I guess it's the tin man who says, I guess I must have a heart because I think I hear it breaking. So when our hearts are growing, they can feel like they're breaking. Thank you, Moya, for these beautiful gem pearls, as you always say, pearls in the pandemic, for these real pearls from the school of grief and wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet, and and thank Interweave.
I'm gonna let you talk to Elaine about that, and I'm gonna go off for about 10 minutes, but I'll be back. So here is Elaine coming back. Thank you, Moya. That was beautiful.
Hey.
Oh, there I am. Okay.
Here we are.
Moya, that was so touching. It was just a wonderful talk about grief work. And it's just amazing. There's so much to take in. I'm still processing some of it. My father passed away, I guess, in 2007. And all of a sudden, lately, I've just been inundated with memories of him. Okay. And I can see his lower jaw as he smiles. And I can remember him singing lullabies and the pleasure that he had in playing with children. Now, I didn't even know that this is such an ongoing process of grieving, because at the time he passed away, I was probably so busy with life that I couldn't take the time. But as you've explained it, going slow is the way to go. And now I can think of him, and I don't think I feel sad that he's not here. I just savor those memories.
Right. That's sweet. That's nice.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. And then one of the core messages, we live in an individualistic society. The pull up by your bootstraps, that we're supposed to conquer everything alone. And that's not the way with grief work. It's coming to understand that we are not alone, that others have experienced what we've experienced and are experiencing what we experience, and that we can learn from each other and touch each other and learn the deep compassion for another through our own journey. And I think, we're here to speak about how Interweave gives us that opportunity. Whether it's, we often do a check-in whenever we get together in whatever group we're in, just doing a check-in. How are you? And how important that is in, we're not talking about our Instagram world. We're talking about that sincere question, how are you today?
We don't even have that in one-on-one connections sometimes, I think. with the people that we're closest to.
Right.
Life is just rushing by, but yes, in Interweave, we always say, how are you? And what an opportunity to share, to pull out sometimes what we didn't even know was troubling us.
Right, exactly. And it's a way of being that, as you say, isn't always supported in all of the arenas of our life. And so to keep it going, we are asking for support. Money can represent so many things. Money is like life energy. It's our life energy that produces this thing we call money. And it's used, it can be used in many, many ways, but in this sense, we're asking that it be a gift for the opportunity to continue to delve into all of these topics with heart. We think of money as cold and, something other, but in a gift, it can be heartfelt and have meaning as a gift to sustain this work.
It's very well put, Moya. And I think as people have an opportunity to experience more of the programs that Interweave has to offer, you will be the recipient of that gift.
Right.
Whether it's the hearth or in-person meditation or Member Monday or some of the creative endeavors like the fairy tales, the transformation, there's just so many ways in which you will receive through self-exploration and grief and creativity. And I meant to say growth, not grief, but we've learned that grief can be expansive as opposed to shrinking. So thank you again for that. But please
yeah.
Oh, and we still have the matching challenge going on.
I assume so, yeah. And what an opportunity that is. The generosity that someone has offered that seems a great way to take advantage of someone's generosity. The giving, it isn't the giving that we receive, as you're saying, Elaine, and this is an opportunity to give and receive for sure.
And we have that wonderful gift for $100 donation of the Interweave tote bag.
Yeah, now that we all have 1 million tote bags in the back of our cars, how nice to have one that we can walk with proudly to remind people of that simple message that we can weave love into our lives, even in our daily simple tasks of picking up the groceries and having them nicely contained in a what is that when it keeps things cold, the insulation. Yeah, sure. Well, that is so cool.
And I bet lots of people want to know what is Interweave. Here we go. Here's the QR code. And you'll be directed to the online giving page. And you can also go to interweave.com to make your donation.
It's easy. And you can know the minute you touch that button that you have touched many people, and the opportunity to touch into your own growth, spiritually, intellectually. Some of these conversations have been so amazing, and in every way, as we rebuild the map of our connection to community, we cannot let something like Interweave fade. It's worth growing this way of being with others, and
besides the personal growth, I was thinking of the opportunities that we've had through Daughters of Abraham to meet people from very different cultures, to demystify people from different religions, to find the commonality. Daughters of Abraham is based in the, how do you pronounce it, Abrahamic tradition, Christian, Muslims, and Jews. And we meet once a month, and a lot of times we read a book and share our reactions to it. And it's absolutely lovely.
Right, and it's something that's been going on for years. We've been meeting this way for years, and so now in this time of turmoil, we have a solid base of connection and community to return to, and to remember our connections to each other, even in the most difficult times. So yeah, it's not an instant fix. It's that mapping. It's laying down the foundation for connection and community that can never be taken for granted.
And it's a real connection. Something, it's not imagined. It's something that you really, I speak for myself, I really have experienced through this program.
Yeah, amazing.
Well, thank you both for those beautiful, heartfelt words that I know you really, really believe. And you're such good ambassadors for Interweave. I'm so grateful for our trustees who are, I don't know, only the best board in the entire world, possibly universe. Did you tell them about our band?
Of course we did.
Of course you did. And here it is, just in case you wanted to see it. Leave everything, leave love into everything you do. We think it's really a great sentiment for Interweave right now, a great sentiment for our world. So if you
I love our logo. It's inspiring, that the tree and the roots and it's such a beautiful image.
Really,
so yeah, I will carry that bag proudly.
Thank you. Do
Me
all
too.
my shopping for the holidays in there. I thank you both, and I know Elaine is going to be back. Moya, I hope you'll be back later for our wrap-up conversation.
Of course. That's the best party in town.
Best party in town. But yeah, we're just going to ruminate and bask in really all the wonderful wisdom. And thank you to Moya for
of course. Yes, of course.
So many pearls.
This is my topic. I know it seems counterintuitive that I should love this topic of grief the way I do, but it is amazing.
Happy
Janet, I'm going to be jumping off. I don't know if you got my message.
Okay, well, we'll see you. That's okay. We'll see you. We'll see you. Maybe we'll see you tonight. Love you.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Thank you both. All right, bye-bye. And we're going to welcome now Nancy will be joining us now. We have Nancy Nussbaum was with us. And I'm just going to ask Nancy to start her camera. Here's Nancy. There you are. And I'm going to ask you to, there you go. Hi, Nancy. How are you?
Hello, Janet. And hello, friends of Interweave. Whether you're here now or going to be watching later, I'm honored to be here. Thank you.
We're honored to have you. Nancy is, I get to have the privilege of being with Nancy on Monday evenings when we have our Movements of Grace yoga hour. And Nancy is a fabulous, I always worry that I'm going to say it right. We practice yoga, Kripalu. Say
Kripalu.
it.
Kripalu yoga.
Yoga. And I'm going to let you tell us what that is, but I can tell you she makes us all feel like really experienced yogis because she is so, because as she always tells us, it's not about putting your head behind your leg. It's about embodying this spirit. It's literally movements of grace. And so you are a certified yogi in this discipline, and we are so grateful that you are with us today and that you are available to interweavers who are interested in taking this up as a spiritual practice. And I can tell you that I always feel better after I'm with you, Nancy. And in the middle of a challenging day, I feel like you're kind of like a breath of fresh. You're going to give me a little break. You're going to let me get oxygen into my body so we can get all the way to 7:30 on our marathon 11 meaningful conversations. And I thank you that you are one of them. So, Nancy, why don't we start out? I just am wondering if you could tell us a little bit about this kind of yoga practice and how you got into it.
This style of yoga is called Kripalu. You probably heard the word hatha, Hatha, hat, pronounced hatha in Sanskrit, which is the language of yoga. Hatha means sun moon. So it's sort of balancing opposing forces. You know, we work with our energy, we work with postures, with mudras, with breathing, with affirmations, intentions, mantras, meditation. You know, there's so much involved in yoga, all these parts, some massage, acupressure points. And we incorporate that all into nurturing and caring for ourselves. Kripalu means compassion. It starts with compassion with our body. So we never force anything. You know, we work on strength, we work on flexibility, range of motion in our classes, but we're just softly guiding the body there. The body craves movement, craving space. We make space in our body, you know, not only for our joints and our muscles and our organs, but also for our emotions. And I know a lot of the talks today, you know, involve that, processing our emotions. Our emotions, you know, are like our body is like a diary of how we feel. You know, we're stressed, we're challenged in life. It shows up in our shoulders getting tight, our neck, our jaw, our back, our hips, anywhere in the body, you know, gripping. So yoga means union. I think probably most of you know that. It means union. And it's sort of a revelation in a sense, because we never were separated. You know, we always were united with our breath, with our body, with each other, with the environment, with nature, with the universe, with the divine. We always were connected, but we just forgot. And as human beings, you know, in our humanness, we tend to forget that. And yoga helps us to bring that back, to remind ourselves, yes, we are connected. We are connected. And that whole sense of giving and receiving that Moya was speaking about made me think of one of our mudras, and you all know this already, the prayer, the namaste, the hands together, the right at the heart here, gently touching the heart with our thumbs. So just for a moment, you know, pressing our right hand into our left hand and our left hand pressing back into our right hand. So it's almost like we don't know the difference. We can't tell which hand is receiving and which hand is giving. And that sort of reminds me of Interweave, you know, that giving and that receiving is so beautiful. And this is maybe symbolic of what Interweave does. Thank you, Janet. I think you might be muted.
So how did you come to how, you know, I ask you this because this is who you are. You know, this is not just you go to the gym you go to the whatever on Wednesdays and do a little yoga. This is who Nancy Nussbaum is. And so I'm interested in if you would be willing to share how it became. You are a yogi. Like, how did this become so a part of your spiritual journey?
I was in a gym.
Nothing's wrong with that. We should all go to the gym. Can be part of our spiritual journey.
But I had just received a not good diagnosis. And I was getting all this information, a flood of information from various, medical sources and people and friends and family. And it was just, it was just too much, to make decisions on what the next step would be. Although I didn't realize it at the time, when you're in something like that, you're just being bombarded and you're not sure how you're feeling. And I went to the gym. There was a yoga class going on. I just walked in there, sort of not planning it, not knowing. And when I left, all those things were still there, but there was a little tiny sense of clarity, like I had stepped back just a little bit, saw a little bit wider view of, what was going on, and that, I did have some choices that I needed to think about, that I could think about, that I could make choices regarding what the next step would be. Also with yoga, there's, how in our culture, when we're dealing with a medical issue, a lot of times we're passive in our healing. I hear people say, I've said it, we've all said it, well, they're going to do this or they're going to do that. Yoga gives us a little bit sense that we are a participant in our own healing. There are tools, whether it's the breathing, whether it's the movement, whether it's, meditation, affirmations, that we can use to take out of our toolbox to help us on our healing journey. And I think we're all on a healing journey of some sort or another. So that's how I started, and it became an anchor because, practicing yoga doesn't mean we don't have problems or challenges or struggles, but it helps us as we're dealing with them. And it shows us too that sometimes the struggles, we learn something about ourselves with the struggles, that sometimes we can even be grateful for that, because maybe we have a strength we didn't know we had before, and then it surfaced, during the struggle, so that we sort of are in the moment, we're sort of open for whatever life puts before us. And I think you're muted.
You just need to give me time each time to go, because I have a lot of things here. I know. So you started then, but you entered into a very intentional training.
Yes, I didn't know I was. I started going to yoga classes, and then there was a workshop that gave you a little bit more. Yoga is a few lifetimes worth of information. There's just so much to it. It's 5,000 years old, and there's just a lot to it. I went to a workshop. I enjoyed it, and maybe another workshop. And then I thought there was something that was like an overgrown workshop. It was a teacher training. And probably if I knew what was involved, I may not have thought I could do it. But I didn't know. It was a little half-page thing. And I thought, oh, I think maybe I'll do this, And I didn't have any thought of teaching. I just wanted to learn about it. I was so intrigued. I was so inspired, by everything I learned in yoga. So I did take the training. It was very challenging, very difficult, but worthwhile and enriching. And we graduated on a Sunday. I took all the stuff I was carrying in my car. I was traveling everywhere. It was before the days of Zoom. Everything was in person. So I took everything out of the car, and I was just going to go to a class and just relax there, not think about, how the person was constructing the class. And I was at work. I was going to go right after work. The phone rings at 5 to 5. I'm at work at my desk, and it's my yoga instructor. And he said, Nancy, you going to class tonight? And I said, yes, I plan to. And he said, good, because I'm in the hospital. So he said, I need you to teach. So that's how I wound up teaching. It was sort of the universe in some ways, and I didn't have any of my materials with me. And I felt in some ways that was the universe also, just,
Right.
you know, you just,
Right. Wow.
you know.
So that's amazing. Even the fact that you did so much of life is that like that. We don't always know what we're saying yes to. And if we did, we may not have taken that journey. But once we're on it and we recognize it as ours, what a gift. And of course I and others have benefited from your saying yes to taking that journey. Thank you. So is there anything you want to tell us about the philosophy of Kripalu yoga, or the way it sees the world and how it can bring us into this unity?
As I said, it means compassion, and that really appealed to me because we're all unique. We're all we're connected, but we're unique. And that brings me into a mudra, Janet, if I could just show, and we did this
Say
the other
something
night.
about what a mudra is.
A mudra is a gesture. We have them in our culture too. If I were standing on the side of the street with my thumb up, hopefully you would pick me up in the car. If if you were looking at me and I went like this, you would know I was, waving to you, waving to somebody. We have a thumbs up, we have a thumbs down, we have all kinds of mudras. And even, our whole body is a mudra. Our whole, when we do the postures in yoga, we're expressing ourselves. We're in some of the postures, we feel vulnerable. In some of the postures, we feel, strong and courageous. In some of the postures, there's a balancing component. So we're sort of expressing how we feel, in a safe way in the postures. So the idea with Kripalu yoga is that the postures don't exist. We animate them by how we feel. So we don't, in this style of yoga, we let people express in the way that feels right for them. Now, we're always careful about our knees and our neck and our back, so there are guidelines there, of course, but different people would have different stances of their legs, for instance, if a person were shorter, if a person were taller, or if a person had a knee sensitivity or a low back sensitivity. So we're making the posture fit us versus we're trying to make ourselves come into a certain shape that might not fit us. And that's what appeals to me about Kripalu. It's about compassion, starting with ourselves. It's very much about learning to love ourselves. And Janet knows, we start our practice with an intention. We don't use the word goal. You notice we don't use the word goal. When we do that, there's a tendency we could set ourselves up for failure. If we said, I want to lose 10 pounds by Christmas. What if we don't? Then we beat ourselves up. That's not what yoga is about. We set an intention, and the intention could be in the present tense. I am making healthier choices. I am making healthier choices. And that would be our intention. And then, maybe we would lose a little weight, or maybe something would happen, but we would feel good about ourselves. And when we feel good about ourselves, that impacts our nervous system, that impacts our immune system. We just feel better. We just feel better. So more vitality.
And when we do the mudras, how does that help us? Like, because I can feel it. There's like an energy when you direct us to do a mudra. I'm like, oh, there's energy in doing this.
There's so much energy. We have so many nerve endings in our hands, and a lot of the mudras, revolve around our hands. So if you want to try this right now, we'll just clap our hands. That's life affirming right there. When we clap our hands, that's life affirming. We feel something doing that. And then we'll rub our hands like we're going to get some warmth there. kind of a mild day today, so you might not feel that cold, but coming up, this will warm our hands. You'll feel some friction and you'll feel some energy right in our hands right now. So one of the mudras we were talking about was the Gayam mudra, the wisdom mudra. And you probably know this too. It's probably the second most common mudra in the world. It's the index and the thumb touching. And you notice we create a little circle there. That's symbolism for our connection. You know, our mind-body connection, our connection to our spirit, our energy, our mood, our environment, where we are, each other, nature, all the four-legged, finned, winged, to the world, to the world. So that's our connection, that we're really all one. But then you notice the other three fingers are free, and they're like wings of a bird in a way. And the symbolism there is our individuality, our uniqueness as an individual. So we're connected, we're all connected, but we have these individual components about ourselves. So it's a beautiful mudra gesture. And when we come into these gestures and just close our eyes and breathe, you know, we can feel those nerve endings. We can feel those sensations in our body. And they're like little switches in our body. Even with the prayer, for instance, the namaste or the prayer. And namaste, by the way, means I see the good in you that is also within me, that sense of connection, and I'm bowing to that. You know, it's a beautiful gesture. But even the namaste, for instance, I was in the supermarket one day, you know, at the checkout, and they had yoga journal, and somebody was in the prayer position, and it was like a hectic, you know, line at the supermarket. But when I saw that, just that picture, that image, everything like calmed down, you know. So there's something to energy. We are made up of energy. Energy is very real. And we do work with with energy in our yoga practice to sense that, to feel that energy. So that's what mudras are. There are many of them. I happen to love them and love to share them in our practice.
They're fabulous, and they are so they kind of have intentions connected with them. Like when you do them, you know, there was one where you were like touching the earth.
Yes, there's a mudra, and we all know this mudra too. The peace sign fingers. Our modern day peace sign, the index and middle, our modern day peace sign comes from yoga, comes from that ancient practice. When the peace sign fingers are facing down and, you know, maybe touching the earth or touching your chair or touching your thigh, it's called the Bu mudra, B-H-U, Bu mudra, which means earth. So this is a grounding mudra. And to me, it's almost like symbolic of, you know, plugging into the earth. You know, we all need that these days in particular. We need to feel grounded. We need that sense of connecting to the earth, because it's easy to spin out of control with the news.
We definitely need it.
But this mudra facing upward is the prana mudra, you know, so you could lift your arms up and reach it up. And then it's like antenna. They're like antenna reaching up. And then with whatever our intention is, whether it's, you know, peace or love or compassion, whatever message we want to send out, you know, with that upward energy, we're sending that out into the world. And who knows, you know, who knows how far energy will travel. You know, we see these big telescopes and we see things from so far away, and we don't know how far energy will go. So our intention can be powerful.
I love that. And you know, there's so much today about the negativity of the news. And I really believe if we are receptors, we can also be transmitters. And these things that you do and you teach us to do, I really do believe are helping us to transmit out positive energy peace and love into a universe that definitely needs that, is in need of that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Janet.
We've also been talking a lot today about how important the breath is, and we did with Carrie, we did a 4-4-4 rectangle, and I know that there's a practice, and if you wanted to show us a few things, I'm going to put you on spotlight and make me the little box. I'm that lady in the corner that is going along for the ride, but we really going to watch you. So if that's okay with you, I would like you to the one I'm thinking of, that if you could show us a few things that people might be able to do to help them to relax, to be one. I know that there's something that you do just while walking, that there are things that we can do to help us to come into our bodies. I love that idea of we were meant to be one, but we've kind of separated a little from our bodies, and we need to come back into them. And you do such a good job of helping us to do that. So I'm going to remove my spotlight. I'm going to mute myself again for a minute while you tell us about a few of those things.
Well, we can do a little breathing here. You did the 4 square breath earlier. The diaphragmatic breath is the basic yogic breath. This is used for cardiac patients. This is a way to massage into the heart, to bring down our blood pressure, bring down our heart rate. It has so many benefits, this particular breath. So just from wherever you are, just a lengthened spine. So if you're seated, let's just roll the shoulders forward up, like we're going to touch our ears, and then exhale them back and down. Just a few times here. Shoulders forward up, exhale back and down. So we're just releasing the shoulders very softly. We're finding a nice lengthened spine, so we make room for the ribs. The lungs go sometimes above the collarbones, so a lot of space for our lungs here. So let's breathe. We can have one hand on the navel, one hand on the heart, and let's breathe into the hand on the navel. Breathe into the hand on the heart, a little more. Fill it up a little bit more to the collarbones, and then we'll sigh it out, that audible sigh. And then your natural breath in, however you breathe, your natural breath out. Inhaling lower lungs, the navel, mid lungs, the heart. We're filling up a little more. Upper lungs, the collarbones. Sighing it out audibly. Our natural breath in, our natural breath out. And one more time, navel, inhale through the nose. Inhale, heart, collarbones. And then sighing it out. Our natural breath in, our natural breath out. So you notice we breathe through the nose for most yogic breath. That filters the air, so debris doesn't come into sensitive lung tissue. We warm the air, and in cold weather, that's important. Less chance of like an asthma attack if that's something going on. Breathing through the nose, it slows down the breath. If we breathe through the mouth, we're sort of gulping something in quickly. When we breathe through the nose, we're slowing it down, and that sends a message to the nervous system that we are calmer. So it's a way, you're in a meeting, you're in a tough situation, just having that in your toolbox, that diaphragmatic breath, no one will even know you're doing it, and it can just bring everything down and calm us a little bit. So I thought we'd do a little standing, just a little bit, if you feel like it. So we'll come up. You can see that I have a yoga mat behind us, but you don't need that. So let's come up to our standing, and let's just feel the earth here. I always have to adjust my camera a few times. I'm sorry about that. At least twice or 3 times. So we'll come into a position.
We need to make adjustments to get attuned. You do adjust. Yes. Exactly. It's a metaphor.
It is a metaphor. There's no such thing as perfect, and we wouldn't want to be. We want those unique fingers we have. So let's widen our legs just a little bit, not too wide. Soft and ease here. soft knees here. So just peeking down that our toes are facing forward, our knees are soft. And when we look at our body, we strengthen that mind-body connection. So we really encourage that, seeing your feet, maybe moving your toes a little bit, and you may have shoes on, that's fine. We spend a lot of our time these days, sort of contracted. We have our phones, our devices. So we're going to just show the body contraction and opening here a little bit. So let's bring our hands, this is another mudra. Let's bring our hands to our heart. This is called the Garuda, which is a sacred bird. And again, you can see the wings here of the bird. Can start right at your throat. Just have your hands sort of hovering and then bringing them down towards the heart here. Our legs, like I said, are just a little bit wide. The knees are soft. And let's think of an intention here. Let's think of our intention. And maybe it is peace. Beginning, we know that we need to start with ourselves, finding that peace in our body, through our movement, through our breath, through our meditation. So maybe peace could be our mantra, and our mantra would be our word or our sound. And maybe that's right here. So feel that really into our heart as we take a nice deep breath in and a deep breath out. Inhale and exhale. Now we're going to add an expansion here. So on the next inhale, imagine you're breathing in through your heart and you're exhaling out through your arms. So your arms come out, we're sort of making a star shape. If this is too much for your shoulders, maybe coming out to a T shape here or someplace in between. But feel like you're exhaling through your feet, out through your hands. Your palms are open wide, your fingers are spread. So we're making that space for our joints, for our organs, for our muscles, but for our emotions, for love, for peace, for forgiveness. Deep breath in here, reach, reach, reach. And then exhaling, softening the knees again, coming back to the heart, that little contraction. Inhale as we open up, feel that energetically pressing into your feet, reaching with your arms, opening the heart. Exhaling, softening the knees, bringing the hands, a little bit of a contraction, hands to the heart. Inhale as we open up, press, press, lengthen, making that space. Exhaling back to the heart, a little softening of the knees. And one more time, deep breath in. Open, open, open. And then exhale as we softly release our arms. You can bend one knee to bring the legs back together. And just a little movement here, shaking it out a little bit. So you can lift one leg, lift the other leg. Water on your hands. You're just shaking it out a little bit here. Good. And let's find a basic standing foundation that we all use, every day of our lives. It's called Tadasana. That's the Sanskrit name, which means mountain. It's our basic foundational standing posture. And I was telling Janet how when I was learning some of the Sanskrit, how I remembered this name, and I would go, ta-da, Tadasana. So feeling our feet, and again, you can peep down that your feet are facing forward. Your ankles are under your knees under your hips, shoulders over your hips. Making that connection, feeling the right foot, feeling the left foot. And let's just roll our right shoulder forward, maybe up towards your ear, a little shrug, and then exhale that right shoulder back and down. And then the same thing with the left shoulder, forward, up towards your left ear, and then back and down. Navel to the low back, just slightly. Imagine your tailbone is moving down. And if you have a dog or a cat, you know how when you go to pet them, you have your hand just hovering and they lengthen up to touch your hand. That sensation in your head. So we're facing forward. You might touch right in between the brows. That's the third eye. Just push back just maybe a quarter of an inch because we have our devices. We want to keep that neck nice and long. This is called Tadasana, standing foundational posture. The body loves to be in this, at least a few times a day. Now let's breathe. Imagine the breath is coming up through your feet, up the front of your body. Feel that energy coming up. Maybe a little lift of the heart, all the way up to the crown of the head. Remember your hand is right above your dog or your cat, little paws. And then exhale it down the back of your body to your heels. Let's do that again. Inhale up the front of the body. Feel that energy rising up. Heart is lifting a little bit. Little pause, top of the breath. Exhale down the back of the body. And one more time, up the front of the body. Deep breath. Tall, tall. Exhale down the back of the body. And just notice we create these pauses in our practice, and we want to incorporate them in our life. So we notice how we feel. We notice what we need to do. Maybe we take a breath in or out and notice. And then just let it go. Just shake it out. You can lift one leg, lift the other leg. Just let it go. Notice how that feels in your body. And then we'll interlace our hands. Palms are up, so we're creating like a little basket here. Little basket. This particular movement, it's a meditation, really. It's called Dawn of a New Day, which I think is just a beautiful name. Just thinking of it makes me feel good. So we create that little basket, and we'll inhale it up. Inhale it up towards the heart, towards the collarbones. And then when we need to exhale, we'll turn the palms to face outward. We'll soften the knees and we'll exhale it outward. So we're stretching the shoulders, the wrists. This is good for carpal tunnel. And then we'll straighten the knees a little bit again, and we'll inhale as the arms reach up. Now I'm moving here just to show you. Your elbows can be bent as much as you need to. And then we'll exhale it down. Now you can do this walking. I've done this walking. It's very meditative. So again, we'll interlace our hands, palms up. We're creating that little basket. We'll inhale as that little basket comes up slowly towards the heart, maybe towards your collarbones. We'll soften the knees and we'll exhale. We'll turn the palms outward. We'll stretch it outward. You feel it in the wrists and the shoulders. And then we'll start to press into the feet a little bit. We'll inhale those interlaced hands up and overhead. Your elbows can be bent as much as you need to. Heart is lifted. And then we'll exhale and we'll soften down. And just one more time, we'll interlace. Inhale, moving upward. Exhale, turning the palms outward. The knees bend slightly. Feel that stretch forward. And then we'll press into the feet. We'll inhale the arms up and over, lifting the heart like we're getting a little sun on our heart. And then we'll exhale, we'll let the arms release down. Good. And that big circle, right shoulder forward up, just like we did before. Touch your ear. Exhale back and down. Left shoulder forward up. Exhale back and down. Now we're on a trampoline. So we're bending our knees. Imagine you're on that trampoline. Now this is healthy. This is helping the lymphatic system, this rebounding. Very softly, let's inhale our arms forward, maybe up. And then imagine you're going down a ski slope. The knees bend that deeply. We'll exhale. You can have your ski poles in your hands. Knees bend deeply. Let's inhale up, pressing into the feet, opening the heart. Exhale, ski poles. Knees bend deeply, weight is back. Inhale, opening it up. One more time, let it go. And just again, notice how you feel. Maybe move the shoulders, maybe shake a leg, shake the arms. You have some water on your hands, just let it go. Good. So, when we feel a little more vitality through our breath, through our movement, it's going to impact the healing system with our central nervous system being affected. Our central nervous system notices everything. So if we start to feel like, okay, I'm moving around, I'm feeling okay, central nervous system will register that, will release, serotonin, oxytocin, the feel-good hormones. Then the immune system will feel stronger. It will help to strengthen, our immune system. And when we feel that vitality, we feel a sense of hope. And hope is healing. We can't measure it on a blood test, but hope is healing. So we feel that sense of hope that we do have some choices in our life. So I thought, let's sit down again. If you were If you were standing, let's sit down again, and we'll do a little more breathing. I know Janet, this is one of her favorites. It's called the Nadi Shodhana. It's the idea, Nadi means, channels or rivers, so that we have all these channels running through our body. We have the two hemispheres of the brain. This is something that's going to impact our brain too. We have a right hemisphere and a left hemisphere. And all of us, have one side that's more dominant for part of the day, and then it switches. Sometimes we get stuck. The right side of the brain is the more receptive, the more creative side. The left brain is the more, let's get it done. If you're vacuuming, that's the left brain. But we, as yogis, we want both brains to be active, and this will help us with that. So we're going to come back to that mudra. We're going to find the peace sign fingers. This is the prana mudra, which means life force. We're going to bring it to a very potent acupressure point right between the brows. This is used for anxiety, for tension, for stress. This is the third eye. Now I'm holding my elbow with the other hand so the shoulder doesn't get tired, and we'll circle into third eye. Circle there. So we're stimulating that point where the right and the left hemispheres cross. And also we have some, some major pituitary gland and pineal glands there, master glands there. And then you can remove your hand. We'll close. I'm not mirror imaging here. We'll close our left nostril just gently. We'll breathe slowly through the right nostril, right up to where you were circling. And then exhale that same left nostril. Inhale that same left side, right up to where you were circling. Exhale that same left side. Inhale the left side again. Exhale that same left side. Releasing your hand for a moment. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. So that was activating the right brain. Now we'll close the left nostril. We'll activate the other side. So let's breathe in through the right nostril, right up to where you were circling. Exhale the right side. Inhale the right side again. Exhale the right side. Once more, inhale right. Exhale right. Releasing our hand down when you're ready. Let's take a nice deep breath in through both. And a deep breath out. Maybe inhaling with a mantra with that word peace. Exhaling peace. And let's find the Garuda again, the sacred bird. So remember the left hand and the right hand over it. The thumbs are sort of linked. The other fingers are like wings of a bird. Can start at your throat and then just move it down towards your heart. My heart is calm. Maybe saying that to yourself, either aloud or silently. My heart is calm. And then a prayer for all of us, all of us here at Interweave, all of us beyond into our country, outside of our country, into the world, two-legged beings, four-legged beings, winged beings, finned beings. May we be happy. May our souls risk delight. May we be peaceful. May we be stopped in our tracks by beauty. May we be free. May fear and sorrow wash through us and leave space for gratitude. May fear and sorrow wash through us and leave space for gratitude. So we can pivot here. We can pivot on those thumbs, finding the prayer again with that sense of right hand pressing into left, left pressing into right. And let's share an Om together here. Chanting lifts us up. So nice deep breath in. Oh. That deep full breath in we did earlier. And then sighing it out as we bow to each other, even virtually bowing to each other in that gesture of sacredness. Finding all life sacred, all life sacred. Bringing up the sides of our mouth as we bring our head upward. Namaste, friends. Well, I hope everybody.
That is so wonderful. That is so, what's amazing to me is how small gestures, they're not big gestures, can bring so much energy into our bodies, into our spirits, and really open us up. And often you will, during, as you're instructing people, you will often say, get in touch with your body. Maybe your knees are hurting or your elbows. And then you'll tell us to breathe some energy into our hurting knees or our hurting elbows and to send oxygen there and to maybe rub them and love them. It is such a practice full of love, as are you, Nancy, and helping us. If we do these things we've been doing all day long, maybe we're in a better position to transmit peace and love, that Om that you often do, into the world. And we're so grateful at Interweave that you're a part of us and that you help us to do that.
Oh, well, I'm honored. I really am honored to be part of Interweave in any little way I can be. And I love your philosophy, and it is a way of life. I mean, you live your life, Janet, and I know that, with your heart wide open. And it is beautiful. It's just beautiful to be around you and to experience that,
It's a journey that we don't take a long. You were so lucky. Why are we lucky? Because we have fellow sojourners, like-minded people, because we need all the support we can get to do this work. And I genuinely feel when you do that that prayer, may all creatures be well, may all creatures be happy, that we really are, like you say, how do we know how far energy can go? And we know when people do meditation that it affects things. There are studies that, I mean, for those of us that need scientific proof, there is actually some scientific proof out there that there's something to all of this. So and just, this is one of my favorite things. I'm so aware of, the power of this chakra, this place, and this, so thank you for getting us in touch with all of this. And that this is not, this is so rooted in, let us touch the earth and make it a better place, with by opening ourselves up to light. So thank you, Nancy. You're amazing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Janet. Thank you, all the Interweave viewers and members and board members. Thank you so much.
And we're very lucky she's here on Monday nights, so you can always send me an email if you want to see more of Nancy. Thank you, Nancy. And so we say goodbye and thank you to Nancy. We hope we'll hear all day. You're welcome to listen in on our YouTube channel, Nancy, or stay. And maybe we'll see you later at the after party tonight. Blessings.
Thank you, Janet.
And we say hello to Elaine again and to Denise, who is joining us, I should say. And we are I'm going to take a little break for our Interweave trustees are going to just say a word of, actually, I don't think Elaine is with us at this point. So Denise, I don't know if, I know you just came in, but Elaine, Nancy, who I know you've come to the class, and so the magic she does and how the breath work she does for us. I am just going to we're waiting for some other people to come, but if you wouldn't mind telling people a little bit about why they should support Interweave, I'll be back in just a little bit.
Okay, sure, absolutely.
So you can, you can tell, Nancy, as far as I'm concerned, is one of the reasons I hope people will support the work we do here at Interweave. And Denise is one of our wonderful trustees. And over to you, Denise.
Okay, thank you, Janet. Nancy and the work she does is she's amazing. I know that her yoga classes she has a very calming presence, and it's interesting how, she was just showing us through breath work, we can really change how our response to the world. And one of the things that I really love about Interweave is just that, whether you are a member of the writing circle or taking part in one of our Member Monday events or any of our other programs, I do feel that when you enter one of our programs, even if it is just for an hour, when you leave, you feel a little bit changed. You feel a little bit more alive and more connected. I've been a member of Interweave for the past several years, and this morning we had a writing circle, which was wonderful. We have two writing circles. One is on Zoom and the other one is in person. And it's truly an example of the community building events that Interweave is so good at. We have people from all walks of life who come together. There are people who have been members for years, and we are very welcoming towards people who are coming for the first time. I know that people have said that they feel welcomed right away. Especially in the environment of the world today, where we do have a lot of different factions who are competing for their attention, for their own positions. Interweave is truly a place where people come together with the purpose of speaking their own truths and also being open to understanding the viewpoints of others. We've had a series such as our banned book club, which allows people to really gather together to talk about what could be more controversial topics in a way that is very open and supportive of all our viewpoints, all of our faiths, and our heritages. We've also had different Meet the Author events. There was one last year that I had attended that really stands out to me. There was an author, Barbara Guilford, whose family had been in the Holocaust, and her talk was very moving. There was a large audience there. She really spoke from the heart, and people had the opportunity afterwards to meet with her, and to also ask questions and share their experiences as well. So today we are this telethon. We are looking to raise $15,000 with your support, with your generous support. And this will help us keep Interweave thriving and growing, and allow us to bring more and more programs that will meet the needs of all of our members. So I think here we have, thank you, Chris. Chris right now has posted on this slide a QR code. If you take your phone, point your phone up to your screen, and you will be directed directly to our online giving page. Feel free to give an amount that is right for you. For anyone who is giving $100 or more today, we will be giving you, as a gesture of our gratitude, a new Interweave insulated tote bag, and this you can use for all your grocery shopping. It's a wonderful, high quality bag, and it's really our token of appreciation for all the support that our members and our community are giving to us. You can also go, after today, you can also go on our website, interweave.org, and we have a support page where you can donate there as well. And Janet right now is holding up our beautiful new blue tote bag. I love the way it turned out, Janet. You did an amazing.
I do. Yes, thank you to Denise, who helped to design the bag. So thank you. And we love our message. Weave love into everything you do. It's amazing message. Yes, and you can, this QR code and the link that you received for giving in the webpage will stay good. So if you want to give to this campaign, and do that so that your dollars are being matched. We do have a matching grant right now, and we had we had one in the morning. We had another match that was offered, and I think we're almost at meeting that grant. We just have, I think, $300 to go to meet the $3,000 match that has been given so far. So thanks, Denise, for coming on and helping us to let people know. And I know you just came from one of our programs that you were good enough to support this morning and act as a TAC this morning. How was Poetry Writing Circle, one of our many really vibrant programs at Interweave?
Oh, it was wonderful. The theme this morning was contentment, and basically, the way our writing circles are organized is that we have a facilitator who will choose a theme, and either the facilitator or one of the members of our group will read some inspirational writings, poetry or other quotes. And we will have a selection of those. Sometimes we will view photography or images. We will then share and share our thoughts about that. Then we go away and write for about 20 minutes or so, come back and share what we've written. And it's a beautiful opportunity I always feel every time that I will come there in a certain frame of mind, and when I leave, I'm somehow a level up.
Right. Magic. And all of these things are like magic. And the thing is,
Right.
I always say it actually isn't magic. It's actually the way we're supposed to move in the universe. And Interweave and other places, I do know there are other oases like Interweave, will help people to be more, what are we doing? We're being more human. And then and we think that we're actually coming into the way we are deserve to be or destined to be, that contentment, that joy, that true happiness that we've been talking about in many forms all day. So we're going to wave goodbye to Denise. Denise will be back later on the hour. Thanks, Denise, for coming. And we're going to say hello to Kathy, who is Kathy Burke, who is with us today. And actually, Kathy is someone who is also from the writing circle. So I think that it's appropriate that with that mention, you come into our, my goodness, another wonderful hour of sharing about how we make space for wellness in the world, how we answer a call to care for ourselves, for each other, for the world. And thank you so much for joining us today, Kathy. Kathy Burke is yes, one of the writers from our writing circle, but she is also a practitioner of journaling. And she comes to us, she's also a facilitator of landscape journaling in particular, which is a way of really opening that practice up in a creative way. And it is another tool for wellness and personal growth. And I would say spirituality, absolutely, to nurture, an invitation to nurture our spirituality. But why am I telling you when my friend Kathy Burke is here to tell us about journaling? So the first question I'm going to ask, of course, is say thank you for coming.
Well, I'm very happy to be here, Janet. Thank you for inviting me.
We're delighted that you're here. So my first question is, how did you begin this thing that is journaling, which I think to some people is they love it, they do it, but to some of us is like a strange and alien and scary place. So I will say, as somebody who has dabbled in the world of journaling and does some journaling, but am curious and I want to know more. So can you tell us about the spiritual practice of journaling and landscape journaling?
Sure.
And how you got, first of all, before you do that, what drew you to it? Because I asked Nancy that. What drew you into this spiritual practice? Because I think that people, they're looking for spiritual practice, they're hungry, and our stories of, I started doing this because, or this is how that spoke to me. So I think can we start there?
Sure. I think like many people, I kept a diary as a young girl, probably in my preteen years. I still have some of those journals or diaries. And it was a very valuable tool for me then, just to express myself, to record thoughts, to record memories, to record events of my daily life. And it kind of evolved over the years into something that I wanted to process. I frequently revisited the journals. I've actually, a few months ago, I started going through my 1974 diary. I was 15 years old.
Wow.
And it's always amazing to me to reread things I've written at different periods of my life and realize how I'm very much the same person I was 50 years ago as I am today. The same things are important to me then are important to me today. And I've always had a love of writing. I was once told by one of my English teachers I had a problem with flowery language and verbosity.
Verbosity, there's something you can get accused of every day. But at Interweave, we consider verbosity a gift.
Yeah. I've always loved to play with words, always looking at the etymology of things and just always taking things a step further than many people will. All in the interest of just learning more. One of my favorite quotes is by Flannery O'Connor. She says, I write to discover what I know.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Some people say, you're writing to express yourself, but this kind of takes it a step further. You're not just expressing yourself, you're really creating yourself and recreating yourself, reinventing yourself and how you want to be interacting with the people around you and the world around you.
It really does. So much of what we do at Interweave, what interweavers are trying to do is do this conscious living thing, to do living purposefully, mindfully. Right. And I know what you're saying about, like I said, I'm better with my poetry than I am with my journaling, but I do have my initial journal. And when I revisit that, I'm reminded of exactly what you're saying, that I have feelings like it was ever thus, or I can't believe I'm still struggling for that. But sometimes it's, oh yeah, that's who I am. It's sort of comforting in a way. It's like they're like little guideposts. But you really have taken journaling to the next level. I was going to ask you, like, how do you distinguish between a diary and, because many young people have a diary, but then later to move that from a diary into really a journaling practice. What's the shift?
Well, I think in very oversimplified terms, some of the things that I would consider more essential to journaling are things that some people do in keeping diaries and vice versa. But a diary generally is understood more as a daily record of things going on in your life. You could actually be expressing emotions, recording memories as they happen. And in the journaling process, you're not just recording things, but you're processing them. You're tracking progress. For example, in a diary, you might talk about some goals that you have when you were 14 or 15 years old, and as you reread diaries and you continue to write, you're kind of tracking your progress. Have I met those goals? What are my new goals? How have my goals changed over the years? And in the journal process, I think there's, when you talk about the benefits of journaling over just keeping a diary, you're improving creativity, you're generating new ideas all the time. There's actually a lot of neuroscience, written things that are written about the benefits of journaling.
We want to know about, can you tell us about that? Because we've been learning, neuroscience seems to be like a sub theme of our day so far.
Well, that's actually what I was going to say, is there are other people that do that. And I have read a lot about it, and I've had lots of conversations with people about it. And I have an appreciation of it, but it's definitely not my forte. I mean, the main way in which I think it's impacted what I do is, they talk about how all the neurons in your brain make connections. You're constantly making new connections. And I think that's the element for me that's really important in the journaling process, because you're connecting things within yourself from your past and your present, different things going on in your life that don't make sense or make you feel like you're not the person of integrity that you really want to be, and that you have it all together and all the pieces are making sense together. And it's a process where one thing leads to another and there's no end to it. A process that I engaged in for about 20 years, which was a very formal, structured program of journaling, constantly aimed to do that, help you make those connections. And you would go back to your writing to reprocess things, and sometimes the ideas come so quickly and freely that you can't get it all down, and one of the things about journaling is it's important to get it all down. Right. Sometimes you're just making a list, a writing prompt or something that happens in your life just kind of prompts something that you want to write about. And you make a list of the memories associated with a certain image or something like that. And you can only process one or two of them at a time. And you have to go back at another time. And I mark all of my journals. When I reread them, I have a little abbreviation I call feedback leads, FBLs, some things that I want to come back to and write more about. But it's an amazing process. And, one of the intentions of the process is to help you become a more creative person, or to release the creativity that's already there.
So, we've been talking a lot today. We know the world is in a very difficult place. We know that there's a lot of the reason we've selected wellness as our theme for not just this telethon, but for our year, is because we know that people are struggling with being well, and this is a tool for being well. We talked a lot about, because there's so much change and anxiety, and the narrative is changing the narrative, and that we need to do remapping. So a lot of what we're talking about we need to do sounds like it fits in with journaling. The figuring things out, the redrawing our map, the changing narrative. Does any of that ring a bell for you?
Yep, you're reflecting on things that have already happened, but you're also reflecting on how that's going to change the way you handle something the next time around, or how you have certain situations in your life that you're not totally satisfied with, that you would like to change, situations, people. Yeah, I've heard a little bit about the mapping. I'm not well versed in that.
But it's almost like it almost sounds like problem solving.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. And that's one of the ways that creativity is actually defined, as always seeking new avenues in the interest of solving problems, resolving issues, and
solving issues.
Yeah. Wow. And as you know, a lot of therapists often recommend journaling about specific things, when people are looking for just ways to handle things differently from the way they already are.
So what would be an example of a way, I mean, I don't know if you want to go to this yet, how you would take on a problem in a journaling to the tool of, how would you use the tool of journaling to do some problem solving? And I'm not talking about, obviously, how to build an electric train or
right.
I'm talking about, in your inner work.
Well, I'd say one example of that would be, look at one of the reasons that this whole landscape journaling program that I've kind of developed has really been like a synthesis of various experiences and influences on my own life. And just to give you one very specific example, the group that I've been facilitating, we explored the image of wilderness, the landscape as a wilderness.
Wow.
And, so often our lives feel like a wilderness, and
actually, I do know. I'm on my feet. I'm very excited about you telling us about this.
I think this was from a session that was probably right before the season of Lent this past year.
Okay.
And we actually, my group usually meets once a month, but we decided to meet weekly during the season of Lent because there was so much great imagery in the scripture readings and the Christian tradition. And, so we started out by talking about our current experiences of desert and wilderness and, what that felt like. How long can you wallow in the wilderness? How can you fully experience it? And the need for a sense of movement, progress, at least a change of scenery, because there's a feeling of just needing to be in a different place than where you are very often. Kind of learning all the lessons from that place that you possibly can, but then moving on to a better place.
Do you want to tell us a little bit more about the program this particular style that you've developed of landscape journaling?
This, even though I've been journaling for 50 years and I did intensive journal work for about 20 years, it was actually after having served on a retreat team with a group of women from my church. And we decided to kind of continue meeting after that retreat was over to kind of encourage one another. And, we each offered something for the others to reflect on. And I chose to do something about journaling because it's something that's been really important to me. And around the time that was going to happen, that I was going to be leading that session, one of the many writing books that I've read, the wannabe writers keep a lot of people very, very well
busy.
employed.
Exactly. I know. I literally know.
So one of the writing prompts that I came across was write about the landscapes of your childhood. And for some reason that just really opened up a lot of doors for me. I ended up, with 6 pages just of the list without even going into any detail, just listing all the things that came to mind as a result of that prompt.
Wow.
Places in my neighborhood, places I went on family vacations, and the symbols of each of those places. And one thing kind of led to another. And I just thought that landscape became a very important metaphor for me, because your landscapes throughout your lives change. I always also think of Pilgrim's Progress and things of the well of despondency, John Bunyan's writing.
Right.
I remember reading that at a pretty young age. And there's, the whole image is, sometimes you're looking at the big picture. There are places that you choose to stop and visit and spend some time there and really explore in more detail. The landscapes change with the seasons, literally and figuratively, the seasons of your life, the natural seasons. And there's just so much about the terrain of our lives that lends itself to writing, and being creative, whether you know, sometimes when I've been part of the writing circle, I'm sitting there looking out my window, looking at the trees, you know, and a lot of things just come to me, you know, the trees are kind of emanating some kind of energy, speaking to me in some way. And no matter what the topic is, there's so much in nature that impacts how we feel about things, how we think about things. And they're metaphors that you can really expand on, and there's like no limit to it. You know, it never ceases to amaze me. I mean, when I meet with my group, I usually have a few different ideas for what the topic's going to be for the day, and kind of mull it over, and it just takes off. It just happens organically. You can't go wrong with sticking to metaphors from nature.
Right. No, you can't. It's just,
and Henry David Thoreau is one of my favorite writers, you know, and, you know, one of his primary occupation really was as a land surveyor, you know, so I like that image. You know, he spent a lot of time in nature, but he also was able to make some kind of basic living just by observing the land and recording things about the land.
Right. You know? And it, you know, you can take the girl out of the city, but you can't take the city out of the girl, right? So urban landscapes, I assume, are also fertile for so much creativity.
Nothing is off limits, you know? I mean, recently I was reading a book called The Parable of the Vineyard, because that's the theme of another retreat team that I'm going to be on in a few months. And one of the things that was absolutely amazing is how vineyards can grow in any kind of terrain. It could literally be sand, not only different varieties of soil, but vineyards can grow in the desert. You know? Who knew?
That is so great, because you really can see with that how that landscape would be like a reflective space that you could then, you know, how can my vineyard grow when I'm in this sandy place right now? That is amazing.
Right.
Wow.
And one thing I like about having the group that meets together is, you know, other journaling programs that I've been in, there's an invitation to sharing, but you're not allowed to respond to each other, you know?
Right. And there's so much richness. We know this from the writing group.
The richness, is so much in the sharing. Yeah. We inspire and encourage one another. We feed off of one another. For me, you know, that brings to mind the image of music too, because I'm a musician.
You're a musician as well.
And when you're working with another instrumentalist or a soloist or whatever, I think this is especially true in instrumental music. You're constantly feeding off of each other's energy. And especially like in jazz, improv, and stuff like that, you don't always know what to expect, but there's always something new and interesting that comes along and works beautifully, you know? And I like to think of my journaling group that way, you know? It's the interaction is crucial.
Yeah, and like you say, we experience that in I mean, we always are very careful when and I know you are too, in how we share, that we're not judging each other, we're not directing each other, we're really listening, like, and just vibrating with each other, and sort of like the Om from Nancy. It's like we all have our own Om, but when you all do that together, there's a reverberation that is bigger than the one person, and it's pretty spectacular.
And it's not so much about sharing yourself with the others, but in the whole process, you're really getting to know yourself better.
Right.
And I think that's a really important element in the healing process. You know, your theme of wellness today is beautiful, you know. And I know somebody earlier today had talked about wholeness. They think of wholeness when they think of wellness. And that's the way I look at it too. You know, and it's making the pieces fit together, even when it seems like an impossible task. I like to use the image of a puzzle too. I'm working on a puzzle right now, which I haven't done in many years.
Right.
And it's incredibly frustrating when the pieces don't fit together or there are pieces missing, you know, and that could be a metaphor for so many of our lives as well. Pieces that are missing.
I'm thinking, I mean, I don't know if you're a Stephen Sondheim person, but he has a play where that is really about his creative process. And the music is and the writing, it comes together for me too. It's sort of like again, like a resonance, a vibration. It allows you to go out further and explore. I like this idea of creative landscapes. You told me in a conversation that we had, because I was asking you about journaling in this intentional practice of journaling as a spiritual practice, and you said to me when I asked you that you're not just that different than a diary, you're interacting or you're going to have to help me explain what I thought you were telling me. You're kind of in dialogue. That's how I heard it.
And I think part of that may have been that you're interactive with the landscape of your life or with any landscape. You have an impact on landscape. The landscape has an impact on you. You have the power to change the landscape. Yeah. So the interaction is not only amongst the people that you're sharing the journey with, but it's also between you and the landscape itself.
Right. It has yeah, I shared with you that I had something recently where I've been reflecting on the streets that I used to live on.
Mm-hmm.
And that I became very aware that those places kind of exist, and those landscapes still, they're not gone. I have moved from them, but they have not moved from me. They're still inside of me, kind of acting on me. And there's something that I'm using to do reflective work on. And if I get courageous, if I talk to you long enough, maybe I'll be able to call it journaling. So if I wanted to be a more serious journaler, what kind of advice would you give to me or to somebody who might be listening, who's interested in exploring using journaling as a spiritual practice?
Well, first of all, they say the best way to learn anything is just to do it.
There you go. Jump in.
I'm careful not to call this a spiritual discipline. I call it a spiritual practice, a creative spiritual practice, because I'm not so disciplined. I know that the etymology of the words diary and journal both have to do with something on a daily basis.
Right.
Doesn't always happen. But I know that, like, in a kind of an introductory way, if people were to join a group that we offer, we would just explore the various ways that people have journaled or experienced journals or what they know about journals. And there's so many different kinds of journals, okay? And some are written with the idea that they're going to be published someday, or that they're going to share it with somebody, or they're going to leave it as their legacy so that their family finally understands them. I mean, there's so many different reasons for journaling and ways to do it. The advice that I would say is just start with a basic notebook. I mean, you can you could, a lot of people start with the gratitude thing, the gratitude journal.
Right, sure.
Just thinking about something you're grateful for each day,
Right.
That's a very simple way to begin things. But really just to start to record memories. I mean, that's where a lot of this started for me, is recording memories. Even in the intensive journal process that I was a part of for many years, we did a lot of that. We just made lists. What's something I want to write about? What is something about myself that I'd like to know better? If we're writing to discover who we are and what we know, what would you like to better understand about yourself, about life, about somebody else? Just be very real about it. What's going on in your life right now that you need to say something about?
It's funny, as you're talking about that, why are lists so powerful? They're kind of powerful. What is it? The energy of there's an energy of the list. I
think part of it is, it's like, it's maybe a little bit stream of consciousness thing, to just get it all out there so that you don't forget it. I'm one of those people where after a meeting at work, people will say to me, or during the meeting, "Can you say that again?" And I've already forgotten what I said.
Right. Right. Boy, do I get that. So I might start out by getting a notebook, and I might start out by making a list of reasons why I might want to write.
Right. And you don't have to have any experience of having kept a journal. I one really great example that I can offer as a reason to journal and a way to get started is the movie The Freedom Writers.
Yes,
which is based on a true story about a teacher out in California who was dealing with highly at-risk students who didn't have a chance in hell of graduating high school. And she tried everything she could. And one of the things that really worked for her was she bought them all little notebooks to start writing everything down.
It's a wonderful story. I'd forgotten about it. Thank you for
what's happening in our lives. We've all these kids witnessed fellow gang members being killed. I mean, they witnessed a lot of horrific stuff. Came from very, very, I hate to use the term broken families, but a lot of them were from very broken families. I learned many years ago I'm not supposed to use that term, when you talk about people who are divorced, because every family has its own unique structure and all that kind of stuff. But just by starting to write it all down and sharing some of that experience together and really talking about what's really going on in their lives instead of worrying about learning, algebra 2 and trigonometry or whatever,
It's the story of us, right? It's an important story. If we don't know our own story, I mean, I suppose this is where journaling can be such an amazing spiritual tool, really powerful tool. Kathy, do you save your journals? I mean, I know you talked about but do you save all your journals?
I do. And I know I've had discussions with many people, who are you leaving your journals to? Are you going to make sure they get destroyed when you pass away? Stuff like that. I mean, a lot of very famous people have kept journals, people that you wouldn't expect. People like Leonardo da Vinci,
Really?
Yeah, he kept a journal. I came across an article recently about like five of the top journalists from throughout history. Anne Frank was one of them. Thoreau was one of them. Somebody who won a Pulitzer Prize in physics was one of them. Because they just wrote down everything, processed everything,
Well, one of my favorite books is Markings.
Dag Hammarskjöld.
Dag Hammarskjöld's journal, and he
Yeah.
said, it isn't really. I mean, it. I feel it's amazing because reading someone's journal can make you feel like you know them, very close to that person. And I feel very close to him. I do. I feel like I knew him or know him. So I'm going to say, as a friend of Dag, that he writes, if you think that, I think it's always so hysterical, if you think this might be of interest to somebody, and they're like the most precious words. I'm like, yeah, but I really think he wrote, it's clear to me that he wrote these things for himself, not for others, but then realized that maybe somebody might get something out of it. Yes, Dag, we do get something out of your journal. It's I commend it to everyone there. I don't think that's an amazing example. So thank you for bringing that to mind.
And another part of journaling for me has been sometimes just recording lyrics of a song or a quote from somebody that really speaks to me, and I don't necessarily have to write about it at the time, but just to get it down and go back and be inspired by that and think about it.
Is it like a little bit like a lockbox?
Yeah. Some people call it a testament. Or yeah, it's a collection of memories, or it could be like your playlist. You go through your LP, your cassette, your DVD,
right.
Your your whatever on the iPhones. I don't even know what you call it, but the playlist. What's the music that you listen to?
Right.
And why do you think this was such a favorite song of yours? And like I had a very eclectic musical influences on my life and poetic influences. I mean, junior high school, I was reading Ron McEwen at the same time that I was reading Khalil Gibran
on Stanyan Street.
Yeah, but reading that alongside Khalil Gibran.
We obviously had the same reading poetry playlist,
or listening to Bach at the same time I was listening to Three Dog Night.
Again, same playlist.
But you could learn a little bit about yourself by even just going through something like that.
So I love when you're talking about this, like capturing it, because I think when you're talking about this, we all, confessions again, scribble little things down on paper. But if you have a journal, you're keeping it. You're literally keeping, that thought isn't just going out into the hemisphere. I mean, we were saying with Nancy, we want to transmit things, but this is a way of bringing it back to yourself, really.
Yeah. And I also, I like the image of the keeper of the drum. I remember hearing that phrase many years ago, and I've never been part of a drum circle or anything like that myself, but I know people who have. And there's this great reverence for the keeper of the drum, and the drum is actually in Native American cultures understood as a living creature. There's life within that drum, and it's a means of communicating with whatever your concept of the divine is, and vice versa. The divine reveals himself or herself through that music. So I've been kind of toying with the idea, and this is one of those feedback leads I want to explore more. But what does it mean to be a keeper of the journal?
It's if I were to answer that question to you, as clearly, I mean, like I said about my friend Dag, when I read his journal, I think I'm seeing his inner life. I'm seeing things that he's like, it's actually what you said. He is problem solving. He is, he is figuring it out, putting it together in the lyrics of Sondheim, putting it together.
Mhm.
Do you, so when you do this, are you thinking, maybe are you keeping it for what is your intention when you write? I hope that's not too personal for me to ask you. I mean, hey,
I'd say that has changed many, 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 many times.
Not one answer.
Right. Just to give you one example, some of my journaling involves dialogues, where you have, I hate to use the term gestalt because it's not really like that, but it's a little bit like that.
Yeah.
But, where you're having a dialogue with a person who isn't physically there, you're talking to an empty chair, or you can be doing the same thing with a situation in your life, have a dialogue with that situation. But especially the dialogues with people, that I sometimes think I should take all those and put them in one place, because I've had many dialogues with estranged family members that I would love for them to read someday, for whatever it's worth, So there are situations like that. And there are some things, as I'm going back through my 1974 diary, thinking, this could be really embarrassing. And I actually named people by name in here, and that might not be such a good idea. I sometimes write with the idea of publishing, because I've written a lot of poetry over the years, and I'm actually working on a book right now about journaling. And there's so many different ways that you can use what you journal about. A lot of people use their journals as a basis for their memoirs that they write. That's a very common thing. And I've toyed with that idea. I've toyed with writing a fictional autobiography,
Right.
But for me, in recent months, I'd say really literally in recent months and weeks, I feel like everything's kind of becoming clearer and more funneled into this journaling thing. I'm able to let go of all the other stuff that I've written about, or the way that I thought it should be written, because you always think about who your audience is going to be when you're writing something. Even when you're keeping a journal, you still think there's a potential audience there somewhere. Sometimes that audience is just yourself.
Yeah, it's interesting as you're talking about this. I'm thinking how journaling is very much about mindfulness, which you're here. This is where you are right now, what you're writing, what you're feeling right now, what you're experiencing right now, your perspective on the world in the now. So in the same way that meditation is bringing us into a certain way of uncovering things, or of being, embodying the world, it sounds like journaling can do that for us too.
Yeah. And I think about, one of the journaling methods that's used by a lot of people, from Julia Cameron's artistic way, or the artist way rather.
Yes.
The morning pages.
The morning pages. I have
just taking
lapsed morning pages.
Just taking a limited amount of time each day to get started.
Right.
They call it, some people call this a junk journal, or the dumping ground. Whatever's going on, just let go of it. And your morning pages are a way of doing that. But one of the things that they strongly recommend is never going back to revisit them.
Oh,
and I feel like that's almost impossible,
Yeah.
And you're doing yourself a great disservice if you take the time to journal and you don't go back and reread it. And even in reading things out loud can be very, very powerful, because, things will, even as you're hearing your own voice say the words that you wrote, emotions might be triggered, or you might laugh at yourself. I mean, there's so many different possible reactions to hearing yourself read aloud from your own journal. Wow. Whether it's sharing in a group or whatever, but there's a power in just hearing your written word spoken out loud.
When you talk about that, about the reading out loud, how would that be with the dialogues? Because I imagine that would be very powerful if you're writing a piece and you're dialoguing with someone. I have dialogued with people I have lost, or the other dialogue and it sounds like you do this as a practice too, someone that I'm frustrated with, that I wish I could have a conversation with, where I feel heard and understood, but that just can never be completed. And in a dialogue, there is like a magic of allowing that space to happen.
And allowing the time, and the deep reflection of being very real about how they might respond. Yes. You're not just making it all up, No,
I think
that's a very real experience.
That's really important. It's like you're a writer, so I know that the writing has its own life and its own, goes the voice of what comes out often surprises the writer. So if you're doing this practice in this real way, it's going to surprise you what emerges. It's not an imaginary, I'm writing this play to come out the way I would want. And that's why I'm guessing it can be a productive tool.
And I know that one of the things that they say about creative people is that they're risk takers.
Right.
And you're taking a risk when you write stuff down and you put it in writing and give it life, Yes. I mean, I know one time when I was in a really bad relationship, one of my close friends said to me, "Why don't you just write a song about it and then forget about it?" I said to her, that would be giving way too much energy to it.
Right.
It doesn't deserve that.
Right.
But you do give something life and energy when you put it in writing. And it does sometimes take on a life of its own. I've never written a novel, but I know people who have, and they say as they're developing their characters, the characters take on a life of their own, and they're writing the story. You're not writing the story. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you mentioned Anne Frank's journal, and I just wondered before I let you go if we could just ruminate there, since so much she's such a powerful, talk about a powerful journal, and such a great example of something that a journal can be life. I mean, she's been so life-giving for so many of us, in terms of the generosity. I don't know. Do you think she meant for us to find it?
I think there's a part of her that was kind of hoping that, I mean, her father says one of the reasons he published it was because he knew that she always wanted to be a writer.
And he fulfills her wish.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I thank him for fulfilling her wish and giving us
a great gift in the process.
Great gift.
Yep.
And I want to thank you, Kathy, for giving us a great gift by being here today, to really share your story. We are, by the way, if you're listening and interested in journaling, planning on Kathy coming back. We have, this is the end of this program year, our program year is like a school year, so we're now moving into winter and spring. Spring sounds really good right now, but anyways, my point is, we do hope, we are planning, we're not hoping, we're planning and bringing the intention of that we are going to hear more from Kathy, And it's such a nice outgrowth of our relationship with you in the writing circle.
And I'd just like to thank you for using a very important term that you used earlier, inner work or inner life, because that's what the journaling is really all about. It's reflecting on our inner life. So many people go through life not really thinking about things, not really being a reflective person, not being willing to take that risk of going beneath the surface. And that's a big part of what we do. Important.
I just wanted to say that one of the things that is just really, before you go, cool about what you just said and cool about journaling is it's a notebook and a pen. And you don't have to go to an exotic place. Talk about landscapes. The landscapes, and thank you for that beautiful image of our lives, can be set down in this beautiful way and can help us to deepen our spiritual life. And I am deeply grateful that you came to share that practice with us today. Thank you.
Thank you for making this so easy.
No, it was a lovely conversation. I am going to after this, I plan to rededicate myself to morning pages, to, it's like yoga. It's like the breathing. We all have these intentions, but it helps when you're with other like-minded people who are like, we need the support to be on this intentional journey of living in this awake and mindful way together. So thank you. I mean, I really mean thank you. And we'll see you soon. We'll see you
at
many writing.
Thank you, Janet. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And we say goodbye to Kathy, but I'm going to ask Denise to come back for a moment. If she's here, I think she's here. We'll see. There you are, Denise. I'm reaching out to Sean to see if he's coming back to be with us this hour. How are you doing, Denise? Did you enjoy that new side of our friend?
I loved it. I always enjoy Kathy's writing, her poetry, the music. As being a musician, her music comes through, and I loved hearing about her process of journalism, journaling, and how it is such a window into your own soul and into the souls of the people around you. Yeah, that was I loved. I was there in a minute. Just
totally, just talking to a kindred spirit about a really powerful spiritual practice. So that was pretty awesome. So Denise, I don't know how you feel about sharing a little bit. I'm going to show the bag at the front end. Here it is. Lovingly, Denise and I had many, many long conversations about the look of this bag, the kind of bag you might like. We wanted to give them a bag that was going to someone is saying, show the bag, let them know that it is insulated. Denise said to me, I always take my insulated bags to market with me. And you also would be good if you're doing some, holiday shopping. It's a wonderful tote bag or fruit bag, whatever you'd like. And if anyone who gives $100 or more today, we wanted to send something lovely and useful, practical, kind of like practical theology, practical journaling, something that you could take our message of weave love into everything you do.
Yeah,
So,
Jenna, I love that phrase you came up with. It really communicates what interweave is and does. It's an action in addition to an organization. So Janet, if you need to
if you can tell them about, and by the way, we do have a mat. We had two matches this morning, and one is almost met. And we were trying to reach a goal of $3,000, which means if we reach that, we've really already made $6,000 towards our goal of raising $15,000. So we are at, drum roll please, 2750. So we're almost at reaching that goal for the first match. Here it is. There it is. Thank you so much, and thank you all to those who gave. Yeah, thank you.
It's absolutely wonderful.
All right. Beautiful.
Right. So I think Chris.
Chris is going to put up the QR code, and then I'll leave Denise to tell you a little bit more about Interweave, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes or less.
So here is the QR code. You can just hold your phone up to this, and it will take you to our donation page. You can give whatever amount you are comfortable with. But as Janet said, if you can give $100 or more, we would love to give you our new tote bag. As a token of our appreciation. We were looking for something that was a really high quality gift because we really appreciate everything that our community is doing to make Interweave happen. One of the things that I enjoyed about the last session with Kathy was the idea that we all have our own Om. And, we have that when we are writing, and when we come together in community, it raises our vibration to a higher level. And one of the things I love about Interweave is that, especially in today's time when we have a lot of difficult, serious situations going on in the world, we really strongly feel that now is the time, especially, to come together, to really listen to each other, and open ourselves up to deepening our understanding of each other and our points of view. Interweave is a place where we truly develop our compassion and our connection to other people. We have both in-person and online programming. Originally, we were in person only, which was wonderful. And then during the pandemic, we really made the shift to be able to reach more people when it just wasn't possible to meet in person. And I love the fact that right now we're continuing to do both. We have some members who are originally from New Jersey, have moved away, and we're still able to be in community through our Zoom meetings. Really, wherever you are, you're able to still be in communion with us. We have a lot of different programs. On Mondays, we have something called Member Mondays, where these are open and free sessions for all of our members and guests. where we have sensory prayer, which is something that Carrie, who was on earlier today, leads us through. We will have spirituality of the ordinary, where we will reflect on a poem or a theme and discuss, and really for the purpose of deepening our own spiritual journeys. Thursday nights also, we have something we call the Hearth, which is online, and we have this once a month. We gather for reflection and storytelling, really to give ourselves and each other a sense of strength. And it looks like Jana is going to be coming back in a minute. So again, we would love it if you are able to donate to Interweave. We run really based on your donations, and we are extremely grateful for the spiritual and financial help for all of you. We also have a number of special programs. We've had an Interweave Book of the Year series, where there was maybe once last year. We had a book signing with Barbara Guilford, who wrote about her family's experiences in the Holocaust, and it was truly moving. We had, she showed photos of her family members, wrote of their experiences, and people from the audience were asking questions and sharing their own stories of their own heritage as well. Our writing circle, something that I've been a part of for a number of years now, and Janet leads our online version. Lori kindly leads our online version as well, and it is something that has really brought a lot of meaning to my life. It's interesting how we will all come to the circle. Your mind might be a little bit scattered and you're thinking of different things. Once we gather together, and we'll be talking about a subject, this morning's inspiration was contentment. We will share, we will read a selection of poems together, go off and write, and it's interesting how there is such a synergy to what we create. So many times we will come back and say, oh my gosh, we could not have written this on our own in 20 minutes time. And we'll come back, and for some reason there is just something that such a synergetic effect of being all together and sharing our experiences.
That is
Carl.
Hi. It's interesting how diverse the population is for Interweave. You've been involved with Writing Circle. I've been involved with the Saturday Group, which has had a number of names, including Deep Christianity. And what's really remarkable about it, as you suggested, is that it is life-changing in the sense that thanks to participation in this program, I've actually felt the presence of God. I felt the presence of love. I felt the presence of each other and how important we are to each other. And it's just amazing. And as a result, I keep coming back. I mean, I've been coming to this group now for 20 years. I've been involved with this group and constantly challenged to be more one with God. It's just a really a great experience and a very full experience. So I think I really I'm just amazed at how diverse we are and how much we get done, and in terms of helping people to become whole and to become one.
Exactly. And we, as you're saying, we have people from all different faiths, people who are Christian, who are Jewish, who are agnostic, who are atheist, who are Muslim, so many different spiritual practices and beliefs. And I think there is such strength in having all of our backgrounds come together.
And I think, as was mentioned much earlier in the day, that one of the keys is the civility that we practice, in that it allows us to listen to each other. And as a result, we get to grow with each other. But if we weren't civil, if we went in it with our childlike old attitudes, we would never have been able to reach, in my opinion, the heights that we have reached. And it all starts with this basic, in my opinion, civility that allows us to listen to each other.
Exactly. We come with the purpose of how can I open my mind in a way and learn something new, and hear something different, because I already know what I think. And maybe I could expand on that.
It's funny that you should mention that. When in my younger years, when I would hear of somebody that was in a place of desolation or a place that needed some kind of comfort, I would say to them, "You're in my thoughts and prayers." And what I've learned through Interweave is I now always say, "You're in my heart in prayer," because it has to go beyond my thoughts. It's got to go to my heart. It's got to go to my action. It can't just resolve in what my thoughts are. The mind has to lead my heart, but my heart has to be involved.
Exactly. That comes first, and then all of the rituals, all of the actions, everything springs from that.
Yeah, that's a good point, that the ritual isn't form over function, right? It's function, and then we have the form.
Exactly. And out of this heart, so many different we've developed so many different rituals.
Oh yeah.
Journaling or writing or religious rituals. There's so many exercises you can do, but it's got to be coming from a place of the intent is what is the most important thing.
Right. The fathers of the church talked about purity of intention. And if you don't have purity of intention, you're not going to get there. So doing things for the right reasons becomes absolutely critical. You can do the right thing for the wrong reasons and it's all gone. It's lost. You have to do right things for the right reasons. So I think that you're absolutely correct in that the ritual follows what we want to do.
Right. Exactly. So, wow, I didn't realize you've been a Saturday program for
over 20 years. Yeah. Janet mentioned before, my bachelor's was in philosophy. My hero is Soren Kierkegaard, who is an existentialist. And I studied, I went from there to theology. So this program happened. Janet was involved, and I got involved with it. And it really was just a really happy coincidence that it was right in keeping with that sense of philosophy and theology, and for me, poetry. I write a fair amount of poetry also.
Yeah. I remember we had a meeting once. It was an online meeting. I think it was a board meeting, and we had a pop quiz, and I think it was on philosophers, and you were up here and the rest of us were up. Maybe I was down here.
Well, I mean, I've been living it for 58 years now, so it's pretty well ingrained.
Yeah.
You know, when Todd was speaking, I was reflecting on how it amazes me how relevant Socrates and Plato and Aristotle still are. I mean, it's like as if they were living today, and the things that they identified we're still dealing with. And from a personal sense, the same with Soren Kierkegaard, and the same with other people. There's several people that lived in the 1920s during the first pandemic that wrote about experiences, and it's like as if they are living today. Dorothy Day comes to mind as someone. She was an activist. She was really against anarchists, you know, it's just amazing. Another personal hero of mine is a guy named Father Judge, who also lived at that time. But it is amazing that at that time was very, very parallel to how we're living now. And despite all of our advances in technology, et cetera, these basic dilemmas, as it were, are still things that we are dealing with and facing down, as it were.
Right, exactly. Yeah, the human condition is there's certain things that we are wrestling with.
That's well said. That the human condition, there's many things that we can change, but one of the things we have to do is accept the human condition.
Right, all the technology in the world. It's what Janet had said about the simplicity about journaling is a notebook and a pen, and all the technology in the world is not going to change. It has to be coming from something strong within.
Right. Like even today, I'm writing notes for my next poem. I'm not using the computer. I'm using a pen and a piece of paper.
I am taking notes here. I'm not going to show you because it's complete scribble. I'll just show this side of it because you won't be able to read it. But I'm taking notes of what the different topics are. From Kathy and from the her name is escaping me, Nancy.
Nancy
from the yoga meeting earlier.
Yeah, I love the theme of today, and what it speaks to me is how important it is that we be hospitable, that we must accept each other and be hospitable, actually receive them. I forget who, someone talked about the icon, the Trinity icon. I think it was Sean early in the day. And that's really a picture, as he says, of when the visitors came to see Abraham. And then the iconographer made that icon of the Trinity and used that setting to display the Trinity. And the whole point was that we need to be hospitable, even to receive God. We have to be hospitable.
Right. Right. Yeah, we need to make an opening.
Right. And we can't expect God to intervene and make things better, but we can expect to be in harmony with God and enjoy life as we live it.
Exactly. Yeah. 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 It's got to start with us to even create the space for that.
Right.
So it looks like Sean is here too. I'm wondering, Chris, would it be possible to put up that screen again with the QR code? Wonderful.
There we go.
Thank you. So if you take your phone and you scan this QR code, it will take you right to the Interweave online giving page, and we would greatly appreciate whatever you can offer. Our goal for today is $15,000, and it looks like we are making great progress toward that. As Janet said, we've had 2 matching grants so far, and people are really doing all they can to contribute, and we're so grateful for that.
Right. And it amazes me how little Interweave takes to operate, but it does take something to operate. And so these monies that we are collecting literally will make 2024 possible. So it is critically important. As you suggested, whatever can be given will help, and at least help us go forward in 2024 with some really good, solid programming.
Right, exactly. Especially with our now offering both in-person and online programs, there are just additional costs in order to be able to have an online presence.
Right. It is amazing how Zoom has expanded the reach of Interweave. The other day, Janet was on a call, and there were people from Texas and Michigan and Connecticut and New Jersey all on the same call, whereas in the past that would have never happened, never ever happened. But now it's commonplace, and I think that is a great thing to be able to nurture and continue forward.
Right, exactly. Yeah, in the online writing circle, originally people were just from New Jersey. Now, we have someone from Texas. We have 2 people from the Carolinas. Yeah, it's just it's wonderful to be able to keep that community alive.
Yeah, definitely. There she is.
Hi, everyone. Hi, thank you, Denise, and thank you for Carl for that unexpected extended sharing time. But I don't know if anyone here remembers the Sid Caesar show or the old Jerry Lewis actual telethon, but when you're live, things happen. I am here with panelist Tim O'Connell, which for some reason we feel like the universe has been very unfair, is keeping him from getting into our wonderful Zoom telethon experience, virtual webinar experience. So Tim is going to share with us through auditory. Maybe Chris can manage to put up a picture of Tim in his absence. Tim is a psychotherapist a psychologist who does practice. Now I'm all discombobulated. Welcome, Tim. Let's see if we can hear you first.
Can you hear me first? Can you hear me?
Can you hear Tim? Can we hear him? Yes, they're Tim and are shaking their heads, and yes, and Tim O'Connell is has been practicing psychotherapy since 1980. I don't know if you like us to say that or not, Tim, but you take a transpersonal approach to your work, and your holistic approach is always felt, and you are also a member of Interweave and a longtime friend of Interweave. And Tim has come to us also doing many poetry, what we call Poets Corner, where he comes and speaks to us regarding the soul work that the poets always call us to, whether it's our friend Mary Oliver or David White, or more recently, Rilke. Tim has this ability to uncover the soul work of the poets. So, Tim, the title of your time with us is Soul Wellness. We entitled it Young and the Language of Symbols and Saints. I had a very exciting conversation with you about the fact that recently, actually, you've always worked with Young and with symbols, but recently you were on, you went to a conference in Spain on this very subject. And I wondered, and I said to you, this is so fascinating and so close to your heart and the work you do, would you be willing to come in and would have a little bit of a conversation about it?
Okay. I went to a conference in Madrid, and there were three standing Jungian analysts there. Two were analysts, and one is I think a therapist. He's a priest, an Anglican priest. And it was called The Symbolic Life, Language of the Soul. And one of the things that maybe was annual enough, the other person was Monica Wickman, and then Earl Collins, who were three presenters. And I think it was Anne who said that all religions, the psyche speaks the same language through all religions. And it's the language of symbol. It's the language of images. So as we try to live our life in the world, but in depth, I was listening to the presenter of doing journaling, and she was talking about the importance of the inner life. And that's what we're talking about here. How do you bring together our everyday life and the inner life? And in the inner life, deep down, there aren't words. There are pictures, there are images which come to us. And unless you have some kind of practice, you're probably just going to drive by them and not even notice that you have an inner life until you get walloped, to use a word that Anne Enough used, that will get walloped by something. You'll lose a job, you'll lose a relationship, somebody important will die, and you go into a tailspin. And at that point, sometimes people are really called to not just have an outer life, but are forced kind of to go to an inner life. And unless they get some help somewhere through an analyst, a therapist, a spiritual director, a yoga teacher, somebody who does in-depth journaling, whatever, you're going to flounder more likely than not. But so those people can be useful guides to the soul guides in doing the work. So What I'm trying to say here is that the inner life speaks through symbols, and when we get symbols, whether in dreams or synchronicities, it's important to recognize them and honor them. That phrase, that a word that Jung uses, is to have a devotional respect for the images that come to us in our dream or our free association, or that space between waking and sleeping, which we sometimes call a liminal space. We also call it a hypnagogic space, to be attuned to the language that goes on there, hearing and seeing the images and holding them and then working with them. And we can talk about that later if we want, but I'll stop there, Janet.
Well, that's this is an incredible, we've been talking all day really in about different modalities of coming to and keeping and holding and exploring an awareness of our inner life, kind of allowing ourselves to move into that. And we've chosen wellness as the subject of our year and this webinar conversation because we really believe that in a way, in this particular time in our history, the world seems to be having some sort of a collective breaking, as it were. So it feels to us at Interweave like this act of being able to understand our inner life feels, I mean, it was always important, but it feels like it has it's really alive, how that we need to somehow allow ourselves to move into the place which I sometimes, and I believe you sometimes too, describe as the more, something that Jung really did know how to do and used. Well, I don't say he used symbols, but he was awakened by symbols, whether that, his book on man, myth, and symbols, I'm thinking of The Power of Myth. In so many ways, it wasn't, and I just asked you this, it wasn't an academic exercise. I mean, of course, in a way it is, but Jung himself is doing this work himself. I know you're someone who has explored the Red Book, for example, many times. I'll stop there.
Let me say a couple of things. You're using the word wellness. The word I often use from my other training that I've had in breathwork is wholeness, but I think they're the same.
Yeah.
Wellness and wholeness.
Yes.
One of the talking about images, one of the images that Earl, one of the presenters, used was he was talking about the underground, by which he's from Northern Ireland and lives in England at times. So he meant the subway, what we call the subway or the metro. And he said, if you notice the underground, there are many entrances into the underground. One might be at 42nd and 5th, and the other on the other corner, or down Fifth Avenue is another entrance. And then there's one across the southwest corner, there's one there. But they're all going to the same place. And I think a lot of the things that people talked about today are different entranceways into this inner life. And we're not going to have, I would say, wellness or wholeness until we bring together the outer life and the inner life. And there's no one prescribed way to do that. Everybody does it in their own unique way. It's good to get some help, read some stuff, talk to somebody about it, so that you get a feel of what this territory is like. But then the actual doing of it, the waiting for your particular symbol to come, your particular image to come, is a work of waiting. It's a work of being attentive. It's a work of letting the images come. So maybe to be more simple, let's say you have a dream and you have an image in the dream. So you talked about understanding our inner life. I don't think we understand it. When you go deeper, you don't understand this. This is beyond understanding. It needs to be experienced. It needs to be participated in. So if you get a dream, if you get an image in a dream or an image in a mood, or you have a fight with somebody and then you're cutting off their head afterwards,
right,
you're throwing yourself under a bus because you hurt them, whatever strong image comes, basically you welcome it, and you don't necessarily try to figure it out. It's a gift. Jung talked about having an attitude of devotion to the images that we come in the Red Book, which he wrote basically from 1913 to 1916. At times he was shaking so much when he was writing it, he had to hold on to the table lest he fall off the chair. That's how the psyche, the unconscious, was erupting in him. So it's hard to welcome that stuff, but he did, and he hated some of the images that came to him, but he didn't judge them, and that's an important thing. We welcome them and we hold them, but we don't judge them. We don't judge the people we have the images about. We don't judge ourselves for having these images. Rumi's poem, The Guest House, if people know that.
Right, right.
All the troubles that come and knock on your door. Rumi says, from several hundred years ago, welcome them in. Come on in, greed. Come on in, bitterness. Come on in, backbiting. Invite them all in, and that's what Jung's saying in this way. Invite all these images in. You hold them. You see which ones speak to you. A phrase I think Jung uses, but I know Pema Chodron uses: you eat them. You eat the images,
right,
even if they make you sick temporarily. You eat them, you incorporate them, you take them into your body, so that this is not just understanding, but it's an experiential and bodily practice, of holding these images, eating them, letting yourself be wowed by them. That was a phrase that Anne Yolanoff used. I had never heard it used that way before. But you get yourself hit upside the head by these things, and then you are patient. You wait with them. And patience means, one definition of patience is that you sit with your own restless energy. When you want to do something, when you're agitated, when you want to get rid of it, when you want to fix it, when you want to get on top of it, you hold that. You don't play that out. You sit on your own restless energy, and then you wait for the situation to reveal itself more. And that's what we're talking about. It's an image, and it wants to reveal itself. It wants our healing. It wants us to be well. It wants us to be better, but sometimes it's a rough passage getting there. But Jung believed deep down it was a very benign process. And it's a process that brings us to holding.
Because some, others, some may be familiar with, as you're talking, I can't help, I mentioned the power of myth. I can't help but think of his image of the hero's journey, which a few people have mentioned today. This image that you leave the space. Now I'm thinking of, excuse me, I've gone to Campbell, right? I've moved to Campbell. Been a long day to. But that image that you leave your work, you do have to be open to, you're going to be rattled and undone, if you open yourself to this inner world of discovery. Your things are not going to be maybe what you thought they were or what you hoped they were going to be, but if you're willing to enter into it, and experience it, something happens, that is, I use the word understanding. I may be using that in, you and I often talk about how language can sometimes be a separator, and that we have to go. So I'm saying that in a way of dropping down and experiencing something and understanding that is beyond maybe the cognitive me or the way, it's not top of mind. I'm Alice dropping through the hole, and things are different here. So I'm coming into maybe a different I don't want to say a different way of understanding things. My container, if you will, is being broken.
Right. So well, two things. A word for this whole journey is an adventure, right? And which implies challenge and danger as well as wonderful things. So when you go inside like this, it's not an amusement park where you're just going to have fun, right? There are going to be some tough times. The wagon wheels that you're on, as Teresa of Avila went around in the 16th century, founding new convents out of a vision of wholeness and out of the vision. The wagon broke down a lot, and they got stuck in mud a lot, and that's a metaphor for, as we try to do this work, sometimes things don't go the way we want them to go. I got lost in that.
Well, I'm glad you brought up Teresa of Avila, because I was, one of the things I said to you is, gee, what the heck did this, how do Teresa of Avila and John, her friend, her spiritual friend, how did they play in with Jung and this idea of symbol? Certainly, I guess they have an idea of the kind of brokenness we're talking about.
Yeah, John with the dark night of the soul, and Teresa, who's a very dynamic, forceful person. She ran into a lot of trouble, so they did hit tough spots in their life, and they used a different kind of language than we're using today, but they were talking roughly about similar kinds of things. That Teresa, who had a very much more dramatic prayer life than John did, but not necessarily deeper, as everyone points out. But it was very deep, but it wasn't deeper than John's. That she had revelatory visions, and what happened in the visions is pictures came to her, images came to her. Now, for her, being a Catholic of the 16th century, the images also were often of Christ on the cross, or other things happening that she read about in the Bible. As she went deep into herself, the images got filtered through her training, but they were images beyond her training, but enlivened her training, so that today we make a distinction between religion and spirituality, and religion is the doctrine, and spirituality is the experience. And I think for a lot of people, the problem with religion was we got the doctrines and we didn't get any experience, and we didn't know what they were talking about. John of the Cross did, Ignatius did, Francis did, John of the Cross did, Teresa did, the little flower, that Teresa did. I never could say the guy's name, Rosebach, or I know somebody from the Middle Ages,
I can never say his name either. We'll figure it out after the webinar.
Right. So what came to all of them were images. Now, they tended to be religious images, but they didn't stay religious in the sense of dogma, but they became alive and interactive with them, so that these images moved the people very deeply in their emotional life and in their spiritual life, the life of a deeper sense of call. It was really a very dynamic process for them, with pain. It was an adventure, and it was a difficult adventure, but a wonderful adventure. So, like Carl Jung said, if you don't want to have a spiritual experience, go to church on Sunday. then you domesticate it and take the life out of it, because that's the way we pass it on for 2,000 years. But if you want to have a spiritual experience, you have to leave the dogma. You don't have to disown your religion. You have to relieve the dogmatic way of thinking and discover a more experiential way by paying to the images that come to you. in dreams, as I was saying before, and other ways. You could be reading a poem or you see a movie and something really wallops you. Well, then hold on to that image and then do some work with that image so that it opens up and speaks deeply to you on an experiential level. I'll stop there.
No, I mean, in your, I mean, Tim, you and I are fellow sojourners. We're friends. We're different, but we both have a love of symbol, of Jung, and to this willingness to explore and allow this wider or deeper world of the unknown to affect us. What, as someone who has studied and practiced this and helped others in this crazy old world we're living in, what do you think Jung and the saints and the symbols have to offer us as, I don't know, I'm feeling older all the time. So I don't know that I'm necessarily looking for solace. That's no longer, that probably was of time that I was looking, but that they would have, it feels like we're living in a dark time or a difficult time. And they didn't, as you say, have easy lives, and this threw them into even sometimes more difficulty. Is there anything that we can take away from their experiences that would not make it better, but would give us something to put in our pockets as we try to take the journey?
Well, the only person I heard speak was Kathy Burke, because I was doing other things today. But let me give a general thing and then mention what Kathy was saying. Basically, what we're looking for is a pathway, like one of those entrances to the subway into the underground. We're looking for a pathway into a deeper part of ourselves, which is real and active, whether we pay attention to it or not. So a poet calls that the river within. And then he also talks about the river within, that there's a deep flowing life, an experiential stream inside all of us that we tend to live on top of and don't access. And that's fine as long as you're going in the direction of the stream. If through our own willfulness and our own mistakes and the things that befall us, we wander too far from that being in sync with that inner river, then we get a wake-up call, which is usually a symptom or a misfortune that happens to us. We get walloped, we get whacked. So what you need at that point is you need a pathway into the deeper self. So Kathy, the way I heard her talking about the journaling, I didn't get all the nuances of it, but she clearly was talking about working with the inner life and the deeper life. That would be a way to go, so that people who are having trouble, if they started to journal the way she would suggest, and the way maybe, you're going to have a course on that, learning to do that would be a way of, like Progoff journaling, that would be a way of going deep and then letting the images speak to you. That would be the way to go.
And so these spiritual practices are ways to go.
Yes,
they're ways to go. They're not.
And they'll be real when they grab you. When you're not just in the beginning you follow the outlines, the steps that you're given, but after a while, if you make them your own, then you're on the path. Then you're doing the work.
So whether it's dream work or journaling or
active imagination,
meditation.
Meditation is a very big one, right?
Very powerful.
Holotropic breath work, any kind of breath work that has a depth to it, They're all pathways. These, it's like find a pathway that speaks to you. It could be through music, the way you and Kathy were talking about. It could be through watching movies, with the right frame of mind.
Right.
There's a book out called Movie Yoga that a friend of mine wrote, and it's all about this. There are lots of different ways to get there, but it all gets back to some of the things. I'm going to repeat myself for a minute here, not to be repetitious, but maybe I didn't put it in a proper context before. It all gets back to getting in touch with something that's meaningful for you, which is coming as an image. It could be coming as a song. It could be coming as a feeling, but something that's coming to you in that way. And then you find a way to befriend it and engage it and wrestle with it. So
yeah, I remember when you years ago you did a movie yoga program with us, and we watched the missionary. Is that one of the movies we watched? But
the one was with go ahead, go on, because I can't think.
No, I just am
with cancer, 4th stage cancer, and she goes into a hospital, and she's going to try to do it without the regular drugs, the ameliorative drugs.
Yeah,
she's going to face the danger, and she's really tough. She's a Brit, and she's a professor of literature, and she's a lover of John Donne, and she's going to do that. And Christopher Lloyd is the doctor who is seducing her to go through all this pain. So that's the movie.
Well, and there was more than one. We did several of these, and I just remember we would we did one of the things we watched was Apocalypse Now.
Oh, okay.
And remember that moment when he comes up the river. So when he comes out of the water. It's so I just thinking about that. It was a symbol, right? And it was an image and a symbol. It was an image and a symbol, and you instructed us to just, we watched it sort of in like this dreamlike state, and it was not about anymore about that movie. I started to think about that river and what was underneath the river for me and what was coming up. It became so powerful because of the way that you invited us to allow the symbol to do its work on us. You invited us literally, as you said, to eat the symbol.
Right, exactly.
And so I just went like this, and I was there because it was so powerful. So there are so many pathways that we can take to allow ourselves to let the symbol come to us and work on us and affect us.
Yeah. So like thank you for bringing up that concrete example. I mean, just take a song that really moves you. Maybe I'll play a song here, Janet, but just take a song that moves you, or any movie that has an image that grabs you. An image means like a scene. It could be 3 or 4 people in the scene, but if you stop the camera, stop the video, and let that powerful scene pound into your chest or seep into your chest, and then you hold that within. That's a way to get into the river, into the stream.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful, Tim. That's exactly what we're talking about. I'm really glad we talked about. We only have about 5 more minutes. Do you think you can? Is there something that you would want to? I'm just so happy that we have that image of that experience of movie yoga or the song, because they are. I'm very fond of working symbols through fairy tales. It is very much an Alice in Wonderland. You go through the mirror, you fall down the hole. What you do is you leave the level of
normal knowing, you know, and you go into a more like a dreamlike state, as you were saying, which is what a movie does, or which music does. It puts us into another state, and you want to let go of understanding and thinking and let yourself go into that state and see what emerges.
So in a time, it's interesting that in a time of uncertainty where people want certainty so badly, we are talking about, no, go deeper into the uncertainty.
Right, and trust that something will come, right?
But
let me play a song, Jack.
All right, we're gonna play it. This would be a good way to yes, go ahead and do that.
So this song everybody knows. You'll think, why is he playing this?
No,
song?
Go ahead.
Let me talk. I want to set up the scene first, then I'll play the song. And you know, we're working in the dark here. I have a black screen in front of me because I can't see anybody. So I was thinking of Teresa and John of the Cross, and you know, John of the Cross's famous phrase is "the dark night of the soul." But as it turns out, the poems he wrote after that was a luminous darkness. In this darkness, there was great joy. There was like a being transfixed to a wonderful moment in his life. And the same thing for Teresa. The issue is that I think most of us don't know is that mystics and great artists, you know, they have these highs, but they don't stay there. Then they come back and they got to do the laundry again, as Jack Kornfield says, you know. They stub their toe again. They curse out their partner again. And it's not that they're bad people, but it's hard to get into this deeper place. But the thing is, when this deeper place comes, and we've all had them, we may not recognize. For decades, I didn't recognize them, but they always come because they want to break through. So the thing is recognizing a wonderful experience when it comes. Sometimes you can't help but recognize it, but then hold it dear, hold it as a treasure. Or even little things like you walk out in the morning to get the newspaper, if you still get it delivered, and there's a bird on the tree, and the dew is on the ground, and the bird is singing, and time stops for 3 seconds.
Right.
Time stops for 5. They're satori. They're very brief little moments. So this song is about being transfixed like that.
Okay.
Being moved like that. Okay. I'm going to play it on my computer. Tell me if you can hear it.
All right. We're going to be hopeful.
Okay. Yeah, let me just see. It's playing, and I got to turn up the volume. Oh. Can you hear it, Jack?
I can hear it.
Okay. Ever I saw you. So this is in deep meditation, the first time they saw his face. I thought the sun rose in your eyes, and the moon and the stars were the gifts you gave to the dark. In the end of the sky. The first time ever I kissed you, I felt the earth move in my hands. Like the trembling heart
Well, Tim, that certainly opens up the space.
Yeah.
So many images. I'm sure everyone, I mean, it's a very loved song with so much depth, so much heart. I can see many loves in the mirror of that song. I can see God in the mirror of that song.
Yeah, the Song of Songs is about that. You know, the emotional, physical, sexual even is in the Song of Songs. So that's a communication, if we want to put it this way, that's a communication from God about the kind of life we're meant for. And John wrote his spiritual canticle after the Canticle of Canticles, the Song of Songs. It's his own experience of that. And you know, it doesn't have to come, as you said, Janet, so well. It can come through any kind of love that you have. You know, however it comes in one of those moments where you're out of time for a while. You're in eternity, which is not the passing of time. It's the not passing of time. It's a time. It's a place out of time. And when you have moments like that, you know, you want to become a frequent flyer to them. You know, you want to have more of these. And we can't live there because they pass. But you try to open. And if people have enough moments like that, they have a practice which helps them, that's healing. That brings wellness, even though your car breaks down. You know?
I think you said it perfectly, Tim. And that is a wonderful way to close our somewhat fraught hour. But we were working in the dark, but we persisted down, even though we were a little in, you know, it was a little bit of an into the woods journey. But I have to say, you know, I've been going all day, and you stopped me in my tracks to listen, to open, to fall into that spell of the spell of love. Thank you, Tim, for being my friend and a friend of Interweaves, and someone who opens us to the inner life. I thank you deeply.
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you.
All right, Tim.
For doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye.
Well, hello, everyone. I say when it's live, it's live. That I was very moved by that actually, and I know we have another guest waiting, and I'm going to ask her to just give. We're running about 2 minutes behind, so I know my good friend Sally is around the corner, and we're thankful for that. But I'm going to ask Sean and Denise to come in and just say if for a 2-minute commercial.
Hello, Denise.
That was remarkable. Yeah, I love the idea of a deep river flowing through us, and the message, the inspiration can come from so many different sources.
Yeah, well, that sense in the Jungian tradition of the power of symbol, and yeah, there's a lot of depth to work with in that. So, yeah. And I'm sorry I joined late because I had some other things I had going on, but I did get to hear some of it, and it looked like last hour got a little hectic with some technical issues, but
right.
We persist. We keep going on, just like Interweave does. So.
Exactly. No matter what, there's a way to make it happen.
Yeah. So I think we're meant to invite people to make a contribution to Interweave and support the good work that Interweave does. And I know that there's got a QR code you can scan with your phone, and some links in the chat too, so that those who want to make a contribution can find an easy way to do that. You can also go to our Interweave website, I believe, and click on contribute or donate. One or both of those words get used in various places on our site. Exactly. And I know too, we have a matching grant, and I don't know if you have more information on that, Denise.
I know that this morning we had a matching grant for $3,000, and last I heard we were very close to reaching that. And then we also have another matching grant. So all have been very generous, and we are so appreciative. I know we showed earlier a new Interweave tote bag, insulated
Cue
tote
the bag.
Just holding it up. From dreams to reality.
It says weave love into everything you do, and I think we've been trying to literally do that all day long. And I want to thank Sean for coming back to join his partner Denise and helping us to herald it's a time of heralding the message of Interweave, which is about welcoming wellness. And so with that, I thank you. Denise and Sean will be back at the end of the hour to share more of their wisdom with us. And we welcome now our friend Sally O'Brien. Hi, Sally.
We're out unmuting. How about that?
How about that?
There it is. Hi there.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm practicing resilience today.
I am, what a coincidence. I am also practicing resilience today, that, or at least trying to, that is for sure. So Sally is someone who has come to Interweave before. We are at a point where we have been doing a lot of things on Zoom, but pre-pandemic, Sally did some programs for us, and we are excited that she's back. We're trying to continue to, like everybody in the world, growing back, right? The pandemic affected us, affected our narrative. And Sally is someone who comes to us with, she's a leadership coach. She is someone who is certified in Brene Brown's research-based methodologies, which are so much about so many of the things we have been talking about. So whether it's your leadership training that you work with others and with your clients, or your Brene Browning, or your own life, because one of the things that's wonderful about Sally is she is a sojourner, like everyone we've been listening to today, someone who is not just telling about this journey, but taking this journey herself. And we talked about how this hour was about experiencing wellness through bravery and belonging. And these are things that I have heard you talk about. And I know you're someone who I think is really, truly practicing bravery in your own life. And
most days.
Most days. So with that, I want to, I could keep talking about how wonderful you are, and I will, but so let's start at, you said you're practicing being resilient today. We've been talking all day, Sally, about, and Tim was just on, you probably heard him talking about how sometimes we get wrecked, right? And life throws us on our back on our heels. And certainly we have been living in times where we have not just singularly, but collectively had been challenged to have, boy, if resilience was ever called for, it was now. So what can you tell us about resilience in your practice, in your life, why it's something that's important to you?
Well, thank you, by the way, Janet. I'm so glad to be reconnected with you. And we had such a nice connection before the pandemic. And then, like a lot of my personal and professional relationships, they weren't as connected during COVID, and now we're regathering. So I'm grateful for that, and grateful for the opportunity to be here. And so I think we talked about dedicating this time together as talking about belonging and how that relates to wellness, belonging, loneliness, bravery, big broad topics. But what I thought, I said I was practicing resilience today, and this is just like what's going on today. Like
absolutely, that's all we have is today.
Yesterday, my dear mother turned 90. And I'm here in Pennsylvania, not expecting to be here. I thought I would be home in my home office, not here in a blurred background. But she had a medical issue, and I had to stay overnight and, wear the same sweater and just figure it out.
Oh my God.
In the moment to support, the woman I love who raised me and has, demonstrated her own resilience through many, many things over the years growing up. So hats off to my mother. She made it to
you for,
and she's and we're just navigating a few things that came up unexpectedly between last night and today. So what I thought I would start off with was this really great quote about true belonging that Brene has, and it feels like we're all kind of linked arms in this journey today, all the speakers and all those of us tuning in. So I just thought this was like so perfect. So I hope you'll agree. So she says that true belonging is the spiritual practice of believing in and belonging to yourself so deeply that you can share your most authentic self with the world and find sacredness in both being a part of something and standing alone in the wilderness. That true belonging doesn't require you to change who you are. It requires you to be who you are. And I was like, yeah,
that's it.
That's it, right? And I think there's you and I talked about it, there's a reluctance to regather some ways because of just, I don't know, whatever it is, spiritual wonkiness, personal wonkiness, perfectionism, how, whatever's changed since before when we were gathering, and we're coming out of it. And it relates to like giving ourselves permission to gather, right? Permission to be in person, permission to inhabit whatever this body and this life is right now, in whatever form it's in. And that kind of leads to permission slips that you and I talked a bit about.
I can use those permission slips, especially today. Bring it.
Yeah, I haven't been privy to all the tech problems or whatever, but so Brene has Brene Brown. We're going to talk a lot about Brene today and how much her work has influenced my coaching and my leadership, personal leadership development, personal journey, my work with clients. But before any workshop I now do, and before any workshop we do that's specifically Brene Brown oriented, and maybe your listeners aren't familiar with who Brene is.
I think everyone's familiar with Brene. She's very loved.
So she talks about giving yourself about permission slips. And so, the first one, I didn't even put it on here, but I should have. But the practice is like, what do I need to be my authentic self, show up fully in this time, whether it's with other people or for myself? Like, what do I need to do to be fully present? And to get the most out of whatever the purpose of the gathering is. And so, we could do a little exercise together. Anybody's got a pen, whatever it is, and just take a minute to give yourself permission to give yourself permission for what you need. And I did like a little pre-thing on Post-its, right?
I'm gonna make you big.
It's very rudimentary. This is not.
No.
You know what?
Hold on.
Looking blurry. That's not good. Here, I'll do it in front. So, but why is it doing that?
There, just stop right there. You got it. Now I see it.
All right. So it's just giving yourself permission to be, I'm going to take it down so I can read it a little bit, but it's like, I give myself, so first thing I always say, I give myself permission to mess up the tech. I always do something. There's something that's not quite perfect. I give myself permission to forgive myself. I give myself permission to make wellness a priority. I give myself permission to give myself the time to meditate, give myself that 5 minutes, whatever that thing is that you need to give yourself permission for, like in your own practice. And then maybe even just today, like I give myself permission not to multitask, or I give myself permission to multitask. I need to do that while I'm listening. Like it's whatever it is to help you feel that you're here, all here. So let's, just take a second to do that, I think. How's that sound, Janet?
Love it.
Yeah, just give yourself like top 3. Also, this is a no shame zone, and that the permission slips aren't promissory notes, or they're not like aspirational. It's like, I give myself permission to be annoyed right now, or I give myself permission to wish the topic were different, like whatever it is. It's just,
Well, since I'm your, when we did yoga, I was the person who was doing yoga. So I'm the person doing this exercise, your model participant. It's a great exercise. I'm doing this day. I'm feeling very vulnerable, and I give, so I was giving myself permission to, it was interesting. We did have tech problems with a wonderful friend of mine who was nice enough to come on and really share from his very deep practice. And just to say, hey, things don't have to be it's not about things being perfect. It's about things being, right? So it's I've been telling everybody this is live. It's like really, truly, actually engaging in what is, instead of engaging in what I'd like it to be. Right. So I was so grateful to do this exercise like in the moment and say, yeah. So we had a person who sent me a message and said, permission to wobble.
I love it. Yeah.
So,
yeah. I mean, and from a purely, egotistical, permission to not have my groovy background that I normally have when I'm in my own office. I'm at my mother's. The office is a mess. So it's just permission to be. It doesn't matter.
Permission to be where you are, how you are, and the fact that we're showing up. The fact that you're here in the circumstances of your life. The fact that Tim was here in the circumstances that were. I mean, I think that's really actually permission to live real, to live authentically. My gosh. So it's surprising. I was like, how is this going to lead us to resilience? But then when we did it, I was like, totally on it. Oh my God.
Because it helps ground you, right? So yeah. And what I love about Interweave and this community is that everybody's practicing this in their own way, and yet it's all a similar journey where we're linking arms, to support each other in our own spiritual and personal development practice. I mean, does that sound what your experience is, Janet?
Absolutely. That's what I loved about the day. It's that some people are coming at it from journaling. Some people are coming at it from a body work place, a breath work place, a psychological place. But there's such an earnestness. I don't know if that's a word. We are all earnest in our dedication to be authentic. And I shared with you, and I've been, this is my thing of the week, is that Webster Dictionary decided that the word of the year is authentic. And I just love that. It just it's enchanting to me and heartening to use a Bruni word somehow.
Yes. So we talked a little bit, you and I, prior to this, about wholehearted living, right? And guideposts for that. And I said, well, it happens that Brene Brown has 10 guideposts for wholehearted living. And guess what? The first one is cultivating authenticity, right? By letting go of what people think.
Wow.
And, it's an easy thing to say, not so easy to do.
Not so easy to do.
Right. And letting go of what people think has to do with showing up and being vulnerable. Right. And that takes courage, and that leads into all the training around building courage and courage resilience, courage building skills that help us to be more resilient and brave, leading back to belonging, right? Because the being brave in our lives helps us feel like we have permission to belong, because courage is contagious, right? So it's like we're all being courageous here. It feels like that's a thread, to me.
Yeah. It's interesting that this whole thing about the vulnerability that she talks about, and how that the interesting juxtaposition, they don't seem like they're this, like they used to be on Sesame Street. They probably says two of these things are kind of the same,
mm-hmm.
but one of them is not. So when we talk about vulnerability, and when we talk about bravery, you're like, at least I'm at like, what? But it does take tremendous courage to be vulnerable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So risking emotional exposure is a vulnerable thing, and to do so is a courageous thing, right? And when, in her work with the military, she talks about how Brene works a lot with the military, and that the soldiers will, once they, come to the understanding of the work, it's like, oh, right, any act of bravery, any courageous work, any mission that we do is 100% vulnerable, because you're putting yourself on the line, you're risking exposure and danger and all those things. So to be, you can, the idea, according to Brené's work and to my experience in life as well, is that your courage is measured by how vulnerable you are willing to be, because it's vulnerability is like starting anything, all kinds of things, right? Starting, she calls it rumbling with vulnerability. The first skill set in building courage. So to rumble with vulnerability is to risk emotional exposure, to risk sharing your ideas, to risk showing up when you're not feeling 100% in how you're, looking, or how you're feeling that day, or whatever. All those things. When we see someone else doing that, they're modeling courage. I'm good with that if you do that. I don't love it for myself, And so the idea is that showing up and risking vulnerability is one of the most courageous. Courage is built on it. It's one of the most courageous things that you can do, So, yeah. Does that make sense? So probably a good time to just talk a second about the 4 skill sets of courage building that are the underpinnings of all of Brené's work. The personal development work in one of her first books called Daring Greatly, and then that leads into that became the foundation for the Dare to Lead, which is work in organizations, all types of organizations, nonprofits as well as big corporations. So
before we do that, can we talk a little bit? Just, I'm saying everybody knows her work, but maybe there's someone who doesn't know her, or how this became a thing. That she's a researcher, but she had an experience of her own vulnerability, which then went viral. So could you just set the stage for people before you would do that? And then I wanted to, just in case anybody doesn't know, wasn't here when that happened, because it was amazing.
So, Dr. Brene Brown's a PhD in social work, endowed chair at the University of Houston, and she's been the author of 6, maybe now 7, I think it's 6 New York Times bestselling books, and she is a researcher on shame. She studies shame and vulnerability, and she, I'm just looking to make sure I say everything correctly. She spent the last 2 decades studying courage, vulnerability, shame, and empathy, and the last 7 years researching leadership and organizational cultures. And when her first book came about, she had several books, but the one that was one of the most famous was called Daring Greatly. And that came about because she was in 2010, many of you have probably seen this. She did a TED Talk on the power of vulnerability. It was not her normal TED Talk, but she felt called to do it. And when the talk, it was for TEDx in San Antonio. And when the talk was done, she, the next day, said she felt a vulnerability hangover. And which I think we all can relate to, right? Oh, why did I share that? Why did I show up that way? Why did I do it? And so when that happened, she thought about trying to erase it from the from the TEDx, recording thing, whatever. But what ended up happening is it got uploaded to the big TED Talk site, and it went viral. People resonated with what she was talking about, and how she was somebody who was just not interested in being in vulnerability, and that what turned out in her research, she's a grounded theory researcher. So for those of you who aren't familiar with that, and I wasn't, it's what emerges from the data versus what am I trying to prove. So what emerged from the data about people who felt like that they deserved love and belonging she called them the wholehearted. And the difference between people who were living a wholehearted life where they were okay with being vulnerable and okay with being imperfect were those that just felt that they deserved love and belonging. And that the thing that's in between deserving love and belonging is this really screwed up thing, this really hard thing called shame. And shame is what she studied for years after that to come to the conclusion that shame resilience is the key to courage, love, and belonging. Understanding that we all have shame. It's that feeling that we don't deserve to belong, and we all experience it. And then her work has been teaching and researching shame resilience tools. And so that when that happens, you don't shrink into a shame spiral, but you can vulnerably and courageously do the things you need to do to pull yourself back to center. So am I making sense? I'm talking a lot.
Absolutely.
So
you're making perfect sense.
So when that TED Talk went viral, and it went, 5,000 to bazillion. It's I think it's the second or fifth, up in the top 5 most
in the top 5, top 10 all time TED Talks.
She really had a kind of a personal freak out, and eventually, because she got a lot of horrible criticism online. She was talking about embracing her imperfection and blah blah blah, and people were saying all the kind of mean things you might expect that trolls and people who say things like that are what we're saying. So she was watching, she'll tell you that if you listen, it's worth listening to. Maybe we'll post it somewhere, but she eventually, after watching this TED Talk, after kind of being told don't look at the comments, she read all the comments, 8-10 pints of Haagen-Dazs, and disappeared into 20 episodes of Downton Abbey, and then pulled herself together and was researching a bunch of stuff and found the Man in the Arena quote, from Teddy Roosevelt, which I should have that pulled up, but I do not. I will pull it up in a second. But it's about being in the arena. It's not the strong man who stumbles, but it's the one who's learned to be face down in the dirt and marred with blood and sweat, and that's the one who's courageous. It's the one who's risked daring greatly. And so when she read that quote, thank you, Chris, for putting that up in the chat. When she read that quote, she said, you know what? I am not interested in people who aren't in the arena daring greatly. If they have feedback from me, I'm not interested in that. I want to be with people who are in there fighting the good fight as well, who are putting themselves out there. And so that's kind of where, and then she said, I became kind of dangerous.
Well, it is, I think about that. I do think about that sometimes when I do feel like that quote, that experience in particular, because and I think in a later work, she talks about the cheap seats, right? You're in the arena versus you're in the cheap seats. Easy to criticize from the cheap seats, easy to take pot shots, to throw tomatoes from the cheap seats.
Yes.
But I think about that a lot, and I think, get up. You're here. You're lucky. You're blessed to be in the arena of your life. Don't worry about that. And it's like you say, it's infectious, that courage, that story that she tells. So
yeah, and she talks about, so the arena metaphor is, like standing in this gladiator,
yeah, not exactly gladiator, but feels like it to me.
Right. and so it's like, you got all your fans, and there's other seats, and then you're listening to the one critic who's home, not paying, they're not doing what you're doing. And so it's just, or just listening to critical voices, or that critical voice that's your own.
Right. Absolutely. That could be the worst person. That could be even worse. He's sitting, I should say she is sitting up there next to that guy in row 8, 9, throwing tomatoes. And I'm like, wait a minute. Why aren't you down here with me, helping me to have confidence? Yeah.
And Janet, we talked about, I said my critic who sits here, her name is Sister Mary Perfect. And she says, who do you think you are? And if I say, hey, wait a minute, I know who I am, I'm getting in the arena, they say, you're not good enough. So it's like a vice, right? Like it's these two, blah, blah, blah. So it's like, no, pop out of that and look over there. And, they're your fans who are cheering you on. These are the people that are in this group here. They're your, the people who are journeying together, who get it, who get how hard it is to, or just how much effort it takes to do X, Y, and Z. It does not, everything has to be this horrible slog, but
everything, please God.
Yeah. Would it help to read The Man in the Arena?
So it would do, yeah, absolutely.
So this, and we know that Teddy Roosevelt has problems, but I'm just going to read the quote directly as it's written, but some of his, he's been a little maligned lately, but the quote has its merits. So what's that? I'm sorry?
No, the quote stands alone for itself, as its own merits.
Yes, and it's not gender neutral, so so we'll just have to go with it because it was written in, like, I don't know, a long time ago, 2010 or something, or 1910 or something like that, 1920. So it's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat.
Huh. You know what gets to me about that is actually I'd forgotten about the second half, because we can play it safe, but if we don't go to the deeper places, we can play it safe. Exactly. But that was great.
So yeah, so one of the questions to everybody, and I'm asking it to myself, and usually it comes at the end of the year. We start with resolutions or looking back on how the year went, and where were we resilient? Where do we need to build up our resiliency? And where do we want to be braver in our lives? That's a question to start to ask on a regular basis, but usually at this time of the year it becomes a little bit bigger, I think, at least for my clients and for me, which is a little different than a New Year's resolution. It's, I resolve to exercise every day or meditate 20 minutes twice a day or whatever I usually
where have we been resilient?
Where have we been resilient? Where do we need to build more resiliency? Where do we want to be braver?
This is me saying, oh, how much are you going to share, Janet?
Vulnerable.
Well, I mean, we had a really wonderful coming back together again conversation, and I said, there's no question, and I think a lot of people would say this. I had, what was that song? I'm on my 15th nervous breakdown. Tim and Kathleen were talking about how music can hold our stories, open symbols to us. Yeah, during the, this event, which I still think we're just starting to find our way afterwards of pandemic and COVID and quarantine and now the 15 other emergencies that have followed in our world. I don't think it's a coincidence myself that our collective emergency has led to us being a little bit off the rails. So, and in terms of this so I do think personally myself working at resilience, falling off that wagon sometimes, and for Interweave too, working at being a resilient organization. I mean, not just people have lost their place, but organizations, nonprofits, businesses, restaurants. There is this feeling of, whew, I think it was really, it was clear. I mean, we always knew that failure was a possibility, but boy, is it clear that failure is a possibility. But as I get older, Sally, I'm like, well, what are you going to do? I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to do it anyway. And there are days where I do want to go back to bed and pull the covers over my head. But then there are days that, it's like, no, we got to give it a go. And I do feel like that resiliency builds resiliency, that we were talking about that we can break down, but then we can actually, I'm like, whoa, I'm a little bigger than I was before. I can hold more.
You have a greater capacity.
The capacity increases if you're willing
more
to take the
bandwidth.
blows.
Yeah. And if you're willing to give yourself permission to get rid of the things that are taking up too much bandwidth, right?
Right.
And kind of take care of your energy, I think, is a big.
You want to talk a little bit about that? That's good. I like that. Take care of what?
Take care of your energy. Manage instead of what we have so much stuff coming at us all the time, right? And I find that with personally and with my coaching clients, and especially I'm a grief educator as well as the other work I do, and especially when we're grieving. Just short story of that when I lost my husband 18 years ago, and my daughter was 3, so that was my introduction to like major grief, big deal. And I'm skipping over a lot of details, but what I want to say is that in that experience of grieving him, Bill Levin was his name, I learned through my own coach to manage my energy. What do I have energy for? Like to ride the waves of that. And because everything was so real and raw at that time, the lessons from that have been invaluable, because there was no, like, so I think, like, this is going to sound a little unrelated, but it's related. I think we're in a collective grief as in general about like what we used to be able to easily do, how, like, all kinds of things, how easy it was to gather, how the world is, geopolitical issues, for want of a better word. There's a lot of grief and a lot of emotional heaviness in the world right now. And it's important to manage our energy and to like notice what brings you alive, what pulls you down, so that you can be resilient. Because if you're always drained, you can't bounce back. Resilience is like, how do I bounce back? Right? How do I get up after falling? in Brené's work, we call it rising skills. How do I own my story and not give it to somebody else to tell? How do I kind of like being on your own side, learning to trust yourself with skills and tools.
See, you come to this work with your own scars, with your own losses, and does that, I know you've gone on to, other chapters in your life, but does that still, how is that still with you? And how is that still feeding your story, feeding your resilience, feeding your sense of self that, I mean, this is, the kids, my kids, a lot of people's kids, and I don't mean kids, I mean young adults. Comic book mythology is real and important in the narrative of their lives. And I would say feels like this is your
hero's journey.
Hero's journey, that you're the source of your superpower, that you had this event and you somehow emerged from it, not, I don't want to say stronger, but more yourself somehow.
Definitely that. And a lot of work in community, in my own spiritual, inner circle, lots of conversations about this hard stuff that, going, like one of the things I like to do, which makes me a little wacky, is I like to talk about hard things. I like to hold space for hard things. I find funerals to be life affirming, because they pull together a whole life and kind of see the whole thing. And so it informs me in that I think I keep reiterating to myself and with my family, friends, and work associates that we need each other, and we need to help each other witness our grief, our pain, our, whatever scenarios are keeping us feeling alone. And we're not alone. Like, what I've learned is, no matter what work I've ever done in my whole life, and I've been doing grief work since almost 20 years now. Let me think. Yeah. That is like a universally, people are like, oh, I know. It's a universal conversation about love and loss and creating from loss. And so I know we're kind of winding around a lot, but I think managing our energy while we hold whatever we're.
Well, we kind of need to wrap, if it's cold, we need to wrap ourselves with a blanket of love, of we need to take care of ourselves if we're gonna go out into a long winter. Yeah, no, it totally makes sense what you're saying. There is, you completed the circle, absolutely.
And then when you talked about myth, it's kind of a Persephone or a Phoenix, rising kind of thing. It's it's a deep dive into the underworld, but knowing you have tools to come back up. So sometimes, you're just kind of down there for a while, and let people know you're there. So they come after you and send a rope or send a chocolate cake or whatever it is that would entice you to,
So that's part, and this is part of the belonging thing that you're telling us. So important.
Yes. Yeah. We don't need to be fixed. We're not broken. We just need to be, witnessed and held. And if someone, if there are tools that we have that people are interested in to learn, to share them. And if they're not asking for that, don't try to help them.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we're winding around a lot here, but
no, it's not at all. I think that it was these skills, these awarenesses, they kind of feed each other. They go in a circle. Absolutely. So we need to give ourselves permission. And I mean, I like I said to you, I was so surprised that permission does lead to resiliency, bravery, and belonging. I was like, oh, wait a minute, I get this now.
Land a kind of like, oh, okay, you know what? Full permission.
So if you, as you go into your bag of tricks, I mean, you gave us this wonderful good advice to give ourselves permission to take care of ourselves, an image of what being brave really is. I'm wondering if we should say anything, or if you would have anything to share with us about this idea of shame, which you know, we've been talking about that people are, that mental health is an issue, that loneliness is an issue. This thing, shame, that Brene has studied so long and well, what can we learn from her research and studies and many developed curriculums about how do we come against that inner shame within ourselves so that it isn't a stopper?
Yeah, so great question, and it's one of my favorite things to talk about. Shame, how about that?
How about that?
Yay.
You and I, we like to talk about funerals, and
I
you know,
know,
we're a
and
couple of strange gals. What can I say?
We are. That's why we love each other, Janet. But so just like the quick and dirty on shame and resilience, and there are people probably in your audience who may have a much more, you know, a deeper study of this than maybe I do. But what I would say, what she has, the thing about shame is that it's I am a mistake versus I made a mistake, right? That there's something wrong with me fundamentally versus there's I did something wrong. An example of that is she does an example of showing of going out to a party or whatever the night before, having too much wine and oversleeping and missing a meeting, an important meeting. And the self-talk about that is, I'm so stupid, I'm such a jerk, I can't believe, I don't, you know, that kind of thing. Versus, that was stupid, I won't do that again. There's a difference between I'm bad. So it's I'm bad versus this was something that, this is a mistake, I'm a mistake. So so learning to wholeheartedly understand that you deserve to be here, that you are imperfect, that you will make mistakes, and that they don't need to derail you and keep you from being in relationship with other people, that you're worthy of love and belonging in all of your imperfections, and not like in spite of, but just with them, you know. So as far as shame resilience, the idea,
I love that, by the way, that I get. Why do I love it? Because I trip on that all the time myself. So thank you for the reminder. I make mistakes. I am not a mistake.
Correct. You are not a mistake. Even if somebody told you that when you're growing up, they were wrong. It's not true. We're all God's children. God creates us, God, goddess, whatever your version of spirit is. You're created in love, and and everyone is deserving of love and belonging. They're irreducible human needs, and there's no one who is should be feeling this way or be pressed to being dehumanized to the point where they don't believe that they deserve this. Right. So that's what this work is about, right? Making life and work more human focused, and building the self-belief that we all deserve love and belonging. So when the warm wash of shame, and Brene talks about that as like a full body sport, right? It's a full contact sport. You know how you feel when you're in shame. I know I do. Like I start to sweat, I get red, I'm like tingling and just, you know, I start to shrink internally, feel small, right? So when that happens, and it's to learn to say, okay, I'm not going to text, phone, do anything. Like, I'm not fit for human consumption right now.
Right.
So, and I know I'm in shame, like recognize I'm in a shame spiral. You have someone who's in your squad that deserves to hear your story, who is not going to say, bless your heart, or, oh my God, I can't believe that, or feel so sorry for you. They're going to go, you have someone in your very intimate circle who you can call and say, I'm in the closet floor, I'm in a shame spiral, I blew it here or whatever, I really need to circle back. And they are the type of friend, partner, whatever, who says, I so hear you, I get it, something similar happened to me, I'm here for you.
Right.
And to talk about it, because she talks about, like, if you put shame in a petri dish and give it secrecy, silence, and judgment, it grows exponentially.
Right.
If you bring it to light, take it out of the closet and talk about it with someone who deserves to hear your story, not someone who's going to give you a hard time, then it can't survive in empathy. That you're feeding it empathy, and that is, kryptonite to shame, right? So that's, I don't know if that's what you were looking for, Janet.
No, absolutely, because that petri dish, I mean, I'd like to think that we're the antidote for exactly that, and that we're what you're growing in your practice, and what we're growing here today is we're growing love in a petri dish. We're growing the embrace that says, you're okay, I'm okay, we're worthy, and of the kind of love that builds that bravery and belonging that Renee is talking about, and that you are sharing with us today. It's pretty extraordinary. We're definitely linking arms, my friend. And we look forward to seeing Sally soon at Interweave. And I thank you for coming and sharing this, your story, and being vulnerable with us, and by doing that, kind of encouraging us all to say, hey, I know it's silly, but I always love that Saturday Night Live thing. I'm good enough. I'm smart enough. And God,
doggone it, people like me.
People like it. People definitely like you, Sally. I more than like you. I so
Janet.
appreciate your gift.
Same, and thank you for inviting me, Janet. And I hope there's a commercial coming up, because everybody should be supporting Interweave, because it's such a great organization, and I'm blessed to know you all. So thank you.
You're so lucky. We're so enhanced by your story and your gifts. Thank you. Thank you, Sally. So we're saying thank you and waving goodbye to Sally, and we're welcoming in Sean and Denise for a message from our trustees before our next two guests come on, who are waiting in the wings.
All I can say is, wow, that was absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, great conversation. I think that distinction that Sally Jo was talking about between thinking that I've done something wrong or there's something wrong with me, that's such a critical question, isn't it? Shame.
Exactly.
Shame is and then what was the petri dish? I wrote down secrecy, silence, and judgment.
It wasn't enough I could write down. Secrecy, the petri dish of secrecy, shame, secrecy, hiddenness, darkness, versus bringing
empathy is the kryptonite of shame. I love that. That's what a great, and that's what we do with Interweave. They kind of Sally Jo and Janet sort of did our work for us in terms of the commercial. That's what we do, I think. And I think I think of like all the various things that we do at the Hearth once a month when we get together and have connections with each other, and the Member Mondays, which are always wonderful. I don't get to enough of them, but that's one of those benefits of becoming a member of Interweave. Hint, hint, for those who might be thinking about that or haven't done it already.
Right. Sally, word, and empathy is the antidote to shame. Thank
I
you,
thought she,
Sally.
put that in the chat. So that's great. Secrecy, silence, and judgment are the petri dish, and then empathy is the antidote to shame. That's some
Yeah, I feel
good words for us.
so many programs at Interweave are helping us build resilience and openness.
Mhm.
You know exactly what Sally was talking about. And I think Chris might have a screen that has a QR code. If you simply take your phone, you point it at the screen and scan the QR code, it will bring you directly to our Interweave page where we invite you to donate what you can, what you're comfortable giving. You know, we're so grateful to everyone who is a part of Interweave and for all that you give. We created also as a thank you, we've created a new insulated tote bag, which has our Interweave logo on it. And it's something that we want to give to anyone who can donate $100 or more toward our cause.
And that's new. We haven't had that bag before. So
Oh.
those of us who have Interweave swag, I've got a mug and a couple of other things. It's sort of add to our collection, and really, practically speaking, we can always use another bag somewhere. So yeah.
Yeah, I use insulated bags all the time at the grocery store. So
yeah. I was going to share a quote I pulled up. Some of us are fans of A.A. Milne and Winnie the Pooh, and I was thinking about how so often in the stories of Winnie the Pooh, they're kind of little stories of bravery that sort of sparkle. And so I did a quick search, and the quote I was able to find was from Piglet, who of course is the character that is always kind of wringing his hands nervously and wondering if he's going to make it through whatever it is that he's facing. And the quote was from chapter 7 of Winnie the Pooh, and it says, "It's hard to be brave," said Piglet, sniffling slightly, "when you're only a very small animal." And I think, we think of ourselves as small animals, but I also think, like, as we think about Interweave, we're part of something bigger than ourselves. And that's part of the delight of those stories of Winnie the Pooh, is that, Piglet grabs Winnie the Pooh's hand, and then he's brave, and off they go into the next chapter of the story.
Exactly.
So did you grow up with Winnie the Pooh?
Winnie the Pooh. And then when I got older, I read The Tao of Pooh. I don't know if you've ever read that.
I've seen that, yeah. So, but that wonderful character, Piglet, who's always looking for bravery, and was thinking of him and really what great work that Brene Brown has done. I did look on the TED website since they were talking about it, and she's definitely in that top 10 of those various TED Talks. And I know I've watched it a couple of times myself over the years. But there's Janet with the fancy blue bag that we're inviting folks to make contributions.
The saying is, weave love into everything you do. And we've been talking all day about wellness and how to bring wellness into the world. And at Interweave, we actually believe that if we weave love into everything you do, I don't know that we'll cure things, but things will be a little better. And I want to just say that we did meet the match. We had 2 matches today. We have a 3rd match. So we are at $3,700, which may not sound to other people like a lot of money, but at us in Interweave, we're very excited, and actually double that, obviously. And we have a new match for $2,000. So if people can be generous, we can actually be almost 2/3 of the way to our goal of $15,000. So thanks, Chris, for putting that up. You can bring that down now. And thank you to Sean and Denise for being here. We have the best trustees in the world, and Interweave is, it's about, our mission is to cultivate wellness, spirituality, and the common good. And Denise and Sean, I hope you'll stick around, because our next two panelists are people who are definitely nurturing spirituality, wellness, and the common good. Whereas, you know how important our interfaith work is to us. We started our day with Dilek from Peace Islands, and what could be more important than our interfaith work? And so thank you, Sean and Denise. Stick around, because you're not going to want to miss this next segment. I'm very grateful that Shaniha Raman, I worried all day about would I say your name correctly. Let's put her into the spotlight. There she is. And we knew that I was going to say Walter's name correctly, that would not be a problem, right, Walter? Walter Ruby and Shabiha.
Okay, it's Sabiha
Rahman.
Yes, you got
Thank
it.
God you're here to guide me. We knew we were going to get Walter Ruby's name right. The two of you, we had a wonderful conversation preparing for your visit. You wrote this book, We Refuse to Be Enemies. The story of a friendship actually that developed, I think, as you were writing the book. In 2017, do I have it right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's good that I could get something right, Shabiha. And I just, when we were talking and thinking about what we wanted to curate as things that we thought about and talked about today, and we wanted to give space to let in this question of how can we support wellness in the common good. And so the title of your segment is The Way to Wellness Through Interfaith Friendships. But I called you up and I said, are you still friends?
Yeah.
Really, I put it in in a ribbon, and I put cushioning around it, but it was a real question. Where were you after looking? I've reread parts of the book. It's a powerful story. There are many powerful stories in this book, but now here you wrote this book, We Refuse to Be Enemies, and now here we are, 6 years later, and we're in the middle of a major conflict, something which seems to have come on the shores of our own nation in with such power, such emotion, that it has, and I have said this honestly to you both, shocked me, that people, that it's not easy anymore, that if anybody thinks interfaith work is easy work, they don't know the world we're living in right now. This is difficult work, and no matter, so I will interject, but I want to get to your story, which I am predicting will be a bestseller, because this should be required reading for the country. Let's start with you, either one of you, telling the story about how the book came about and why you wrote it.
Okay, so why don't I start? And of course, let me start by thanking you for giving us this opportunity to share our work. I was working for the American Society for Muslim Advancement when Walter, who was working for the Foundation for Ethnic Understanding as the Muslim Jewish Program Director, called up my office. I was working there for Daisy Khan. He called up Daisy and I answered the phone. And he explained the project of twinnings that he was working on, which was essentially to bring mosques and synagogues together during the month of November all over the country. And subsequent to that conversation, we started finding ourselves in interfaith spaces. And in 2016, I was getting ready to have my memoir published, Threading My Prayer Rug. And it occurred to me that it would be a good idea to have a blurb from a rabbi. And I thought of Walter. Of course, Walter is not a rabbi, but he worked for a rabbi. So I wrote to him yeah, exactly.
Right.
So I sent him an email and I said, Walter, my book is being published, and do you think that Rabbi Schneier would be willing to write an endorsement? And Walter said, I have to read the manuscript because I read the books that he gets, and I recommend, the blurb for it.
Right.
So I emailed him the manuscript, and this nice Jewish gentleman spent his day of rest reading the entire book. And then he wrote back to me and said, yes, the rabbi will be happy to write a blurb. And Sabia, I have an idea. Why don't the two of us write a book together? So Walter, you want to explain why you came up with that idea?
Well, sure. So first of all, the part of the story that Sabia is nice enough to leave out is that when she said this nice Jewish gentleman spent his day of rest reading the book, that was because the nice Jewish gentleman had neglected to have read the book in time, and she was calling me Friday saying, Walter, we have to have it. The publisher needs this by Monday. And I was like, oh, there goes my weekend. But it was my fault. I had forgotten to do it. So anyway, I sat down with the book Saturday morning on my day of rest, as she puts it, and and to my amazement, I fell in love with the book in the course of the next 4 or 5 hours. I think I swallowed it all by 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I was done, but I thought it was just a wonderful, wonderful book, and I strongly recommend it to all of you. That her book Threading My Prayer Rug, which was her autobiography, but was a wonderful account of her life and as an immigrant coming from Pakistan, coming to America, and helping to upbuild the Muslim community, and also raising two sons as a Muslim in Staten Island, and there were so many issues there that she wrote about that resonated so much for me as I was thinking about the Jewish experience in America. Also, there were a lot of similarities in terms of how do you get your kids to sort of marry within the faith, but she wrote about it in such a warm and wonderful and humorous way, often humorous, that I just thought this is a wonderful book. But then the other thought was, okay, so I've been looking for a Muslim co-author actually for several years. I was thinking I'd really like to write a book about our Muslim Jewish movement that we've been I've been involved with. By that point, it was. I'd been involved with from about 2006, and I can get into that a little more. As Sabia said, I actually work professionally in the field as the Muslim Jewish Program Director of the Foundation for Ethnic Understanding, and I organized many twinning events, bringing together mosques and synagogues and later Muslim Jewish organizations, et cetera, together in cities around America, and later on also in Europe and other places. So anyway, I thought this was a very significant movement that we brought together over the course of, say, 10 years, at that point, tens of thousands of Muslims and Jews to have conversations, to do, social welfare stuff together, feeding the hungry, and can talk about all of that. But it really was very, very important, and it brought people together and built relationships, and I think had a real effect on bringing the communities together. And when I say this movement, I don't mean only the work that my foundation did, but there were a number of people who around that time, 2006, 2007, saw that this was an important thing to do. So anyway, I thought, well, it's great that we've done this, but unfortunately, most of the world doesn't know it's happening, and most Jews and most Muslims aren't even aware that this is happening. So there should be a book about it. And so at that point, when I met Sabia, when I read Sabia's book, as she said, we'd met actually a little earlier. I said, this is, she would be, the perfect co-author. And so I did propose it to her. And I guess that was 2016. By the time we sat down together, as Sabia mentioned, to figure out how to write this book, it was already the spring of 2017. And the Trump administration had come in and promulgated its horrendous Muslim travel ban. And other things were going on in the country, a rise of Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. And the book then, in that context, felt even more important, not only as kind of a look back, at what we had done, but why it's so imperative for Muslims and Jews in America to stand together as the two largest minority faith communities, to stand up for pluralism, democracy, and freedom of speech, and the separation of religion and state in this country. So essentially, that's what got us going, and that's and we've been sort of doing this. We started writing in 2017, as Sabia said. The book came out in 2021. So a little bit, just 2 years and 2.5 years ago, I guess. And since then, we've given over 100 talks like this, mostly online, and a few of them, because of course our book coincided with COVID, so it made it much more difficult to do in-person book talks. But anyway, we've been able to reach a lot of people with our message. So if we feel very good about that, and now with this latest outburst in the Middle East, this really horrendous outburst, I think the message we have is more important than ever before.
More important than ever before. And I didn't know. I thought, how honest of a conversation could we have? How safe of a space could we make this? And I shared with you both that, there is the feeling that, for me, the concern that interfaith work right now is something that's, is so lovely, beautiful, and important, could shut down because of how dramatic people's response has been to the conflict in the Middle East right now. And I asked you, as I reread parts of the book, which I am going to continue to recommend to everyone until it is on the bestseller list, because it needs to be read. The parts of the book where you talk about your process of how you would arrive at things, what you agreed upon, what you didn't agree upon, the gray spaces in between where you were, I think you refer to it sometimes as the elephant in the room items. So because my hope is that it was a hope, an instinct that maybe you would have something to tell us about how we could talk to each other today, because even faith leaders are having trouble talking to each other. It's a minefield. If I say one thing, I am in trouble with one person. If I say another thing, I'm in trouble with someone on the other side. What I don't say will be held against me, because people want to hear their narrative. People want to hear that you agree with me, you understand me, you understand how terrible this is and how much my suffering is. Because I think you're a model for how to have this conversation. How do you do it? Did you do it? And how are you still doing it? Having the conversation in a world where I suspected, but now I know, you don't necessarily completely agree with everything the other feels.
So when we began engaging in interfaith dialogue, we had set some ground rules, which were that we would focus on our commonalities, the values and the principles that brought us together. For example, one of the principles is, if you save one life, it is as if you have saved all of humanity. And if you take one life, it is as if you've killed all of humanity. It's in the Talmud, it's in the Quran. except that neither of us knew that that was the case. Another is welcome the stranger. Then there's the principle of standing up for one another. Then there's tikkun olam and islah, repairing the world. Just as a few examples, but also if there are two religions that are more alike, it is in their theology, it is Judaism and Islam. And if there are two faith communities that are politically more apart on Israel and Palestine, it is Muslims and Jews. But nevertheless, initially focus on what brings you together. In fact, in the Sisterhood of Salam Shalom, we had very clear guidelines that in a chapter after formation, for the first 18 months, do not discuss Israel-Palestine. Take the time for trust to develop, for relationships to gel before you wade into murky waters. But essentially what would happen is that everything was going fine. Nobody really wanted to delve into the politics of it. 18 months went by, another 18 months went by. But then every time a conflict broke out, there would be a pulling back. Mm-hmm. And in 2021, when the conflict broke out, some of the chapters actually went on hiatus. A few came back and some didn't come back. And now again, in today's climate, we are seeing much more of that pulling back and that tension. What has prevented things from irreparably tearing us apart has been the fact that we have developed relationships with those communities that we have a one-on-one relationship. Both sides are making an effort to ensure that it does not tear us apart. So, for example, I'll just share a couple of examples of what we are doing. We are picking up the phone or putting our fingers to the keyboard and reaching out to one another and acknowledging their pain. We know you're suffering. We know you're heartbroken. We know you're distressed. Despite the fact that we don't agree with one another, just reaching out and acknowledging the other's pain does make a huge difference. And then we're also saying, be an upstander. Watch out for the safety of the other. If you're on the train, look out for the young man in the yarmulke or the woman in the hijab. If you see something, notify the authorities. Be there to protect the safety and security of the other. Walter, we talked about a few other steps that we have also undertaken as of late.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say that also, I mean, in terms of Sabia, our relationship, it is, one individual to another. So there's a somewhat different dynamic, I would think, I guess, yeah, for sure, than groups. And, both are very, very important. But I think, in terms of Janet's question of how have we managed to kind of stay together, it hasn't even been a question. It's just been so natural. I mean, I guess we've been working together for, we've just got this level of trust that we would like to think, can be in, and then we're not, we don't judge each other and we don't judge the other community. We're not in this to kind of score ideological points or prove that, the other is wrong. And I think we've just learned so much, through our encounters. It's been such a fascinating ride. I've learned so much about Islam and Sabia about Judaism, and so it would just be devastating to not to have it, really. And but so and
and in some groups, for example, I am the member of Daughters of Abraham, and we were scheduled right in the thick of the conflict to have our next meeting. And we put our heads together to say, okay, so how do we deal with this? And the general consensus was, let's scrap the agenda, let's meet in person and just give one another a hug and cry. And that's what we did. We assembled in the living room and there were hugs and there were tears and we just held each other close to our hearts and we're just there together, comforting one another in our hours of pain. But I would also say that I'm a grandmother. I worry about my grandchildren, and I would urge parents to counsel your children, help them understand the conflict, enable them to see the humanity in their fellow students, caution them against making ethnic remarks, guide them on how to respond if bullied, and address the bullying in the school authorities. And I would also say that, if you made an appointment to have lunch with your Jewish colleague, keep that appointment. If you had on your calendar, a walk in the park with your Muslim neighbor, go take that walk. It doesn't matter if it's a cold day. But then we've also been organizing small interfaith prayer groups. I'm part of a Torah Quran study group with the Temple Emmanuel. And, we study the scripture around a certain theme. That month, we canceled the theme, and Walter and I just spoke to the group about how we deal with the situation under the current circumstances. And
And I would just say very quickly, I had one very uplifting experience several weeks after the conflict started, which was that I live in the Washington area, and so I have a small group which is called Jews and Muslims and Allies Acting Together. So the idea is we're kind of a grassroots groups of Jews and Muslims and allies from other faiths and communities who try to do things together to bring our communities together and speak out when either community is being hurt. But it was very, very challenging. We just spontaneously decided we need to do something, and a small demonstration in front of the White House in Washington, and we want to bring Jews and Muslims there together. We had a very tough time, even within our little group, coming up with a statement where should there be a ceasefire or not?
Right.
Those kind of things, which it was very, very tough. I mean, I thought a couple of times leading up to the demonstration that things could really blow up within our little group, which would have been very sad. We managed to get there. One thing I did is I did read this statement to start the rally, and this was mid-October. I said, well, here's a statement Jeanette came up with, but I made very sure. I said, and then I talked a little bit about my own perspective, as a Jew who spent years of living in Israel, and how I felt that that I was devastated, obviously, by the slaughter at the beginning of the Hamas attack on Israelis. Anyway, the point was I said, that's the perspective I'm coming from. But there will be people speaking from other perspectives, both who were within our group and others. I invited people who I knew would say there should be a ceasefire, even though I was not able to say it, because ultimately we're not here to we're here to be together. We're here to mourn, to manifest together, to say that we're not going to allow what's happening there, as tragic and awful as it is, to tear us apart here. That was really the ultimate point of the event. And I think it really worked, that people felt liberated to say what they needed to say. And we just made it clear, okay, this is this person's perspective, and now we're going to hear a different one. And I think it really, really worked. So I think that's so important, because as Sabia said before, what we feel very, very strongly, what we cannot allow is for what's happening over there to tear us apart here, because the stakes here are very, very high, with 20 coming up upon us, and a lot of threats to democracy and pluralism in this country. And if Muslims and Jews just got pulled apart, that's going to be a really big problem. And that's certainly something that worries me a great deal.
I never thought I would have to worry about saying a very simple sentence: I'm for peace. Who would have thought that would be a provocative sentence? Right now, it's a provocative sentence. I applaud you, Walter, for staying the course, because similar things are happening everywhere. I just took part in a vigil that was very locally provocative. And I just thought, how can people be threatened by people praying for peace? But they are, because it's such identity and language, and the pain that obviously, the open wound that is right, is so with us, so present, so fresh now. But it is difficult work to go forward. But I think the mistake would be to not go forward. And so we had this event, and there were some, not quiet discourse, but not yelling. But there was some controversy afterwards, people talking, and some people were worried. Does that mean that this, was controversial or not a success? And I said, the success for me was that people stayed long enough so that they started to lower their voices, started to say, and listen, someone in Gaza. Even though that they were on different sides of the issue, they just began to sense that the story wasn't as simple as you are wrong in what I'm saying and I am right. Because there's just too much moral high ground to go around right now. And the tragedy would be if we could no longer talk to each other. But I think it's such fine work, because when we talk about organizations, interfaith communities, organizations like this one, really, they're about people. This is why the going to lunch with people, it's do you remember that I trust you? Do you remember that that we have things in common? Sabiha has come to our Daughters of Abraham group, and we had one where we didn't know what to do. It was soon after, and don't laugh, we showed one of the Unity films, which is about Muslim Christian relationships, because we thought it was safe. I forgot. Did I forget that the Crusades were, how many Jews were killed in the Crusades as we were watching this film? It was a beautiful film about Francis and the Sultan coming together for the sake of
that movie, yeah.
It's a beautiful movie. Yeah. But nevertheless, the wounds of these unresolved and painful issues are just everywhere, and it's hard to have these conversations. And so then someone said, we talked about afterwards all the things we had in common, and one of the women said, and we're women, we do this, we do that, and someone said, and we all pray, and it was such a moment. And it was a tearful moment, because it was like, we can't lose this. It's too important to lose this. We've got to hold on to these connections.
And we each feel a kinship and sense of loyalty with our own faith communities, but at the same time, we also feel a bond of our humanity with everyone around us. And it's that bond that we need to hold tight onto.
So would you say that, Walter mentioned that the elephant room, the language is a really big thing. So these principles, because if I can't, because there are statements that are being made and people can't agree on language. So let me ask you this, because I think it would be good for people to know, if you're willing to share it, how you agree about things, because you are, I think, I'll just say this, God has placed you as role models for the road to how to continue to hold peace in this terrible time. So I think if people knew that it wasn't Disneyland between you, but that it was real, and that you were really holding this tension together. So would you be all right if I asked you what you agree about and what you disagree about, but you're holding in respect?
Oh, of course. In fact, in our book, I'll just hold it up so that
Hold it up.
Okay. We refuse to be enemies. How Muslims and Jews can make peace, one friendship at a time. After Walter and I went through the easy stuff, writing the easy stuff, which was here's everything that binds us together, that we have in common, we got to a point where both of us felt that we had developed a certain degree of trust with one another, that we could now broach the difficult subject, the elephant in the room. In fact, we found two elephants in the room. And the first elephant was the Palestine-Israel conflict. And we just turned on the tape recorder and let it run and talked our hearts out. We agreed on many issues. The rights of the Palestinians to live a life of dignity, the rights of the Jewish people to live, with a sense of security, and all the other things that go along with it. There were areas where we disagreed. Walter and I disagreed on the right of return. And we moved on. We acknowledged that we are not on the same page entirely. We do see things differently. We do disagree. So let's agree to disagree, and then let's move on. The other elephant in the room that Walter found was, Walter, you want to talk about the other elephant?
Sure. So when we're talking back 2008, 9, started to read the Quran, or sections of the Quran related to the Jewish people, I felt very uncomfortable, because it felt to me that the tone and some of the language, and again, obviously I'm reading it in English, in an English translation, but seemed to me very hectoring, very negatively judgmental toward the Jewish people, or you could say the children of Israel. So a lot of what I was reading that was troubling me was an account of the period when the children of Israel have left Egypt, have gotten out of Egypt, and they're in the Sinai, and they're on their way to the land of Israel, and they keep sort of stopping to worship the golden calf and engage in, at one point, kind of connecting with another nation, and there's sexual relations between Jews and non-Jews, and this one we haven't even talked about, which was to be in our usual discussion, although it's in the book, that God actually praised and held up a Jew named Pinchas who killed another Jew, who went and slayed another Jew and I think it was a Moabite woman, who were together, and he's held up as a hero. So anyway, and this relates again. That's the larger thing of difficult passages. So I started talking now about difficult passages in the Quran for me, but obviously there's very difficult passages in the Torah as well, and that Pinchas thing is one of them. But in any case, I was saying I felt when I read the Quran that it was sort of saying, well, the Jews are, they were, given this great privilege of, having an active relationship with God. And what did they do? They went and worshiped the golden calf. Then Moses goes up on the mountain, and he comes back with the 10 commandments. And what does he find when he comes down from the mountain is, oh my God, there licentious things are going on. God knows what's going on. Shame on them, shame on them. That's how I experienced it. And I felt this feels anti-Semitic to me as a Jew. So for a while I was not, it took me a while to raise this with some of the imams and Muslim leaders I've come to know. I was feeling very sensitive about it, but finally, I started to do it, and I maybe talked to 2 or 3 or 4 of them, and they all kind of said the same thing. And later with Sabia, I think she sort of said something similar too, which was that, but Walter, they seemed genuinely puzzled that I would find the language objectionable, because they said, but Walter, if you read the Torah, it says many of the same things that, God, some of the prophets talk about, Jewish prophets, that God, punished the children of Israel for not staying faithful. And Moses was deeply disappointed, and so forth. So what is in the Quran is basically what's in the Torah. And, and so I reread some of those passages, and I said, yeah, basically that's true. Okay, so where does that leave me in my feeling of discomfort? Or why am I feeling discomfort about the Quran and not about what it says in the Torah, more or less about the same incidents? And I realized, because it's a very human thing that all of us do, all groups, all individuals and all groups do, which is that you allow, your own internal dialogue. Self-criticism is okay. Jew to Jew, self-criticism and self-deprecating humor is okay. Right. And I think you'll see this with other, racial and faith communities, the same kind of thing. But God forbid somebody from the outside will say something similar. Aha, that's anti-Semitism. So the point of this long story is that it was a very important thing for me to kind of pick up on that. It doesn't mean that I felt, oh, okay, whatever's in, how I still read the Quran. I feel the same sense of discomfort, but I have some context for it, which I think is very, very important. So that's the whole point. And Sabia mentioned, again, picking up the phone is just so, so crucial. And, at other times during this journey, when there were other wars with Israel and Gaza, because I had the job, as I mentioned earlier, of calling the imam and the rabbi in LA and saying, guys, your twinning event is supposed to be November 10th, and now it's September 20th. And so where are you in the planning process? And, I remember calling the rabbi in LA at one point and him saying to me, you know what, Walter, I really need to apologize. I haven't called the imam because honestly, given what's going on over there, it's very uncomfortable to make that call. I don't know how he's going to take it. I don't know if he's going to yell at me. I don't know if he's going to, the conversation. So I haven't made the call. And I said, but really you need to do it because you two have built this really wonderful relationship. Are you going to let it now all come apart? Whether or not the twinning event even happens, it's even more, important that you maintain this contact. And he said, you're absolutely right. And then he did pick up the phone and they talked. I wasn't on the call, but they did a beautiful twinning event. So that's an example of why it's so necessary to keep talking, even if sometimes it feels awkward, or even if it hurts, or if you hear things that you're not, that you don't agree with, but you've got to remember, this is my friend and I'm doing this for our sake and for the sake of our peoples. And it's vital that we do this. We can't just go into our tribal corners and just declare what we call in Hebrew a cherem. I'm not going to deal with these people anymore. They're all bad. We can't afford that. I feel that very strongly as a Jew. We can't afford to go into splendid isolation and say, oh, the world is terrible. The world hates us. But some people are doing that right now, and that's what's very worrisome, because it doesn't serve anybody. It certainly doesn't serve the Jewish community or any community.
And in fact, when the conflict first broke out in early October, Walter called me and he said that, Sabia, I am concerned that this is going to tear our communities apart. Let's try and write an op-ed so that we can press this issue and get our message out about where each community is coming from, but why it is important that we not let it tear us apart. And so we did do that, and it ran in the Baltimore Sun, and we put it out very honestly, how I saw things and how Walter saw things. And right. Clearly, both the Jewish and the Muslim community were seeing things through their lens. They each had their own grievances, each felt victimized, each felt threatened, each felt harassed, and yet they were being pulled apart. And how we then proposed that we not let that happen, that tearing apart, was to follow some of the things I mentioned earlier about reaching out and counseling your children and being an upstander and keeping that appointment and organizing prayer groups as just the small steps that can prevent us from losing the friendships that we spent decades building.
Decades. It's fascinating to me that nationalism a sense of nationalism, a sense of, I want to sing that song, "My religion's better than your religion," kind of, and I'll say that it feels to me, just personal perspective, like a kind of idolatry, because if all of our religions say, love thy neighbor in one way or another, and now suddenly, I don't know what ground we're standing on. Some people we would say we're standing on just war theology, but then you get into the question, who's just war? What, again, where is the moral high ground? And when we talk about something like, when we were thrust into the Ukraine-Russia thing, suddenly, it wasn't the boiling point at all, because it was clear, the narrative. Here are the bad guys, here are the good guys. Suddenly there is this is, you are bad, I am good. And none of our religions, none of the three Abrahamic religions is that honoring at the deepest level our spiritual natures, where we are called in our holy works. But so I'll let you comment on that, but I have a question about how you get people to put that that narrative, their narrative, down for a greater narrative.
So in our book, towards the end, we share some of the lessons learned as a blueprint or a manifesto for going forward. And looking back at that, what we had experienced and learned at that time endures. It is very much applicable today. So, we had an 8-point plan. The one, of course, said that we are Americans first. And whereas the Israeli-Palestinian conflict means a lot to us, we live here, not there. And our common homeland of America is threatened unless we, stick together. Walter, you want to talk about some of the...
Sure. We talked about trying to speak up together on controversial issues, both at home and abroad, some of which, concern our own communities. And, sometimes that's very hard to do, especially on Israel-Palestine, but at least to make a good faith effort. We've talked about supporting one of the things that we feel that we can do, maybe a contribution we can make on Israel-Palestine, I guess, especially because we live so far away, is to support groups over there that are doing peace work and are doing peace and reconciliation work, like a group called Project Rosanna that I've been involved with now for about 5 or 6 years, which tries to build peace through healthcare and making sure that getting healthcare to places, especially on the Palestinian side, where there is very little, with the support of Israelis. And I just put out an appeal today on Facebook on my about this. That, for example, this group, which is an interfaith group, but we start trying to supporting the work of the Al Ahli Hospital in Gaza. That is the only one in this Gaza city that continues to work, is just in desperate need of support. And such support should come from people of all faiths. We want to make sure that we don't allow the Israel-Palestine conflict to be weaponized in ways that tear our communities apart. And one of the concerns I have, and I'm seeing a good bit of this now, I mean, when Ron DeSantis a couple of weeks ago said, I'm outlawing the Students for Justice in Palestine group, which I'm just outlawing it. But then a number of universities did similar things. The Columbia University also, that was also based on something that the Anti-Defamation League had put out, saying that somehow Students for Justice in Palestine over here was somehow giving material support for Hamas. And I don't think there's any evidence whatsoever of that. So it's very concerning to see that kind of censorship attitude of, you just shutting down speech. And so a lot of that is being done now in supposedly support of Israel. So with someone who loves Israel deeply, I've spent the happiest years of my life in Israel. I do not want to see my beloved Israel to be the cause of shutting down speech in America. That's to me a horror. We should, not denigrate, not denigrate people on either side, not demonize or demonize. For example, the kind of thing with some Jews, I think, are treating Rashida Tlaib, the congresswoman, as though she's some kind of evil demon. She's not. She's someone who is a Palestinian American, a proud Palestinian American, and she has the right to speak up for the Palestinians in Congress as well as Jewish Americans like Chuck Schumer or so many others. Our senators and Congress people have been doing for years in support of Israel. So it should go both ways. But we see also, I think, in the Muslim community and the pro-Palestinian community, a tendency to demonize Zionists, as though Zionism is some kind of almost like Nazism, and that can be deeply problematical. I mean, an example is a woman named many of you may know, Linda Sarsour, who I actually know, Sabi and I know her, and we like her. And she's a very forthright Palestinian American woman, but she said things like, you can't, she was one of the leaders of the Women's March a few years ago in Washington, if you may remember. And she said, you can't be a Zionist and a feminist at the same time, because this is some kind of contradiction. And I said, well, that's a little strange, given that many of the founders of feminism were Jewish women who supported Israel. So that kind of thing, just demonizing the others. And again, just to finish up, we need to engage each other fully. So Muslims, I believe, should engage with mainstream Zionist Jews, not just go with, so there's a group called the Jewish Voices for Peace, which has been very, militant and involved in these demonstrations, pro-Palestine demonstrations in recent weeks. And yet they are very explicitly anti-Zionist. So but they're only, even if one accepts their message, they're only 5% or maybe less of the Jewish community in this country. I mean, people who think that way. And most of us love Israel deeply, warts and all. And certainly I include myself in that. So if the Muslim community only works together, or other communities work together with Jewish Voices for Peace, and they say, oh, we're working together with Jews, well, they're not working together with most Jews. In fact, they're driving, because most Jews feel rather angry and bitter at Jewish Voices for Peace for, really, kind of being almost part of the problem. Again, there is a very deep feeling, and I guess I evinced this at the beginning a while ago, in the Jewish community, a real sense of hurt that when this attack happened and 1,200 Israelis civilians were slaughtered, and including the students at the young people at that music festival, just those images. And yet the world spent about 2 days being concerned about that, and then moved on and said, well, look what the Israelis are doing and then many people never said, including Jewish Voices for Peace, when they put out their first statement, they basically said, well, that was justified because Israel has been doing the occupation of the Palestinians, and that there is a point in that, but to somehow almost imply that it's their own fault it happened. It's their own fault that these people came and slaughtered 1,200. So I mean, it goes back and forth, but I mean, there is a sense of, as I say, of hurt and that's something that's a factor. And as Sabia said, there's that same sense in the Muslim community over what Israel has been doing in Gaza. Really, awful.
The last point to that I'd like to make is that we need to be cautious about labeling one another as anti-Semitic or Islamophobic. And we understand the sensitivities on both sides, but criticizing Israel's policies or its leaders is just that. It's a criticism of the policies and of the leaders. It's not a criticism of all Jews. And similarly, when you're criticizing a Muslim leader or a Muslim country or their policies, that's not Islamophobia, that's a criticism of a policy. But understood that we do need to be keenly aware of heightened sensitivities so that our critical statements are not construed as being anti-Semitic or Islamophobic, particularly if they were not meant to be as such.
To say I'm heartened doesn't really capture my feelings about how powerful your message is, how powerful your relationship is. What does it say? It's not just what you say, it's what you do, it's how you are, and you are manifesting, you are actually incarnating this message of we refuse to be enemies. You are living that out. And there were points where we were talking the other day that Walter said, I can go this far, but I can't say this yet. So this is a conversation between two caring adults who respect each other and who understand that the world is a really complicated place, and that you are not your government, you are a part of something, but you are also yourselves. And and that you can think and agree that there can be nuance in your thought, that it isn't that you have to it isn't one narrative or the other, that there is overlay between these two narratives, that and if there isn't discourse, if there isn't if people aren't allowed to speak and say what they think, and if people don't continue to create ground where we can come together to build these relationships, yeah, a lot has been lost if we don't do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Janet, for getting it. It means a lot to us. It really does.
You're amazing. You're amazing. I hope you'll come again and honor us with your presence.
And we're
thank you, Janet. Thank you for having us and for the opportunity to share our experiences.
Thank you for showing us the way, literally. We thank you, and we're going to keep all of our sisters and brothers will keep praying for you and all our safety. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And really, I'm moved by the whole interweave message, which I'm just hearing almost for the first time, but it's very powerful. So thank you for being there for us.
Amen. I feel like it's a prayer, the whole thing. We have one more guest, and then our time together is almost, and please feel welcome to stay and listen. I think you'll like what he has to say, but I understand if you need to go, Walter. You can yes.
Yeah, I must. I apologize.
Yeah, but another time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
We have a message first from we're going to take a short break, and we have a message from our wonderful trustees, Denise and Sean are back, and I'm going to step away briefly so I can get a glass of water before I welcome wonderful Scott Alexander.
That was powerful.
That was, yeah. I think that's one of the things about Interweave, for me at least, at a very personal level, I am really grateful for, is that it's a place where those of us from a variety of different faith backgrounds do engage in some conversations. And I'm thinking of my conversations with Dilek as we were earlier in the day, leading off the sessions and talking about hospitality. And I think that's hospitality for me is one of those ways in which we engage in interfaith conversation. And we know that we don't agree on everything. We don't do everything the same way. We don't believe the same things necessarily. Sometimes we do, but we can be hospitable to each other and sit at tables with each other and have coffee or tea or whatever it is that allows us to have a little bit of time together and really regard each other as people instead of perhaps as labels. again, I think that's part of, for me at least, that's part of why Interweave is such a valuable part of my life, is that it's one of those places that I reliably am able to engage with people who are in different faith traditions. In some cases, don't necessarily identify with a particular faith tradition, but have a deep spirituality and want that to be honored and be a part of the conversations they have with others. So I don't what's your take on the interfaith element of Interweave? Denise, do you have a sense of?
It's very important. It brings us to a one-on-one level, a human, as you said, a human level. Policies and politics are, a lot of times divorced from the way we experience each other. And, it really brings us back to, what we really truly share as human beings. It's so much more than maybe decisions that are made from the top.
It's very hard to condemn someone whom you know and care about. It's much easier if they're sort of far off and we keep them at arm's length, or we don't engage with the individual personally. And I've experienced that a number of times in Interweave events and various conversations that we've had, and find that really to be a wonderful part of what we do. So
exactly. Right.
So support Interweave, send in a contribution. And if you give $100 or more, as we've been saying through the day, you'll get one of these wonderful insulated bags that will help you get your groceries back and forth, back to home as you need them.
This is that message. Right. We need that message of weave love into everything we do, you do, I do. We're definitely all having that what's it all about Alfie moment, and love and the golden rule, it turns out, are still very relevant and very needed, and interweave with its mission. Thank you both so much for all being here throughout the day to tell people share the importance of lifting up our mission of weaving love and nurturing wellness, spirituality, and the common good. And our interfaith work is now more important than ever. Yeah. So I just want to tell you, I didn't know if you had said this, Denise, that we are going into our closing hour, and then we're going to stay together for a half an hour for the wind up conversation, just so we can let anybody who would like to come in and make a comment and just kind of reflect on the amazing day we've spent together. We had we had over the course of the day 3 matching grants, which was wonderful. We have a goal of $15,000 that we need to meet. We are altogether, we had $5,000 in match money. There were 3 matches, and we met the first 2. We now have the last match of $2,000. So we have $3,700. We are just $1,200. Is it $1,200? I know. I think we're $1,200 away. I meant to say, there it is, 3,800. I'm right. Who knew? I could still add at this hour of the day. I'm going to ask. That's great. Thank you. So you saw the QR code. Thank you for putting it in. I'm going to ask Carl. There's the QR code. If he would a call for honey, and he knows what I mean. This special honey that when your voice is going down. You know what I'm talking about? The Trader the special honey and some water so I can get through the last 12 minutes because I really want to be able to talk to our friend Scott. So thank you, Sean and Denise. I hope you'll come back for the wrap up so we can hear more of your wisdom on what we experienced in the course of the day. Best Board of Trustees ever.
Happy to be part of it all.
Oh my goodness. We're lucky to have you. So as Denise and Scott leave, Sean and Denise leave us. Scott, you're going to have to put up with the fact that I'm a little bit, but you know, if you want to get through that marathon, you put something extraordinary at the post line so that you're like a little tired and you're like, but it's Scott Alexander.
And I don't know why you chose me, but
I know. Well, they're going to know in a few minutes.
But you know me also, Janet. I can do a lot of the talking. So if you want to rest your voice, that's just.
Well, I'm just gonna pose a couple of questions, and then we welcome.
Sure.
Yes. What? So I just want you, everyone, to know that you are, and if I don't get it right, from Catholic. Theological Union,
right.
And you are there in the role of thank you, Carl.
I can introduce myself.
Yeah, why don't you do that? Why don't you do this while I have this honey so that I can keep going?
Exactly.
Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
Well,
thank
first
you.
I want to say to those of you who are on the Zoom or will be watching this by some other means or each kind of after the fact and not live, thank you for being interested in the mission of Interweave. I know it might sound like a platitude, but we simply don't have enough organizations like Interweave. Organizations that emerge out of a local context, but really do, as cliche as it sounds, have global concerns deeply in mind. And kind of universal human concerns, I guess I would say, deeply at the forefront of its mission. So I want to express my gratitude. I also want to express my regret for not being able to be here throughout the day. I'm sure there's an enormous amount that I could have learned, but I do give myself a pass because my son and daughter-in-law and 2.5-year-old granddaughter live in Pasadena, California. I live in Chicago. We don't get to see them that often, and they're in town this weekend. So today we went to the Shedd Aquarium and seeing all the things at the Shedd Aquarium, especially the beluga whales, through my granddaughter's eyes as she sang the Rafi song, Baby Beluga. It's just one of those experiences that you'll never forget. So
well, if you had been listening throughout the day, you would have been known that you would have been given complete permission to do what was right, to take to guard your wellness and your energy so you could be in a position to do what you do all the time, which is serve the people of God. So
thank you.
And
I'll also say that I really regret missing the last session. I caught the very tail end.
Oh my goodness. Well,
I wish I had been able to, because in terms of what Janet and I talked about, I'll go back to introduce myself briefly in a second, but Janet and I talked about kind of, as she told me, what we might kind of discuss and share with all of you this evening. In some ways, I'm going to talk experientially, but in somewhat of an abstract and theoretical mode about what you probably all just saw embodied. So, it's kind of like, it'll kind of be like anticlimactic, I think, in some respects. But I'll go back to the introduction. So I'm Scott Alexander. I am, wear a couple of hats at Catholic Theological Union in Chicago. CTU, as we like to call it, is the largest freestanding Catholic school of theology and ministry in the country. It's owned by 23 different Catholic men's religious orders. And we are basically the school that trains the young men and older men in those congregations for priesthood. But the majority of our students are not, quote unquote, seminarians preparing for priesthood. They're lay people who are preparing for all sorts of ministries. I was hired as professor of Islamic studies and Christian-Muslim relations, and I founded and directed with, I didn't do it. I mean, I facilitated the foundation, let me put it correctly, of a Catholic Muslim studies program at CTU, which was inaugurated in 2000. And that program was meant to be the younger sister of our Catholic Jewish Studies program, which had been in existence and still is since 1968, when we opened our doors in the immediate aftermath of the Second Vatican Council and the Council's call for Catholics to kind of take a hard look at the past. And although the words aren't explicitly used in the relevant document, kind of repent for ways of relating to people of other faiths that have not been in fidelity to the highest ideals and values of the gospel. And so to reach out in friendship and solidarity and dialogue to people of other faiths, and the Jewish Christian dialogue was seen to be so critically important, especially in the immediate aftermath of the Shoah. And I still consider the 1960s the immediate aftermath of the Shoah. And so I directed that program for 20 years. One of my dreams was to be able to hand the keys to the car, as it were, over to a Muslim professor, and to get a full-time tenure track position at Catholic Theological Union for a Muslim scholar. But I was told that the board and administration was very enthusiastic about this idea, but that I would have to raise the money for it. And so it took a little longer than expected, but from the generosity of the Muslim community, and particularly One Family Foundation, we were able to raise the money. And so 3 years ago, Dr. Syed Atif Rizwan came on board, and he's now the director of Catholic Muslim Studies, and I direct the Doctor of Ministry program. And wow, it is such a privilege to direct this program, because it is first ecumenical. So it's an interschool program that we offer in cooperation with Lutheran School of Theology and McCormick Theological Seminary. McCormick is Presbyterian. And the program has been in existence for many, many years. And so it's always had that deeply ecumenical element. And it's also had a interreligious element. We have had rabbis as students and graduates of our program, and we have aspiring Muslim pastoral leaders and scholars who are part of the program as well. And our students, our Christian students, come from 43 different countries. And so it's amazing. Wow. Yeah. I sit there. I often say, please, to the students, please don't sort of repeat this to the president and the dean, but I shouldn't be paid for what I'm doing. Because what I'm learning by accompanying these amazing people is truly one of the greatest gifts that I've ever experienced. And all of them are really deeply committed to the values of Interweave, as is, I think it's fair to say,
I love the name of your school, the Inter School. I think
Interschool, right? Interschool Doctor of Ministry program, right?
Had me at hello there.
Exactly.
And
that's who I am, basically.
You're doing. I'm proud of you for turning the keys of the car over to a Muslim scholar. You clearly are doing amazing work, and you've come to Interweave, and you also so we feel a connection to you through Daughters of Abraham, and a group that I believe you're still on the board of, which is
the Niagara Foundation. Oh no, the
Alliance for Shared Values, which, by the way, is the partner which brought us this beautiful sign in back of me. I hope I'm saying that right, Delek. I think Delek is listening. She can send me a thing in the chat.
The Alliance for Shared Values, absolutely, right.
And we're so grateful to have that connection with you through them. And we did a program in coordination with them and the Daughters of Abraham. And I'm blanking on the third. There's so many organizations. Oh my gosh, it's late in the day. Peace.
Peace Islands.
Peace Island. Thank you so
There
much.
you go.
Doing good. Doing good. So we had a conversation yesterday about what we were going to talk about, and I'm glad you said all of that, because clearly you say you're not incarnating, but my brother, I think you're incarnating everything we're talking about. And we do need people who we absolutely need Shabiha and Walters all over the place, but we also need people like you who can help us understand the mindset, the systems, because, and hey, this isn't my usual MO, but I think it's helpful in a world where everything is running so hot, and to say, well, let's just think about let's step back and examine and try to understand what is occurring and how we can break out of the patterns that are holding us back from having civil discourse, civil conversations, breaking down relationships. So they showed us they're the role models, but I would like you to talk about the map a little bit. Right?
Sure. Well, a map maybe, and
a map.
So,
see, you're already correcting me. I love
well, I'm a professor, so
you're a professor, right? But it's true. But it goes against exactly what we're saying. Not one solution, not one narrative. So right away, that correction is correct. So yes, perhaps we can
let me tell you a little bit. So I'm going to tell a story that may just kind of set the table for a conversation between the two of us. Janet, if you want to ask any kind of follow-up questions. So and I'll begin the story by saying that even though I'm a professor of theology, all right, and I run a doctor of ministry program, the framework of which is practical theology. It's a discipline within the theological disciplines.
Absolutely.
I don't read much theology these days.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason is because not that I can't learn more, not that there aren't extremely creative voices who are making extraordinary contributions. There are. But I have come to a point in my career, particularly as in my ministry, my life's work, particularly as someone deeply engaged in interreligious dialogue, and within that framework, Christian-Muslim dialogue, that I need to learn a lot more from other disciplines that have wisdom and that have knowledge based in research, right, that I can bring into conversation with my theology. And indeed, it's appropriate because that's kind of the essence of practical theology. The essence of practical theology is that lived experience counts. It's not just about what's in books. The lived experience of the person, doing the theology, writing the theology, right? But the lived experience of others who are involved in various praxes of living out their faith or praxes of ministry. And then not only the tradition, whatever your tradition might be, but also other disciplines, right? Anthropology, sociology, psychology, social psychology, neuroscience. So I like to joke that I am not a neuroscientist, but I play one at Catholic Theological Union. So if there are any neuroscientists or social psychologists listening, I have to apologize in advance for any errors I'm about to make. But
well, again, if you had, like I said, you didn't miss anything because we talked about neuroscience wove all through the day.
Oh, good.
And so
good.
yeah,
I'm really glad.
We're with you.
Because one of the presumptions, I think, in interreligious dialogue, interfaith dialogue, whichever term you use, is that our traditions are all we need to manage the challenges that come with the encounter of significant difference and even the conflict that can arise. Our traditions offer us a great deal. There's no doubt, especially the values, right? that we hold most dear, and that motivate us to want to be in dialogue with one another, to want to understand difference, to want to, in the words of Rabbi Jonathan Sacks, the title of one of his great monographs, dignify difference. The monograph's title is The Dignity of Difference, right? And so our traditions in many ways teach us how important that is, but they're kind of very low on skill sets. They're very low on the how, how you actually go about implementing this. And, you know, even if there were hows, and probably I'm exaggerating, there probably are hows, these hows are less likely to be based on leading edge scientific research. Simply because I'll speak just as a Catholic, a Roman Catholic, right? It takes quite a while for the Catholic Church to sort of look over the fence of doctrine and theology at, you know, what other researchers are doing in a variety of other different disciplines and say, oh, there's something here, right, that can help us better understand who we are, what we've been trying to say to one another, and what we've been trying to say to the world, right? And so for me, I've spent a lot of time in the last maybe 5 years or so reading a lot of neuroscience, reading a lot of social psychology. And I teach a course, as Janet knows, called Us versus Them, Theology, Conflict, and the Human Brain. I'll actually be teaching it this summer as a summer institute course at Catholic Theological Union. If you're interested.
Well, I just told everybody that We Refuse to Be Enemies should be on everybody's bestseller list, and everyone should take your course.
Well,
if
what I say interests you and you want to explore more with other people who also are interested in exploring the topic, then you know, just give me a holler through email.
I will give you a holler. So
okay. So now the Us versus Them course, right, is really about in-group, out-group dynamics.
Right.
And you know, what we try to do in that course is say, what can we as people of faith, right, learn from the endocrinology and neuroscience and kind of other sort of behavioral scientific approaches to the whole question of how we as a species create in-groups and create out-groups. And then how we do that, to use scientific language, adaptively and maladaptively, or to use language of faith, how we do that in righteous ways and unrighteous ways, in moral ways and in immoral ways. I think there are very few of us that would say the nuclear family as an in-group is somehow maladaptive, right? It's so essential, right, to how we understand ourselves and simply as a species, right? You know, there are reasons why, you know, we create these in-groups that are deeply embedded in our evolutionary history. And when you create an in-group, there are always going to be out-groups. But the question is how we actually interact with out-groups. And I'll speak for my own tradition. My own Roman Catholic tradition doesn't have a very good track record of interacting with out-groups. And I dare say, you know, my PhD was in religious studies, so you know, history of religion. So I know a little bit about other traditions as well and their history, and it's very similar track record, really, in terms of maladaptively living in your own in-group when you relate to out-groups. Now, what I understand, however, about what Interweave is trying to do, particularly in this moment, but in other things Interweave does, right, is not necessarily tackle the problem of us versus them, because, and I know this might not be the case for everybody that gets involved in an Interweave program, but because, you know, if we take the example of Sabiha and Walter, they know each other.
Right.
Right. there's no real us versus them in-group, out-group dynamic, because they've gotten over one of the big humps, which is to individuate, to not look at thems and think they're all alike, right? To not look at thems as a monolith, to understand that there are individuals and that they are part of their own in-group, but there is as much diversity within that in-group as there is in our own in-group. And maybe there are, in some ways, there are deeper affinities between subsections of our own in-group and some sections of an out-group's in-group than there might be, kind of sort of between, our own subsection of our in-group and another
and we see that in this current thing, that it is
absolutely
all over
right,
the map.
absolutely.
I walk
So we
around,
just
by
heard
the
Walter
way,
talk about, Jewish Voices for Peace, for instance, and its whole understanding of Zionism, and then what a more mainstream Jewish understanding of Zionism is, and you see how painful that intergroup conflict is, and of course there's another us them there, even within the larger in group. I don't want to get into all the details.
In a strange way, though, it's helpful in that when we can uncover that even within the supposed in groups, there are,
well, that's right, and especially
not all on the same. It's
especially
not
to be right, especially to be able to individuate, because one of the things we do when we us them, and it's kind of a verb these days, is we an aberrant behavior, morally a behavior we may consider to be morally aberrant, that an individual within our own in-group engages in, right, is understood as aberrant. But if it's a them that's already understood in generally negative terms, right, that is a characteristic of the entire group. So that if you meet a person from group B, you're in group A, and you meet a person from group B, and you find out that that person's a thief or a liar, right? You are far more likely to conclude that they're all thieves and they're all liars than you are if you encounter a liar or a thief in your own in-group.
Right.
And that works. It's not just religious in-groups and out-groups. That works for almost all in-groups and out-groups. And so when you discover that there are, when you discover that there are these,
it's all right for you to agree with yourself.
Balloons might appear at some point.
I know. It's a new thing. It happened to me before. So
just one last point, and that is that, so given that a lot of people who are engaged in interweave, I would imagine that most Jewish folk who are engaged in interweave don't think negative things about all Muslims or all Christians. And I would imagine that most Christian folk that are involved in interweave don't think automatically negative things about most Jews or most Muslims or most Buddhists, and that most Buddhists who are involved don't automatically think negative things about, Muslims or Jews, etc. Right? But if we move into,
but I will say one of the reasons that the level of my concern is because, how do I want to say this? As people become spiritually mature and have agency, they are able to individuate, and they are able to a lesser extent receive truth as from on high from their clerical leaders. But things have been there is such extreme, and I suspect this has something to do with the brain, and you're going to tell us that people's brains have been on fire to such an extent that even people who I think of as very, I'm going to listen, I'm going to think about this and come to my own conclusion, are being affected by the voices of people who they have thought of as sources of religious wisdom in their churches, you know.
True. And but I would also say sometimes we experience things welling up within us and we're saying, oh, I didn't know that was there.
Exactly.
Which is leading me to the which is leading me to where I'm coming from for this particular group, since relationships are already in place. But I have a diagnosis, right? I have a diagnosis about these relationships. It's not just
doctor.
It's a lot of interfaith relationships. How many interfaith events, I ask all of you who are listening and watching, have you gone to where, with the best of intentions, the person that is speaking, the keynote speaker, or the person that represents the group that has organized the wonderful interfaith iftar, or whatever it is, right, said, we're all more alike than we are different? That's actually not true. It's just not true. It's counterfactual.
Right.
And so already we're getting ourselves in trouble. Now, if what you mean by that is when you're starting to forge the beginnings of a meaningful relationship, right? Is it helpful to focus on things you have in common rather than things you differ on? Of course it is.
Right.
So what I'm trying to say is not, I don't intend it as a critique of starting with similarities. But when you say we are all more alike than we are different, you're not only uttering a falsehood, or I don't need to point a finger. We are not only uttering falsehoods. We are also suggesting that there's a problem with difference.
Right.
That is the implicit message. Otherwise, why say we're more alike than we are different? What does it matter? Maybe we're more different than we are alike. The problem is what we do with difference, isn't it?
Yes.
And sometimes the problem is what we do with similarity. Because oftentimes what we do with similarity is we band together and gang up on a third party.
Right.
So I think part of the problem is, if you consider what's going on right now, my experience in a lot of so-called Abrahamic dialogue, right? Jewish, Christian, Muslim. And I don't mean to be exclusive of other faith traditions, but just take this example because focusing maybe on what's happening now, right? In the Middle East, and particularly in Israel, between Israel and Palestine. Many of these groups have studiously avoided talking about this issue.
Right.
Long before the horrific atrocities of October 7th.
Right.
Long before that. And then long before what ensues from that atrocity, as people struggle with how to defend themselves and their values that they find most dear, and then also hold to the highest values of human life and human dignity. So I think part of the reason even people that have long-standing interfaith relationships are finding them stressed right now is because you never talked about it. It's like a husband and wife who've never really talked about the money you spend on such and such a thing, right? Or what one aspect of the household budget. And maybe it's possible to avoid it for a long time because something doesn't happen that really strains the household budget in a particular way that your attention cannot but focus on this aspect of the household budget that you as a couple have been studiously avoiding.
Right.
Well, when the crisis comes,
what's
going to happen is all of that stuff subconsciously, all that stuff you've been pushing down, all that stuff that's unattended to, the suspicion, the pain, the fear, etc., is going to well up. And we're not going to be able necessarily to control it because we actually have to transform our feelings in order to transform our behavior, because unlike the Aristotelian charioteer with the chariots, it's the rational part of ourselves that controls the appetites and desires. That's also counterfactual. We are largely feeling beings, not thinking beings. And to the extent that our brains, for instance, over 80% of what our brains do, we don't think about. It's a very small percentage of our brain activity is stuff that happens in the prefrontal cortex that we typically associate with conscious thought.
Right.
So if we don't attend to what's beneath the surface, it's like that iceberg metaphor, the old iceberg metaphor, right? The boat's going to hit, and it's not going to be that stuff on the top that you had to worry about. It's all that stuff on the bottom that's tearing a hole in the side of the Titanic.
So
I'll stop there. And
no, that's great. That's a great setup for the question, because I know that now we hit the iceberg, or something hit in this, and we haven't talked about those things. And now at a moment where perhaps that calls for civil discourse that would begin to uncover those differences, uncover the history and the depth of pain, uncover all those things that we have been unable to engage. We can't, because we're either stuck in fear, because, if I confront my husband with this, we'll get a divorce. People who want to hold on to a semblance of peace rather than get to a real peace. And the people who are like, no, this is all too much, and are just, their blood is boiling. They are not in rational thought and cannot talk about the things that we need to talk about. And more importantly, cannot listen to what the other person might have to tell them about where we are.
Right. Which leads me to share with the larger group the title of a book, Janet, that we talked a little bit about, that I've only recently read, but that has really been very helpful to me in thinking about these things. And some of you that come from, like I say, some of us theologians can be way behind the curve. So when I say the name of this book, some of you that come from other sectors, right, may say, oh, yeah, I read that in the first edition. I didn't wait for the third edition the way Scott Alexander did. But it's called Difficult Conversations. And it's by Douglas Stone, Bruce Patton, and Sheila Heen, H-E-E-N. Stone, typical spelling, Patton, two T's, and Heen, H-E-E-N. And they are scholar researchers in the Harvard Negotiation Project. And the Harvard Negotiation Project is really a project that I think originated in the Harvard Business School, all about teaching people the skills of negotiation. But their research into difficult conversations has gone kind of well beyond the scope of business negotiations, because what they've been able to do is they've been able to sort of articulate from their own experience and their own research, working with lots of different groups, right, that have experienced conflict, but also working with individuals who are experiencing conflict within their own families, for instance. And in the book, there are lots of the examples. In fact, I would think 90% of the examples that the authors adduce in the book are individual relationships, right? Spousal or partner relationships, or parent-child relationships, or sibling relationships. They also do work relationships, so supervisor, supervisee kind of things. And what I shared with Janet is two of the major takeaways from this book, and there's much more in this book than just these two things, for me, have been as follows. Number one, what they have to say about the architecture, I don't know if they use that term, but that's the way I think about it, the architecture of difficult conversations. they define a difficult conversation as anything that going into the conversation has a good chance of not going well.
Right.
Right. You know it.
Usually the one you don't want to have, that you can.
Right. When you don't want to have.
Exactly.
Exactly. And so the first thing they say, right, is that in every difficult conversation, 3 conversations are actually taking place simultaneously. And to the extent that we don't acknowledge each of the 3 and attend to the dynamics and implications of each of the 3, the likelihood of the difficult conversation going awry increases. So the first is facts, right? So whenever you're having a difficult conversation, and we can see this now, with the conversations today about what's happening in the Middle East, history now all of a sudden, right, is coming back. And in people's personal narratives, personal stories, or depending upon books they're reading or TV networks they watch, or whatever it may be, people are coming into these difficult conversations with their own set of facts. And by their own, I don't mean they're not true, right? But I mean that they might not be the same facts that your conversation partner has, or you may interpret these facts very differently than your conversation partner does. Okay, so there's a conversation about facts, right? Then there's also a conversation about feelings, but there really isn't a conversation about them. Part of what the authors say is that the things that are most important to attend to in any difficult conversation are the feelings people have going into that conversation. And yet, the attention to feelings is the lowest of all the 3 conversations. So people talk about the facts all the time, right? But very frequently, people don't talk about how they're feeling when they enter into a difficult conversation. People don't necessarily begin by saying, I've been wanting to talk to you about this for a long time. I'm so nervous doing this because the issue, that I've wanted to talk about with you raises so many different feelings within me. Sometimes it makes me angry. Sometimes it makes me. So people very rarely talk about those feelings, but those feelings are doing an awful lot to drive the conversation or to drive anything we do. And the third conversation is about identity. When you enter into any difficult conversation, right, you're bringing your values with you, and you're bringing your understanding of who you are and your dignity with you, right? Because most difficult conversations are difficult because in some way they challenge your own dignity. And they also have the potential of challenging the dignity of your conversation partner. And your conversation partner knows that as well. And so it's the conversation of facts, the conversation of feelings, and the conversation of identity. And unless we kind of attend to those 3 conversations in any one difficult conversation, then the likelihood of the conversation going awry increases. The second thing that's a major takeaway for me is the whole approach or the whole attitude we adopt when we enter into a difficult conversation. So there are 2. There are probably more than 2, but the way they set this up is a dialectic, right? There is the message delivery approach or the message delivery paradigm.
Right.
And it's almost as if when we hear difficult conversation, we're automatically in that mode. When we think of having a difficult conversation with somebody, we are usually thinking of delivering a message to them that they probably don't want to hear.
Right.
Or having to say something to them that's not going to make them happy, right? Now, what the authors say, and I'm pretty convinced they're right, is that no matter how careful you are with your words, with your framing, with your demeanor. The message delivery paradigm is a hand grenade that's going to go off. It's going to go off because your whole orientation to the conversation is not really to listen to the other person. It's to have the other person listen to you. And also, it's usually to change the other person. And the conversation will be judged a success only if the other person changes. And maybe you can appreciate how wrong-headed this is, because you know that the first whiff your conversation partner gets that you're attempting to change them with the message you need so urgently to deliver to them, the last possibility is that they're going to change.
Right.
Because what they're going to do is they're going to dig their heels in because their dignity is at stake. And now their feelings have maybe turned from anxiety over this conversation to fear and anger. And as soon as you feel these emotions, similar things are going to happen with you as well. What's the second paradigm? The second paradigm is the paradigm of curiosity and learning.
Can I
Please, I'm sorry. Sorry to go on too long without.
No, just so we can hold it, because we're not all as smart as you. So let me make my comment while I can. Facts, feelings, narrative.
Identity, right, yeah.
Right? Well, that's my word for identity, right?
Yeah, sure.
Because my narrative, I guess what I'm really trying to say is that how narrative is the thread for me that connects those three.
It's just that there's a narrative for each of them.
Yes, I know, but
yeah.
That's the problem.
Right.
Facts, feelings, identity. So my identity, I have an idea, a narrative that involves facts, and I have intense feelings about my identity. So these three things are moving together, and then they're moving together in both people. It sounds like a trip on the Titanic.
Well, but I guess I don't know if we can push the metaphor, but to shed enough light on that moonless night, so that you can see the iceberg.
Okay.
And to get the captain to pay attention to something more than that voice inside his head saying, you've got to get to New York as quickly as possible, because that's what your boss is and that's what the company wants you to do. Right. So how do we make those changes on the Titanic? Right. And by the way, the authors are quick to say there's no guarantee for any of this, right? This is not a, kind of a magic trick, right? This is not some kind of formula that you just kind of engage it and voila, all of a sudden, your difficult conversation is transformed. Not at all. And in fact, they also say that, if this is just a matter of technique for you, right, your conversation partner will pick that up almost immediately, and it'll go nowhere because they'll know that you're just being manipulated, right? It's got to be authentic. You've got to actually believe in this yourself, and so especially the attitude of curiosity.
Right.
That if you're not at a point,
our word for
right
is authenticity. By the way.
Right. If you're not at a point where you can say, as upset as I am, as confused as I am, as fearful and anxious as I am, whatever your feelings are, right? Or knowing the facts I know, or not knowing the fact, whatever it is, with my own personal story, whatever. If I am genuinely not at a place where I'm curious about what my conversation partner thinks about the thing that is difficult that I want to talk about, if I'm really not curious, don't have the difficult conversation. And that's okay. Not being curious.
So if you're not ready to listen,
correct.
Don't pretend you're ready to listen.
That's right. Don't pretend. That's exactly right.
There would be more authenticity in saying, I am not ready to listen.
Right.
It's as if we're all showing up in the town square, and it's not too far-fetched. For the conversation is really a protest, right? It's really a demonstration of, let me show you my message. Let me run my commercial for you so you know my facts, my feelings, how important my identity is.
And most protests too are telling the other side they're wrong. And I guess protests are aimed at the people out there who are not taking any side. I'm not trying to suggest there aren't. I mean, the civil rights movement, other great social change movements that have.
No, I'm not. Believe me, I'm a protester from back in
but the protest model
protest, but I don't show up to a peace vigil to make a protest. That says to me, you're not ready to. You're just showing up to tell me something. Right. You're not showing up for an encounter.
Right. And a protest is not a dialogue, right? So it's an opportunity to tell your story, right? And that's really important, right? But we're talking about dialogue and conversations. And so if your only interest is this burning desire to let the other person know what you feel and what you think, but you really are not genuinely curious about what they feel and what they think, it's probably not a good idea to have the conversation. But if you can get to a place where you feel curious, where you consider yourself, I acknowledge that there are things I probably don't know about why my conversation partner believes the things she does or he does or they do, right? Then you have a chance, right, of framing how you enter into the conversation very differently. And I'm not going to go into that. You can get the book to sort of, they'll give you examples then about what this looks like, when you try to practice it and different techniques for doing this. One of which, Jen and I talked about this yesterday, is adopt the perspective of the third person, where you can imagine yourself. Yeah, you imagine yourself being a third person looking in on the two, like the marriage counselor to the couple, and setting up the conversation so that when you set up the conversation, you set it out kind of using the wisdom of the third person. And what that does is it validates the stories of both people. So there is a way you can say, I don't know completely your story, but from what I know, you feel this, you have experienced this, you have experienced that. This is, and from what I know, and here's what I know about myself, but I don't know everything about your story. I know what I think I know, and I would like to find out more. And in this context, one of the things the authors mention is that it's been proven over and over again in study after study that the most effective way to be listened to is to listen. Right. That when you genuinely, you're looking at your iPad while people, when you genuinely see and hear somebody, and they genuinely feel seen and they feel heard, right? They are far more willing. It's not foolproof, right? They are far more willing to look at you and to hear you. And that's the goal. Because if you pursue the difficult conversation from the place of curiosity, right? From the desire to learn more about this difficult thing and how each of you see it, right? That's where the difficult conversation can actually bear some fruit.
So in a world where, and this is why I do think this is really helpful, Scott, because we need to pull back a little bit to have perspective. When we talked about Walter and Shabia's relationship, they have reason. They're already conversation partners, right? So I think that's part of the issue, is that some of us have not really been in any. If you haven't been if you don't have a real conversation partner, if you haven't developed that, that makes it challenging, even that much more challenging, because now I'm trying to have this deep conversation, which is challenging, with a stranger that I have all these, like you said, misconceptions about.
Or you have the relationship, and I've been seeing this since October 7th.
Yes, I know.
You have the relationships, the interfaith relationships. You've gone to the interfaith events at each other's houses of worship. You maybe even broken bread personally at the family of the religious leader of, the other community, et cetera, and vice versa. And now you can't talk to each other.
And that's the saddest.
Right. And so there's the relationship, right? And the challenge is a difficult conversation, right? Yeah. And again, it's not always wise to have the difficult conversation, right? Because it really does depend on, right, where you are, right, and whether you're ready to have that conversation, right? But then when you are ready, if you are ready, right, it's very, very important to try to understand the dynamics and the architecture of how we go about having these conversations, and that if you can lead from a place of genuine curiosity and deep listening to the person rather than message delivery, if you can get over the need to deliver your message, but you say, I want to learn first and foremost what my partner feels and thinks, right? And then I hope my partner will give me an opportunity to share what I feel and think. Then you might be able to have a rich and productive, difficult conversation that doesn't strain the relationship, but actually strengthens it.
And this is what we were talking about yesterday in terms of the conflict of resolution versus
conflict transformation, right? So that,
right, as opposed because resolution sometimes will not allow for the thing that you called for from the beginning, which is an appreciation for difference.
Exactly. Think of a conflict resolution. If you think of a conflict resolution in the workplace, right? And it's somewhat, you're a supervisor and someone is coming in late all the time. And you have to have a difficult conversation with this person who's coming in late. In your mind, resolution of that conflict is you sit them down, you let them hear that they're coming in late, why it's a problem, and they say, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, and they stop coming in late. That's supposedly conflict resolution. Conflict transformation would look a little different. I mean, I think as a supervisor, you can legitimately hold out the hope that the person will come in on time.
Right.
But maybe you'll realize that on Thursdays and Tuesdays, expecting that person to come in at 8:30 is actually not reasonable. And so maybe on Tuesdays and Thursdays, you will agree for that person to come in at 9:30 instead, because they have to get their elderly parent off to dialysis. And no matter how hard they try to start that process earlier, vagaries come up because you're dealing with a sick elderly person, et cetera, et cetera. So I would call that more conflict transformation, because the end result is not what you had in mind.
No, and
right?
that
it's something that you actually didn't imagine.
The proof is in the I didn't know that was going to happen. Surprise.
Exactly. Right. Exactly.
But when you talk about curiosity, and then I know we have to draw to a close. I just can only beg you to come back soon. Shabiha and Walter have a carrot. I said you were the carrot at the end of my marathon day. They have a carrot, and they've stated it, that makes them, I think, have reason to have curiosity. So then Walter, when they disagree about something, and Shabiha can't believe Walter's there, and Walter says, well, I'm not there yet. They have reason to wait and listen and want to be curious. Why do you feel that way? Because they both share a value that's beyond that, which is I don't want to lose you. This is too important. We need to be allies. I need you on so many deep levels on these shores of this nation. They are serious about that. They're like passionate about, we have to hold this relationship. And so they're willing to do that, the work of laying down their narrative, laying down their feelings, even putting down their identity a minute to listen to the other.
And I would say that probably I can't.
There is my question.
Say what?
Well, in other words, look, in a world where the whole geopolitical narrative is changing, everybody's narrative is changing. We have no idea. This may not be the time for any of us to be holding on. And by the way, we began with a little aristocrat. Socrates and Plato and Aristotle were in the room at the beginning of the day, just so you know. And Socrates, we did begin by saying Socrates did at least say, I don't know. He was right. He said, be curious.
The problem with, I won't say Socrates, because that's actually Plato. We don't know that's what Socrates said. But Aristotle and the principle of non-contradiction, we've got to get over that.
Right.
In an essay entitled The Crack Up, F. Scott Fitzgerald once said, the hallmark of, I'm trying to remember what adjective he said, the hallmark of an excellent mind is the ability to hold two contradictory ideas in it at the same time.
Right.
Hold it. Hold the paradox. Hold the contradiction. So we rush to resolve things that ought not to be resolved prematurely, because it's not about resolving A or B, figuring out which is right, and then going with that. It's about understanding why it might be a false choice.
Right.
And the only way to do that, right, is for people who are advocating for one or the other to be genuinely curious about why the other advocates for that, right? And I think going back to Sabiha and Walter, I would suspect that if we use the terminology of Stone, Patton, and Heen about the identity conversation, somewhere along the line, if not from when they were knee-high to is it grapevine? I forget how that expression goes, but knee-high to an ant or knee-high to whatever, that part of their identity was that they would rather be the person who could maintain a relationship that is rich with someone with whom they disagree over certain important things. The ability to be that kind of person becomes important to them. What I heard about that conversation, the little I heard, I saw that in both of them. Yeah. That Walter is the kind of person, right, who is able to be friends with Sabiha.
Yes.
And Sabiha, despite their passionate commitments about what they believe about politics and history and et cetera, and they still believe those things and they don't agree with each other. But also Sabiha, wants to be that person. It is so important to her to be the kind of person that can be in relationship with Walter, right, rather than always be right. If we're the kind of person that always has to be right,
we're going to always be
our
wrong.
identity, then probably don't have a difficult conversation with anyone, because it's not going to go well, and you're also not going to convert them.
No, and you're going to be, and you may be wrong much more than you think.
Exactly.
Here is to being able to hold real diversity of thought, being able to hold uncertainty.
I agree.
And to having kind of a humility, putting down our own hubris so that we can perhaps live in a world where I am not always right. Because there is a higher call. And as you said, that a higher value, shared values and faith, right? That enables us to move towards not conflict resolution, but towards the more human and real and authentic power of holding transformative conflict, participating.
Ideal. Yeah.
That's the idea.
And I would also say, my last word is that I often share with my students a kind of 2-line or 1-line theology that I've been working with for some time now, since I've been delving into us-theming, right? Because of our biology, because of who we are, and if you want to put it theologically, because of how we were created by our Creator, right? We will us-them, right? And no matter what us or we, as human beings, we attempt to convene, there will always be a them. And there will always be the challenges of trying to discern how best to relate to that them and be faithful to our values. God alone, but this is the good news, convenes a we, convenes an us with no them. Ooh. And as long as we realize we are not the convener of that we, but we share a hope that now and in the future, we will participate more fully in that we, in God's we, to which there is no that, then maybe we can have the kind of hope we need to get through the difficult times.
Amen. Amen to that prayer. Thank you, Scott. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And
thank you, everybody.
Enjoy your family. And
I will. Thank you so much. Good night.
Good night. Whew. Well, everybody, this is the everybody in conversation, and I am going to invite everybody who is listening to come in if they would like and be part of the conversation. We did it, people. We have had 11 really amazing conversations, and I have talked a whole lot. And so this is your opportunity at the after party, the after conversation, to say, how are we feeling, and what, maybe what landed with you today? What's your takeaway? So just, how this goes.
Yeah.
When somebody starts and somebody start the conversation.
I will say, I mean, there were a lot of things that were memorable that were said, but the one that keeps on echoing in my head is Carrie's mother saying that we're thrown to compare our inner selves to the external self of others, and I thought that was brilliant.
It was brilliant. I totally agree. I'm going to try to write all these things on my wall. That was amazing. Yeah.
One of the things that resonated with me a lot was that to be sincerely curious takes humility and a willingness to, as I said before, to listen without having my agenda, to just literally listen, which certainly was just reiterated by Scott.
Anybody?
I will say, Janet, I was really impressed by how engaged you were in all of the conversations and how all of your comments and reactions were apposite. And you know, and you just kept on switching from one topic to a completely different topic, and it was all so seamless. I was really impressed.
Same here.
I'm just going to bask in that because thank you and say thank you. You know, one of the things that was interesting, like when we went to talk to, we had, you know, the thing with Tim, when we could, that was actually a very deep ended up being a very deep, heartfelt moment for me, that we were talking about soul work. And I thought, this is sort of metaphorical, that I can't see Tim, but I'm listening to him talk to me about soul work. And I just thought, you know, I actually thought about Brene, and I thought, well, I just have to hope that this is going to be all right for everybody else, that what I'm feeling is what everybody else is feeling. And then when we went to Sally, who was talking about Brene Brown's work, you know, I was grateful for, you know, I had to think in a certain soul way for Tim. And then it was like, well, now I can think in a different way. And it was as if I was giving my other parts of my brain a resting place because, you know, to keep up with Todd this morning talking about ethics and aristocrat, you know, Aristotle's thoughts, then to go back to Scott at the end of the day, you know, I had to stay awake.
Janet, I thought it was a fabulous selection of speakers. I was so impressed.
I thank you, Elaine. And I was so you know, I thought Interweave was brave, and thank you all of you to say we have to shed light on these conversations. We need to be brave as a community, and call other communities to be brave and do the work of bringing people together to go to a deeper place. And I was proud of us about that.
Yes, Janet, I would like to say something. Thank you so much for all day. It's a perfect performance in yourself and all the team. Thank you so much for all of you and to support, and especially the speakers is always deep and learning, enlightening conversation what we have through the day. I miss just 2 or 3 of them, but the rest of them I learn many things, and this is very important. And what is interview? This is it. So it is very important to continue this good working together. Very important. Thank you so much.
And I want to thank Sean and Dilek for literally setting the table for the day, because I knew that it was going to be rock and roll and rumble at certain points in the day. And the fact that you so gently set the conversation, set the table for us to have a conversation that was literally set in the framework of love and hospitality, that was, I cannot thank you enough. It was part of why we had you launched a successful 11-hour conversation.
And Sean got up at what, 5 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, my God.
You were on air at 5 o'clock in the morning?
Sean gets
special. I was on air at 6 a.m. Mountain Time, but yes, as you can see, it's still light here.
It's still light there. You know, and
I want to add my thanks and congratulations to Janet simply for making it through the day. It's a long day, and to be that sort of on mentally and spiritually and physically.
It's a
remarkable thing.
It's the physical thing that we thought was going to give out. But let me just say, as an elder now, and point out someone who talks about elder work and helped us to have a difficult conversation about loss and grief. My thanks to Moya, who really beautifully beautiful, real and authentic conversation about grief and looking at grief with different eyes, as only Moya Keating can. So thank you, Moya. And the commercial people, all the people who made the commercial, and it turns out that's going to be Carl now too, which we didn't. Joe and Elaine and Denise, and Sean again, you were amazing. You were amazing. You really, I really think that, again, we are not, there's no I in team. We were a team, and it was possible. I was able to go through the day because of your commercials, and Carl for stepping in and pinch hitting when we had a gap in the day, and when we were then having a technical problem. Bravo to Carl. And I would say also Carl has other backstage duties, which of bringing tea and smoothies and honey and all that was needed. And again, there was no I in team. It was only possible because of Carl. Everyone was wonderful, but I am missing the star, the real star of the day, who also has a backup team. And the real star of the day is Chris Whitaker. And so I'm going to ask him to turn on his camera, if he can, and accept our incredible gratitude for the gift of a whole day that you gave us. And I know that behind the scenes there is Candace Whitaker, who was with 3 children for the whole day, serving the common good, wellness and spirituality in such a practical way that, I mean, this wouldn't have been possible without you, Chris and Candace. Thank you.
Great job to the whole team. It was really a team effort, and you guys did so well. I will say my household today was a little crazy all around me, but it was nice to be in the space and conversation. I think that's kind of what Interweave does in a lot of ways, is takes us out of the chaos of the world and brings us into a space where we can share and be together in community.
We did that.
Jay, we just crossed over $5,000.
Oh my God.
Wow.
My God, what a great moment. That means we met all 3 matches. That means we placed the goal. We had an aspirational goal of $15,000, because as soon as this is over, we're counting on end year giving to make it to the end of year. Nevertheless, I'm gonna hope that Chris can help us do an encore presentation on Facebook, right? Is that possible, Chris? And that we can have a second opportunity for people to give, so we can meet our $15,000 goal. And thank you to our generous the behind the scenes people who offered the matches that made it possible, really, for us to already be at $10,000 today. That is amazing. And so not only did we deliver, our work of raising funds to support our work, it was very interweavy of us. We actually did good work while we were doing it. So all of you are going to get this beautiful bag that says, "Weave love into everything you do." And I thank you all for weaving love into everything we do together, and really for serving the world with the messages of wellness, true wellness, that will help us to be truly authentic in our spiritual journeys, which we learned all day is a really complicated thing to do. Not easy. And it's all possible if anyone is listening at this point, or for those who will listen, it's only possible because we have a kind of shared faith, even though we have different faith journeys and different ways of celebrating, that is based on that love, and that we have community. This is what the world needs. It needs love. It needs authenticity. It needs people willing to do the work. And if you're really lucky, you have amazing squares in your life like I do. And if you don't, I hope you'll come to Member Mondays and other opportunities where you can share in the community we have and we offer and welcome sharing with you. So thank you, everybody. What a great Carl brought me so much more than a bag. That wonderful message at the end. Wow. I can't believe we made that match. That's amazing. Wow. So, any last words? Or do I get to go to sleep? All right. Good night, everyone. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Janet, I will end it with the screen again. So when people are rewatching at home, they can scan the QR code at the very end.
And Janet, I just, you know me, I always have to throw in something.
All right, absolutely. I said any last words. Moya Keating always gets the last.
Janet, you are the one. It is your energy, your commitment to this vision, your incredible talent and presence and ability to bring out the best in each person that participated, and your generosity to witness your generosity of spirit is truly awesome, inspirational, something. And I continued. I think of you as my friend, obviously, but just a cherished mentor. You continually to show me how it's done, and this community is real. It's real. It has roots, just like that tree. It's got roots. It's got branches, and it's growing. And I deep bow to you.
I'm trying to learn how to say your thank you. All those amazing compliments. Yeah, I'm I don't know if it's good to have a sports metaphor, but if you play for the Yankees, what can I say? I don't know that the Yankees are doing so good this year, so maybe that's not a good metaphor. But it's an amazing community, and we're in a world where people are lonely and isolated, we're lucky not to travel alone. So whatever you do, everyone, weave love into everything you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night, everyone. I feel like we should play some music or something, Chris.
We need that music. We need that music that they had at the event where, the big presentation music.
These are the outtakes now, as Chris shows this. Thank you. Next year, we'll have out. These are the outtakes. Thank you, everyone. Love you.
Bye, all.
Chris. Let's close the show. Thank you again. We love you. You're amazing. Love to Candace. Love to everyone out there in YouTube.